Good morning, everybody. So we are back, and that fire is out of control. Oh, it is now into
Eastbound, just east
free
of the
fire.
Palisades Village, if you will. El Malfi at Sunset, and the fire inching, burning. Well, kind of too close for comfort at this
Yeah.
point, burning in the
Sorry,
easterly direction and also burning down toward the ocean.
sorry to keep you on here,
89.
Ed. I honestly, I do want to get your perspective on this because we've
This is
covered,
horrifying.
multiple fires over the course of decades, right? We see. I think what makes this fire so different is that, we often go to these fires where you're in the urban wildland
There's lots
interface and we're
different.
going up into the mountains, into the hills, and certainly those are always problem spots when it comes to the wind, the fuel, the terrain. And now we're here.
Look at
These
that.
communities, these sprawling communities have
It
been
did. It
growing for
has
years. So
spread
these are,
more.
this fire is smack
Let's
dab
see
in the
here.
middle of the Los Angeles region where everybody works, plays, go to school, go
Those
to work. I
winds have
mean,
picked
it
up.
has really hit a integral part of Los Angeles, and we're not talking about like some far reach, some community that's a mountain community. So I think that this sort of makes this different. In the time that you've been reporting over the years, don't you get that feeling that this is a lot different or historic in terms of the fires that we've covered?
Yeah, historic. We're certainly watching history burn itself into the history books. I've never seen anything like this in the decades. You're right. When we see the fires, remember the fire we saw a few weeks ago over on Malibu Canyon, Las Virgenes, that came down deep terrain, very rugged terrain.
Palisades,
But you
Malibu,
I never ever have seen a
Pasadena,
fire where it's in a metropolitan area like this,
Del
burning
Mar.
along a major artery like Sunset, burning homes on both sides of Sunset, burning right through the very heart of the Palisades Village, burning the businesses, burning the homes that have been there for decades, wiped right off the map. Part of Palisades High School, Pali High School damage, we understand, the classrooms and the football field area there. So, yeah, I've never seen anything like this. Normally you see them up on the hillsides. They come down the foothills. They threaten the communities there, but never in the very heart of a community, still out of control. And as it marches up Sunset here, it's burning everything on both sides of Sunset. As I mentioned earlier, when we left the Palisades Village to evacuate over in this area further east, driving past Chautauqua on Sunset, both sides of Sunset, you'd look and you'd say, my God, there's no homes. Everything is just smoldering. Everything is just wiped away. It was apocalyptic.
Both sides of Sunset,
I've got
even both
lots
sides of
in,
Pacific
guys.
Coast Highway. It's just amazing how this fire has burned. All right. Thank you so much, Ed. Great to talk to you. I know it's been a while, but these extraordinary times that we're dealing with right now, and best you and Mike, we'll check in with you in just a bit as we take a look at these pictures again. We want to just remind you that there are multiple school closures as well throughout our region. The superintendent of schools for the LA Unified School District, Alberto Carvalho, he went on the air yesterday and went on social media platforms to notify folks that yes, many schools in the LAUSD will be closed or campuses were relocated because of this fire. Obviously, most of the schools that are in this region, in the Palisades, will be impacted here. We're talking about multiple schools, including Canyon Charter Elementary School, Marquez Charter Elementary School, the Palisades Charter Elementary School, and the Paul Revere Charter Middle School. All of them will be closed. District officials saying that they will monitor the fire throughout the day today and potentially shift those campuses to remote learning.
That would be the way to go.
Remote learning on Thursday. Also, Glendale Unified.
We're going to pop
also
over here,
announcing.
I've already helped a few neighbors clear some stuff.
You're one of the very few people we've seen this morning that are staying back and are protecting their homes. A lot of people are saying, you know what, let authorities take care of it. I'm going to go.
Too much can go wrong. Honestly, the winds are too strong. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I mean, as many trucks as you can put out here, you never know.
How do you keep up?
The wind is shifting fast. They're very strong. You don't know where the embers are flying. What goes through your mind when you think your house is part of this?
I keep a safe distance. You know, one side of my street you can't leave. There's a tree that fell over. You can't really drive out that way. So the other way, I'm just kind of keeping a safe distance and
keep safe, everybody.
seeing what I can do. I mean, we packed up as much as we can,
Not
taking a
much
few
you
loads.
can do.
And,
Not at this point.
It's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is.
You've lived here for 4 years.
4 years.
You walk these streets, you hike these trails on a daily basis almost. Things are going to look very different when the fire is out. Eventually, when the sun comes up, many of these houses are not going to be there anymore.
So there
Yeah, it's
is
gonna be a
3 active fires right now.
Where I am right now, but I don't know where my mayor was when this was happening.
You know, Rachel, the other thing
And I do know now where
Look
she
at
was.
that, you
But
guys.
I'm born and raised in Los Angeles. I spend my life worrying about when the earthquakes come, when the Santa Ana winds come. I plan my trips around this.
Oh,
If I'm
Lordy.
in charge, I'm going to figure out how people need to get in and out of a city like Pacific Palisades.
Good
If
morning,
I'm
y'all.
in
Good
charge,
morning.
I'm going to tell you. I care about you. I'm going to tell you where the roads are to get from here to there. Nobody told us. Nobody
Oh,
told us where to
Lordy.
go, what to do. I didn't even have an evacuation order. The video that you, I hope, see, we did not have an evacuation order at that time. So I love the fire department. I love our fire personnel.
Yes.
We need more. Where were they?
Well, what can
Rachel,
you do?
you're
They're
amazing.
know where they were. And I can
everywhere.
tell you, I'm on group chats with my daughter's preschool parents. Probably 7 out of the 15 in our classroom all lost homes.
Wow.
And so you ask about emotional toll. I can't even answer that question yet. I can still sit here with a smile because I don't know what's going on. I can
You're
still
in
sit
shock.
here. I don't know. The answer to what's the emotional toll that I'm going through right now, I don't know.
Yeah.
And
50
Rachel,
years, 49 for me of being born and raised in the Palisades, hardworking family. Everyone who lives in the Palisades is there because they love the Palisades. And
Yeah.
for someone to be in charge of my town,
Not your
Where
town
were you?
lady, but I understand.
you're certainly
where were you when the
raising
decisions should have been
vital
made
questions.
on how to get in and out of places? When the fire, I wish she were sitting across from me to answer these questions. She's not. And so I don't have an answer for you what my emotional toll is
Yeah,
today, because
drama.
I can tell
Hey,
you what the weather
James.
patterns are. Your meteorologist
Good guy.
can tell you. If you live here and you run a city, figure it out. If you want to be the mayor of a city like Los Angeles, you're in charge of some really important things, and you just let it go.
No, I don't think they've let it go.
On a screen right
I
now.
understand
We're
how
looking at
upset
one of
she
the other
is, but what do
fires
you
there.
do?
This one in Sylmar, significantly to the north of you there, Rachel. But I want to talk about something that you mentioned before you
Like, I
discussed
feel
the
horrible, but
questions
they
of
are
the mayor,
really
which certainly
stretched out.
are valid. We need answers. But you mentioned the community. And I think it's important to note that the Palisades,
Buckle up,
while there are
everybody.
very
Buckle
nice
up.
homes, it is not filled with streets of
Bingo.
Hollywood celebs
Good morning.
like you might imagine when you hear Los Angeles. You made this point. It is a special community. It's a little enclave. It's regular
is.
Americans like you with families working hard every day. My
Every
best
community.
friend had to evacuate last night. He told me his sister's house
Every
is
community
gone. And they're
is
one of those
important.
Palisades family, like you mentioned, like you are, that's been there for generations. They
It's
grow in
heartbreaking.
this community, their kids, their grandkids. Describe more of this sense of community in the Palisades,
Oh.
the Palisades that you know, the Palisades that
Okay,
you love.
we're going to bounce over here for a minute. Oh, listen to that. Oh, my God. Oh, Lordy. I really hope that's not a reporter standing back there. We're just waiting to see what's happening here. There is so much. There's so much. Homes, businesses, schools, churches, fire departments, everything is going up. Oh, I don't know what that person's doing standing that close. Not a smart maneuver. Look at the embers that are being thrown out past them even. Oh, I don't know why. Like, he's the guy over there that we seen wasn't even wearing head protection. I mean, if something lands on his hair, oh Lordy. So this here is the view. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, it's spread overnight.
LAFD recall. So our message was for our own LAFD members who are off duty to contact our operations center with their availability to be scheduled to come in. It was not a call for anyone outside of our own LAFD members.
100
so that
miles per hour
was conducted.
Wind.
We do, the state fire agency, CAL FIRE, is the one that coordinates bringing strike teams in from across the state. And so we'll have that information from them once we get it. And then obviously we have our mutual aid system where our immediate neighbors have resources on scene. So we have that both at the Hearst Fire and at the Palisades Fire.
Crap.
And are you aware of any other resources that are coming in right now? I know that the governor was saying yesterday that there were resources from across the state that were already pre-positioned here, but no doubt if this is protracted for another couple of days, firefighters are going to need some relief.
Absolutely.
Yes, as I mentioned, CAL FIRE, their incident management team will be taking over command of this incident tomorrow, and we'll get.
Unreal. Not good.
Is why are these poor firefighters risking their lives because government officials who somebody elected or some people elected, why are those poor firefighters not given the tools to fight the fires for us?
To be clear, you're referring.
I wish I could have this conversation with her. I just can't.
You're referring to her being the mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, who's currently
of Los Angeles.
She's currently in Ghana on a trip to see the inauguration of another leader there. And you do mention the water pressure, like Carly said. Remember a few years ago, UCLA, right around UCLA, they dumped so many thousands, millions of gallons of water, and there was a pressure situation. But the point was, it destroyed pressure in the pipes for this very kind of need when you need to fight fires.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it makes no sense why they did it. There were a lot of people questioning at the time. Rachel, we can't imagine what you're going through. But we are praying for you, your preschooler, your entire family during this horrific time.
Okay, we're going to
will be watching. Please keep us posted.
Yeah,
We're praying.
we hope your house is still standing. Rachel,
we
thank you.
appreciate.
Yeah. Lordy, lordy. Yeah. Wow. I'm almost speechless, you guys. Oh, my Lord. There's not going to be anything left.
Bit here as we get into the later parts of today and eventually closer to the weekend. But in the meantime, we've got a particularly dangerous situation of red flag warnings up for 19 million people, including Ventura, all the way down towards the border. This area, we're not expecting to see those alerts expire anytime soon.
Look at how
all of those ingredients are staying in place that we, of course, are so concerned about when it comes to fighting these fires. These are the three fires we're looking at. You can see the Hearst Fire, Palisades Fire, and the Eaton Fire. Really impressive on radar imagery. Those smoke plumes plumes, putting particulates into the air. So much so that we, of course, are seeing them on radar. That just shows you, one, what the air quality is like for the general area, but just how massive and really intense these fires are burning right now. We've got, of course, wind speeds anywhere from 45 to 95 miles per hour across specifically Palisades Fire. That's what we've been seeing as far as those wind speeds that have come in so far this morning. We've had even higher amounts when it comes to wind speeds elsewhere on Mammoth Mountain, 135 miles per hour. That's, of course, higher elevation, but even still, this just tells you those destructive winds close to 100 miles per hour, those relative humidity values close to single digits, and all of that means that we're going to continue to see extreme fire behavior across this region. Notice where the extreme risk is. Focused in that same area where you have most of those three fires burning, Malibu to Santa Clarita and down towards Glendale, but we've got a large chunk of the state also in the critical risk, where you see that red Riverside stretching down basically to the border. So again, all of these ingredients, along with the extremely dry vegetation, are in place for us to continue to see this really erratic fire behavior and those fires spreading quickly throughout the day today. We've got a couple of things happening. We've got a high pressure centered over the Rockies, and we've also got this low pressure we're going to watch to become a cross-country storm. Right now, it's sitting over Mexico. Those two very strong pressure systems close together, that means that we get really powerful winds. So essentially, they're going offshore. We're seeing all of that dry air kind of work into those regions, coming down the mountains as they come up over it. Of course, not getting any of that added moisture from onshore winds. So this means that dry conditions, of course, windy conditions, the dry vegetation, all of that playing a part in what firefighters will have to deal with here as we get through the day today. It's a big chunk of the country, too, that's under these wind alerts. It's not just Southern California. This extends into Nevada and Arizona. 36 million people are dealing with these life-threatening and destructive winds from a very impressive windstorm that is going to be ongoing at least through the day today and not really looking to weaken until we get closer to the weekend. Here's what we've got as far as wind gusts peak possible. 69 miles per hour for Simi Valley. You can see Los Angeles into the low 60s, 74 miles per hour for Falling Springs. So just essentially very impressive wind gusts that are going to be possible. On top of that, I mentioned the dry vegetation. We just really need rain in this area, and it doesn't look like we're going to see a whole lot of that anytime soon. Since October 1st, we're running at less than 10% of normal for all of Southern California. Vermont at 0%. We've essentially received not a whole lot of rain across most of this area, which of course, again, leads to those dry fuels for these fires to not just spark and continue, but of course, spread very quickly, guys. This is going to be something, this situation that we're going to have to watch through the day today. Again, winds do look to weaken a bit as we get closer to the weekend. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Okay.
In Altadena, I'm John Fenolio. Sharon Micah, back to you.
John, thank you. We continue to cover this fire near Altadena from a number of angles. Jennifer McGraw was speaking with a number of people trying to help some 99 residents of a senior living facility in an area adjacent to John's position, also in Altadena. Jen?
It's just insane.
Yeah, Mike, I was since relocated and I still am a little south of John, and we're here in front of this home that firefighters are desperately trying to save and get this fire out. But at this point, it looks to be a loss. We are here on Washington and Woodland, driving around this entire neighborhood and through these foothills. Palm trees are on fire. Trees are on fire. And it is multiple streets. This is the first time tonight I would say that the wind has slightly calmed down compared to what it was earlier. As those 99 patients were being transported, we saw that many of them couldn't walk. Many of them were being wheeled into different buses, even into a LAPD SWAT van to get them to safety. And as the last person was getting loaded up, we saw embers flying at us. There's no telling what is going to happen to that convalescent home, but the good news is that the community came together. Those 99 people are going to be safe tonight. But no doubt, scary. This entire community is terrified. These winds are like nothing we have ever seen. And this fire is jumping from street to street. And where you saw from where John is, there are homes burning to the north of him. There are homes burning where he is. And there are homes burning where we are. And again, we've been talking about these winds all night. Firefighters are stretched thin. We've seen so many crews. You know, we've even seen the crews on the ground trying to get that fire out on the hillside near that Eaton Canyon Trail. For those of you who are not familiar with the area, Eaton Canyon is a popular hiking trail. There's a campground up above, and then obviously down below, a dense community full of schools, churches, and homes. And as these firefighters work tirelessly tonight, again, they're in the Palisades, they're here, and there's no telling just how many homes are on fire right now, but we know that for sure it is dozens, and it's just absolutely devastating. We have seen such caring people tonight helping others, but it's so heartbreaking to see people lose their homes, flee from their homes, and in this case, the fire is so erratic. Why this home? And it just, you never know why it's going to be this home. Because if you look down the street, Ken, there are no other homes that are on fire. It's just this one. But again, if you go from street to street, it's the same thing that we're seeing. These firefighters are working and they're watching the homes that are right next to it to make sure that these embers aren't bouncing into the eaves of these homes. And, you know, one home goes up and the next home goes up. They have a major issue. Devastating, especially for the family who may be seeing this tonight, who had to evacuate. We are in a mandatory evacuation zone. Much of this area up to Foothill has been evacuated. Just, again, you guys, just heartbreaking to see.
I'll keep my eyes open for
the heroism that is going on tonight is something that is really beautiful to see.
It certainly is, and they're doing such an incredible job. And you know, with limited resources, in the sense that we cannot fly, that you know, LA Fire and LA County Fire and all of the different agencies that could help, you know, with the firefighting effort can't do it because of the sheer fact that it's too windy and dangerous. And you know, we're talking of gusts of up to 100 miles per hour here. And, you know, we'll get an update from Vera in a minute, but certainly they're doing all they can to every structure, home, business, to try and.
Precious. I think the most precious thing that we could lose is lives, and right now we have no word on that. So I hope that's a good thing at this point.
So do I.
Things are things; they can be replaced. I know memories are hard, but you can hold those in your heart at this point.
Yeah.
You can just see how much is lost right here. Both sides of me, you guys. You look this way, you can look out into the valley. You see the lights behind it. Behind this house that's now completely gone, with just their chimney still standing.
Look at
their car that was left here, completely burned. It just, and you can still see some flames in the back of this house. We're just
no rain
left,
forecast.
it's just, this is just devastating.
Just
Jamie.
more wind.
Oh, I can only imagine. And Rudabeh, you know, you and I were talking earlier. Just
there's
after
so much going on. I
you cover some of these things. You do have to compartmentalize while you're on the scene. And as Amanda's taking this in real time, I can only imagine. After being up for several hours, this is just, it's so hard to watch. And I just feel for the fire crews out there right now.
Absolutely. And this, Amanda mentioned this. You mentioned this, Amanda, that this is for all of Southern California right now. These winds are affecting so many communities. It's not an isolated incident here. It's not an isolated threat. And so it is a good reminder to get things in order in case you do get an evacuation order, because these fires have been popping up now around Southern California. And we've seen the devastation that they can bring so quickly. So Amanda, thank you.
And just an update now, Rudabeh, too. Yeah. And before I go really quick, for us, at least still in this area, like the last time, the winds are still calm here right now.
Don't forget to subscribe to the Crime Den.
Hoping that's helping these
it's our
firefighters
new
right now.
channel, and we'll be putting a lot of content over there.
So that's been pretty good. I think it's been about an hour without that severe wind that we had when we first got here, where we could barely stand and just embers flying all over the place. It's been much more calm for the last hour. So hopefully that's been helping with some of these firefights and not forcing those embers to move around and cause other houses to go down. So a little bit of good news this morning to share. Maybe that's what that angel is doing over there. I don't know. But
let's hope.
It is quite a sight. Amanda, thank you so much. We want to talk about some of the school closures right now. There are so many schools being impacted by the Eaton fire. The entire districts are closing campuses today, and that includes all schools in the Arcadia Unified School District, all schools in the Glendale Unified District, all schools in the Pasadena Unified District.
All
You know, we
right.
are talking about thousands of people have had to evacuate, so many homes burned. Mark Lou is at the desk looking into just the latest of numbers and what's going on. Mark.
Yeah, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the fire, the Eaton fire that Amanda is at. It's an incredibly painful and traumatic thing going on in that neighborhood around Hastings Ranch. And these homes that are burning that Amanda was showing us in her live shot,
so
incredibly, these aren't homes that back up to a hillside. These are live pictures right now. Now, you would normally expect there is an inherent risk when buying homes in Southern California of living on the backside of a hillside or a mountain where your backyard extends into the hillside. You have to do brush clearance and know that there is always the likelihood that there could be a brush fire could come down the side of that hill and consume your home.
Oh, this is it.
Area that she is in is not near a hillside. It is hundreds of feet, perhaps even more than 1,000 feet away from the nearest hillside, which just illustrates how far embers can go and be blown in this intense windstorm that we are experiencing this morning. And it is particularly tragic that the homeowners in this community probably never thought that they would be in danger of such a massive windstorm and fire event that would destroy their homes. You can see here, there is really
one news reporter just
at least, I'm looking at the map, this is at least a good 500 to 1,000 feet, maybe more, from the fire of where it would be in the hills above Altadena in the Hastings Ranch area. So it's really an illustration of just how far these embers are blowing and the problems that elements of both the LA County Fire Department and the Pasadena Fire Department have when they're fighting this fire. Now, earlier we had heard from Margaret Scott from LA City Fire, and what they do with structure protection, all fire departments follow this general rule, is that it's kind of the reverse of what you would think about when you're dealing with, say, a mass casualty incident where many people are injured. You want to triage or treat the most critically injured first in order to save their lives. In some ways, it's the reverse when doing structure protection for homes. If you see a building, a firefighting team sees a building that is critically damaged, that is burned.
So we had to rapidly treat and transport her to the hospital. So just those last couple of incidents within the last hour and a half gives you a little bit of idea of some of these challenges. These were the winds we anticipated. These were the winds we warned people about. These were the winds we were worried about.
Yep, Ash.
Wow, I mean, these are unbelievable. And you guys really called it, because 10 o'clock, my goodness gracious, they have really just whipped up here. And how are you guys going to deal with this all night? No air support, you can't fly. And these winds are unbelievable. As you guys have been saying, they're life-threatening winds.
Yes.
They are, and that's what we signed up for. And we just want people to heed the warnings. We want people to evacuate when we say evacuate. And this is an extremely dynamic fire, explosive fire growth. Pay attention to the wireless emergency alerts that we put out. I got you. And the evacuations, you can get a full update on lafd.org/news.
Boy, they are something. How much I'm like holding out with all my might.
Turn into a Chinese weather balloon.
Thank you very much. We're going to be out here all night with you, and we'll continue to get updates. And thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my God, these gusts, I can't believe it. They're really powerful. I'm fine 1 second and the gust comes through and it literally just, lifts you up off your feet. And we've got all these embers raining down around us. So it truly is just kind of hell on earth up here. I got to be honest with you. All right, that's going to do it for me at the command post at Will Rogers State Beach. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Mary Beth, be safe. Anchor yourself to something solid, and we'll see you again shortly. Jen McGraw in Altadena as a number of homes continue to burn here. This, again, the Eaton Canyon fire that has spread into the neighborhoods of Altadena tonight, Jen.
What are we seeing? What are we seeing?
Yeah, Micah, we were just at that one home on fire and we looked down the street as we were turning around. We saw these multiple homes on fire. We're hearing massive explosions out here, home after home. Firefighters are down the street working on another home right now, but there's just not enough resources. Again, we're on Woodland off of Washington here in Altadena. This is absolutely heartbreaking. And when these homes go up in flames, we know that these embers stretch far. And just about a mile away where we were earlier, we could see multiple palm trees on fire, multiple trees on fire. And as you heard, the explosions. Obviously, we're keeping it safe and staying in the middle of the street and have an exit plan. It appears to be that this entire neighborhood is evacuated. And as I look over, I see a mailbox on fire by our truck. Firefighters, again, doing all they can to help this community, but these winds are ferocious, they're fierce, and they're fast. I live not too far from here, maybe about 10 minutes, and I could see the entire hillside on fire, and that was around 6:30. Ken, watch out! Fire truck. As I was saying,
these
that whole
reporters are
hillside
way
was
too
on
close
fire,
for my comfort.
and by the
Good
time I
morning,
got out
Sarah.
here, it was like multiple homes were on fire. Embers are flying everywhere. Devastating to see.
Absolutely.
And just how many homes ultimately this will be throughout the night, thinking that the wind is only going to get worse, is terrifying.
It really is.
And you can see how crazy it is out here. Look at how dark it's getting.
Yeah, and you can see how quickly these homes
I've been in a lot of fires,
go up.
and this is wild.
And how quickly a neighborhood can go up. And there's
just
a prime
like that.
example of it. All the
Boom.
embers and the powerful gusts, and it just takes
Almighty.
a couple of seconds, and you've got more problems with more homes. This is
neighborhood. I want to see if I can talk to a family here. Good morning. I understand that you all are evacuating from this home here.
That is correct.
How has this whole process been? I imagine stressful looking at all this.
No, definitely. It started at about 10 o'clock and, we haven't slept. So right now we just came back and to see this.
And is everybody okay? Were you able to get everybody out safe here?
Yeah, everybody's good so far.
Keep everyone
And
safe.
Thank God. But hopefully these winds die down and we'll be back.
And what do you think as we're watching some of these flames make their way closer to these homes here? It doesn't appear that any have been touched by the flames, fortunately. And everybody that we talked to has, gathered their things and are getting ready to leave. What do you think?
I think these guys have been doing a great job keeping it right over the ridge over there. And, hopefully everything will be all right, man.
This is everywhere
Appreciate
right
it. Thank
now.
you so much for talking to us. So this is one of the
Palisades.
residents here in the evacuation zone, and we're still seeing more cars driving here down through this neighborhood. Let me see if I can stop this one here and see
It's devastating.
if they're being evacuated. Hi there. No. All right. So we can tell you we're still feeling those strong winds, evacuation warnings, as well as orders here in this area. And I want to run through a few of the streets. They include residents here along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street,
This is a person's
Bridle
worst
Ridge
nightmare
Road,
that
and
we are
Nicholas
watching right
Drive.
now.
Those are mandatory evacuations. A little farther to the north, you have the area near Whitney Canyon Park that has also been ordered to evacuate. And 3 evacuation shelters have been set up. The Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon and Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Recreation Center and Panorama City. So those are areas where you can find resources, where you can go if you really have nowhere else to go after leaving your house.
Palisades.
Home here again, the 800 block of Radcliffe Avenue. Of course, we want to keep our distance, but we're hearing some bangs going on. We obviously don't know what's exploding, but just within the last 5 minutes, the flames have consumed this property, and it's images like this, dramatic images that we've seen all night long. The winds, the gusts, again, they're intensifying as well, which is helping fan these flames.
0%
Not only homes that have burned, we've also seen businesses and schools. We saw as the charter elementary school just went up in flames consuming the entire school, the entire property there. Also the nearby high school, the charter high school, also going up in flames. But again, just how intense it is. We're gonna have to, you see the embers there, we're gonna have to get out of here at the moment. So I'll send it back to you guys.
No, absolutely got to get out of there.
Get safe, get yourself to a better location, and we'll check back in with you, Carlos. It's a dynamic situation, obviously. We've been describing this throughout the day and into the night, and you see Exhibit A there of how quickly things can turn in any given situation, not just the winds, but other hazards as well that present themselves when neighborhoods go up in flames. It may have been a propane tank there that exploded. Looked like a series of them. over the course of the last couple of minutes. Very, very dangerous. And if you're too close to something like that, it can spell big problems for you. So Carlos, we'll lose the shot. You guys get safe, and we'll check back in a bit.
Yeah. All right. Shut it down, and then we'll get back to you. This is the view from a airplane from KTLA photographer Paul Sanchez as he's giving us an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Sky 5 unable to fly due to a temporary flight restriction put in place because President Biden is in town. But this is an incredible view of what it looks like from above.
Yeah, we will have more in terms of an aerial perspective, we believe, tomorrow once the sun comes up and we begin to get a good measure of the level of devastation here. But if you've been watching the coverage, you can deduce, frankly, dozens and dozens and dozens of homes in the Palisades area have been lost. The Palisades Village under siege tonight. Homes along PCH, along the beach, gone as well. One of two communities under siege tonight. Altadena struggling as well, as we saw moments ago. Entire neighborhoods burning, rows and rows of homes from a fire that is spread out of Eaton Canyon into the neighborhoods of Altadena. And case in point, we've got Jen live in that neighborhood that we just saw a few moments ago. Boy, those aerials over Pacific Palisades, something else.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to see how wide of a space that it has consumed, and makes you worry about all of those homes that are there. We want to go to Altadena, as you mentioned, Micah, and take a look at this video. It is just pitch black, no visibility whatsoever. The firefighters just disappearing into the dark.
So January 7th, Los Angeles Fire Department, the news. This is giving us, let's take a look at the full-size map. Okay, so mandatory evacuation in the warnings. Let's see. Stetson Ranch Park area. Rinaldi Street and down to, and past Sasnon Boulevard into, Melvalny Park, it looks like. Mandatory evacuation down here. And we've got LA County Sanitation District Open Space. Santa Ynez Canyon Park, all the way down. Sure, let's see if there's anything else that's mandatory right now. I'm going to keep this up and we will continue to pop through it. This is the Hearst Fire is what they're calling it. Okay. P9, you rock. I'll pin these. Fire department. So the status, 29,200 acres and growing. Mandatory evacuation zone has expanded. Evacuation orders remain in effect. We'll just watch this while I'm reading it off to you. The area within the described box is under evacuation orders, north to Mulholland Road, east to Kenter Road, south to PCH. Please turn off your power to your home before you leave. Evacuation shelter centers, Westwood Recreation Center, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard is open for evacuees and small animals. Large animal evacuation, 480 Riverside Drive in Burbank is open for evacuation for large animals. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from McClure Tunnel to Santa Monica to Topanga Canyon, with LAPD managing traffic for evacuations. So market set, you guys get ready to go because it can happen fast.
To the east, all the way south to Washington Boulevard under evacuation orders. You're talking about hundreds and hundreds of homes, thousands of people that are under the threat here of a wildfire that is burning unchecked at this point. You have the resources in the neighborhoods and the firefighters doing all they can to protect these structures, but there are more homes burning than there are firefighters in the area tonight. And so the challenge is real. And this is just one area that we're seeing in Altadena tonight that is burning.
Right.
John Fenoglio is in another neighborhood adjacent to this live picture. We want to check in with John. Have you moved, John? What's the situation there?
Micah and Cher, yeah, we have moved just a little bit. We're still on New York Drive near Sierra Madre Villa Avenue, and what you're looking at right here is a hillside that's just fully engulfed. LA County fire crews here trying to extinguish the flames, trying to keep some of these trees, these palm trees that are burning above power lines, from snapping and bringing down those lines with them. You'll have to forgive me, the wind gusts here are just incredible. Almost takes your breath away and almost knocks you off your feet. They're so strong at times. But as we've been showing you all night long, dozens of homes are burning here in Altadena as this fire continues to spread. The Eaton fire, which began just after 6:30 this evening, started as just about a 10-acre brush fire and quickly exploded in size within minutes. It was over 100 acres. At last count, it was 400 acres, but that number is certainly expected to grow as these Santa Ana winds continue to fan these flames. And if we pan the camera to the left, you can see anybody who is in this evacuation zone can head to the Pasadena Convention Center at 300 East Green Street.
I'm bouncing around
that's
where
where
I want you guys to see
people can regroup. That is an evacuation center that has been set up for people affected by the Eaton fire here in Altadena.
Share.
The winds are so strong at times, they've been knocking over power poles, knocking over street signs, street lights, and ripping the shingles off of roofs as firefighters try as they can to get water on some of these homes.
Oh, no doubt.
Now, we do want to let you know that closures right now include Pasadena Unified School District. All campuses closed Wednesday. And for people affected by this fire, we know that there are hundreds of homes forced to evacuate this area. Mike had mentioned that evacuation order just a few moments ago. Anybody who is in this evacuation zone can head to the Pasadena Convention Center at 300 East Green Street. That's where people can regroup. That is an evacuation center that has been set up for people affected by the Eaton fire here in Altadena. The winds are so strong at times, they've been knocking over power poles, knocking over street signs, street lights, and ripping the shingles off of roofs as firefighters try as they can to get water on some of these homes.
Lordy.
The bathrooms right at the edge of Malibu are burning. It's literally the fastest moving fire I've ever seen. It was
the winds are incredible, and I can't believe they're going to get worse. I'm very frightened about that. I got to be honest. And Jen, you were also, I know you were up at the Tahitian Mobile Home Park. How many properties did you see burning up there?
Yeah, I saw the 3 in the front burned right away, and it looks like about, I would say, 10 to 15 up the hill are burning. I don't know if it's part of the same park or a different park, but there's a lot burning up there.
Okay, so just when you're up there, that's what, not even half mile above us?
Yeah, I'd say half mile back that way.
Okay, and you're saying, okay, so at least 15 structures up there. You're so burning.
At least, yeah.
Okay, and then as we're looking around here, and this fire is, coming southbound on PCH here.
Yeah.
Jet, are there homes right there?
Right around that ridge, there's a bunch of homes right on the hill there. I think one of them was just starting to burn when I came back.
We'll start to hear from residents
you can see it's orange, but boy, there's a lot of black thick smoke. So it appears that it's burning more than just vegetation, the way it's, staying right in that spot, continuing to burn.
It's moving.
That black smoke is so toxic.
I mean, just being out here, we've got the wind, we've got this thick black smoke, we've got stuff flying all around. I mean, describe what this feels like to you.
It's apocalyptic. It's wild.
Apocalyptic.
It's the craziest fire I've ever seen.
It really is unbelievable. And then when you hear all the authorities, they held that press conference, a short time ago, and they kept warning everyone, you guys, the worst is yet to come. What goes on in your mind and your heart when you hear that the worst is still yet to come?
Well, I wonder how far it's going to go. These winds are supposed to get worse tonight, and that's what's driving it. So I don't know what they can do to stop it. It's moving very quickly. Literally, their base camp is right here. There's about 1,000 fire guys, literally right there on the other side of that building, and there's nothing they can do about this.
Yeah, I know the base camp is right over there. They actually pushed the media back a little bit because where they first set up the base camp, well, the fire came around. Cooey, you're getting that right over there. And maybe let me flip to this side so I can get out of Cooey's way, because I want you guys to really see there's something that's really intense that continues to burn up there. It appears to be out of control, and it really is moving quickly this way. Again, we have been here for about 30 minutes, and just in the time that we have been here, that really sparked up. And I'm watching as some bright orange embers are going across. Of course, I lost my hat. I got to find that before my hair also goes up in flames. But it really is scary, Micah, to think that the worst is yet to come, because, boy, oh boy, I'm being blown around like a piece of dust up here. I mean, these gusts are just absolutely incredible. You open your car door, it whips open, slams on your legs. So as my friend John was saying, it's apocalyptical up here. Extreme fire danger. I haven't seen any like this in a number of years. Gosh, it's just absolutely crazy. I'm really fearful of what 10 o'clock tonight into 5 a.m. tomorrow morning is going to look like. All right, John, thank you so much. I know we do have more of those videos from you that we're going to be playing. Some are actually going to show some of those structures in that Tahitian mobile home park that are going up in flames. And we also have some more video to show you how some of the embers did jump across PCH, and they caught one of the beach bathrooms on fire. And so we'll continue to monitor the situation from here. Again, we are just a little bit south on PCH, Will Rogers State Beach, and we're just a little bit south of that Tahitian mobile home park that is apparently going up in flames. So we're going to pray for all those people that they did get out safe and sound. There are a lot of people that are gathering in these parking lots that have begun have been evacuating. So hopefully everyone is okay in the mobile home park. And as I look up here, there's a lot more homes right in front of where these flames are marching towards. And I have not seen any airdrops. John, have you seen any overhead airdrops, water airdrops, or any retardant? No. So I'm gonna go touch base with fire officials here and just try to find out. Maybe these gusts are too much to do any kind of airdrop. And they seem to be a lot of the firefighters. They zoomed out of here. They went down. They're down over there on PCH, and it appears they're trying to keep the fire on the east side of PCH. But I'm gonna go check in, find out about if any airdrops are gonna be able to be made here at this spot, again just south of that Tahitian mobile home park, where there's John saw at least 15 homes there going up in flames. And boy, oh boy, to think that this fire kicked off at 10:30 this morning and it's already grown to this magnitude.
Mary Beth, right, yeah, and grown to this magnitude to the tune of an updated number here of 2,920 plus acres and growing, as we do expect it to grow in acreage because of the fact that the winds are only going to get more ferocious throughout the night, starting at 10 p.m. Mary Beth, yeah, you mentioned you don't want to see what it's going to look like at 10 p.m. when it's this intense now.
Fearful.
Yeah, we all are,
Yeah,
and so are the some 30,000 people that are in that area that have been asked to evacuate, and hopefully they're heeding those warnings and have already gotten out of that area, because this is no joke, and these are numbers that almost seem unbelievable. 100-mile-per-hour gusts. These are things that we haven't seen before. I can't remember the last a time when we've said that these wind gusts would go to 100.
What was that like? I understand there were multiple properties that were lost.
Yeah, that one was extremely devastating. I got to speak with homeowners who lost everything. I got to speak with homeowners who actually lost their animals as well. There was horses.
Before you
a lot of people in this area, they have ranches,
your
so
electricity.
they lost all their animals that were just burned alive.
And speaking of, how would you describe this area, this mobile home community up here in this Sylmar area? How would you describe the area, some of the vegetation surrounding it?
This area right here with the mobile homes and more, I know a lot of elderly stay out here. So that's why I came out here, just in case they need my help. I spoke to a few homeowners, and anything that's needed, I'm just on standby. It's a tight community in this area.
All right, appreciate it, Eric. Thank you so much. So we also heard from a gentleman earlier during our live report in the last maybe half hour, a gentleman who came here with drinks from a community not too far, maybe a 20-minute drive.
Nice.
He said that he saw the fire. He figured people needed help. And despite fire officials saying, leave these communities, stay out of the areas and don't block these streets, he came in to help. So just as Eric was saying, they're a tight-knit community. A lot of elderly people live here in this area, so that's been a concern for some of their neighbors, making sure that everybody's got out safely. That, of course, is the priority. Then structure protection and make sure these properties.
Oh, it looks like we lost. Mario, did we lose you there? Obviously, just goes to show, obviously any sort of technical difficulties just goes to show that we're dealing with the same things that the community are dealing with as we try to keep you informed.
There were a lot of cell phone disruptions yesterday. First of all, you're dealing with all these areas that are in the mountainous areas.
It's a tough area to begin with, yes.
To begin with. And then we don't know if any cell phone towers have been damaged as a result of any of these fires. There's also just a lot of usage because everybody is just trying to figure out what to do here. Not just emergency officials and emergency crews, but obviously people to try to get out.
The crap that they're inhaling
in that area. This is a live look at the Mount Wilson camera, and we're still taking a look at another fire.
There's LA in the background.
Fire, San Gabriel Valley and Altadena. This has impacted a lot of people and has also impacted any of the areas nearby communities, Sierra Madre, Pasadena, also impacted by this fire. Lots of evacuations taking place there as well. And there was a senior center, a convalescent center that had to be evacuated. But we do know that homes have been burned at this in this area. We haven't had any sort of a count yet.
Right.
Because they're still trying to sort of assess what the situation is there. They're just trying to save lives at this point.
Right.
But with daylight and when they get those crews out there, they'll start to get some numbers in so we can tell people, what we're looking at here in terms of the destruction and the damage.
So much information typically comes with daylight. And this is, again, something that many of us have never seen before. This has been a terrifying night for Los Angeles, for Southern California. And now we're going to continue to bring you more coverage here. The massive brush fire in Pacific Palisades still raging at this hour. It's actually burned nearly 3,000 acres, destroying or damaging many structures. Thousands of people were ordered to evacuate. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards has more.
This is the main entrance to the school.
Scenes of utter devastation here in Malibu from the Palisades Fire. We're standing in the 18,000 block of PCH, and look at our vantage point right now. You can see straight through to the ocean. This is one of at least 5 homes along this stretch that has been completely destroyed by these flames. We look a little bit further up PCH on the ocean side. You can see this wind kicking up as well, and you can see the flames. We could see when we got here there were actual structures there that were burning. Now we're just seeing those flames and embers. There's really nothing left in terms of structures. They're just complete losses. Now, firefighters have been actively trying to save the homes in the middle of these two burn areas. They've been trying to put water on them. They've really been up against it with the winds. At one point, they had a stream trying to go onto this property, but the winds were so strong, it was pushing the water right back onto these firefighters. So obviously a very difficult fight that they are facing here. We're seeing scenes of devastation also south of where we are, near the Topanga Canyon area. The Reel Inn gone, Chelada Thai gone, the Malibu feed bin gone. So just utter scenes of devastation all along PCH. Reporting for Good Day LA, I'm Chelsea Edwards.
I saw some of that video on social media of that stretch of PCH, and to think that all of that, the Reel Inn that's been there for a long time, that everybody just loves there on PCH, gone.
Right?
The
Gone.
Malibu feed bin that she said, also gone. So if you were to drive down that stretch of PCH, and also the fact that it actually jumped PCH, and I've seen this happen before, but I think there's a very long stretch there along PCH where everything is just totally destroyed. I mean, again, with daylight, we'll see like how much damage there is. But from the video that I saw, multiple structures along PCH have been burned, even on the west side, on the ocean side of PCH. Yeah.
Heartbreaking. And to your point, the fire that
gonna
jumped
jump over here for a
PCH
minute.
made it all the
See if we can get an
site.
update.
In the meantime, back with Carlos Saucedo. Carlos, you moved along PCH?
Yeah, well, we made it to Ratcliffe Avenue here in Pacific Palisades, where you see fire engines. They're moving in just because of the several structures that are currently burning right now. Now, it's unclear what that was, if it was an apartment complex. But just to put this in perspective, this is right behind the Gelson's Market here, and we're not far from Palisades Charter High School, but just everything here seems to be up in flames. We're seeing trees also. The intensity of the trees also burning here. It looks like there's also a field in the background. Just coming here, it was a bit of a track, down trees everywhere. We had to maneuver around them, also down stop signs. The winds, as I mentioned earlier, they have picked up in the last hour or two. And so, again, look at this home also burning at the moment. One of many, many structures that are on fire right now. Embers, you might also see embers just everywhere here. So it's just very apocalyptic, the images that we are seeing. It's hard to breathe, as you can imagine. Just the air quality here is awful, all the particles in the air, and the intensity. We feel the intensity of the flames. Again, this looks like it's a two-story home currently under fire. But all we're seeing here are first responders. We're seeing firefighters who have been out here all day long. Again, this entire area remains under a mandatory evacuation, so we are not seeing any residents. They were told to leave hours ago, so many of them just grabbed their belongings and got out as soon as they could. 30,000 residents were told are currently evacuated, but just hellish scenes that we're seeing. It looks like a chimney over here, so this was probably another home, home after home, essentially, on this block that is on fire.
Yeah, I don't see any benefit for us.
I've never felt anything quite like this, and I've covered fires in my career. One of the major ones was in Paradise, California. You may remember that was the deadliest, most destructive wildfire in state history back then. But just seeing the flames at this moment with the winds again, they're expected to pick up in the next several hours, starting at 10 o'clock tonight. So this is not the worst of it. This definitely will not be the worst that we'll be seeing tonight. Micah shared, this is just, it's going to be a long night, to say the least.
This is live.
And the pictures that you're showing us, Carlos, Exhibit A of what firefighters and homeowners are dealing with there, the very powerful wind gusts and fire all around them. This just in, now we understand that the evacuation orders are stretching all the way to Calabasas. So the wrath of this fire is reaching far beyond Pacific Palisades tonight, as we've been reporting the winds expected to increase.
Into Calabasas.
flag conditions remain in place particularly dangerous situation when you have the combination of critical fire weather, damaging winds, and low relative humidity.
Let's see what we got.
Any new fire ignition can be explosive.
All
We've
those
seen that happen
fancy
with
homes,
This is
yesterday's
a weather
Palisades
term that
Fire.
I've heard
Oh,
of.
This
Lordy.
is new as of
Particularly
a couple
dangerous
years ago.
situation. Yeah.
And that just wants to drive the message home that this is a life-threatening situation. The National Weather Service has deemed this Santa Ana wind event a particularly dangerous situation. And the red flag conditions for Ventura County, LA County will stay in effect through 6 p.m. tonight. And that's tonight, which means that things will slowly improve by later this evening. The conditions out towards the Inland Empire communities in Orange County, that has been extended into Thursday. So you're not quite out of the woods yet there. And here's a look at how dry we are and what the upper levels of the atmosphere and why we're experiencing these strong winds. This area of low pressure that's situated just over now Baja area, it originated out of Canada. So there's a lot of cold air associated with it. And that cold air is what's helping to bring support to the offshore conditions. High pressure out over the ocean, and that pressure gradient very tight as it makes its way downward.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
descending
it could
winds
get worse yet,
making its way
not
through
better.
Arkansas
I'm
passes
sorry
now
to say.
widespread. It's a rare event because
Very rare events.
In the area, of course, the resources being depleted as they try to fight all these fires that are popping up all around the Palisades right now. Micah and Cher?
Yeah, it certainly is overwhelming for everybody involved, from media, of course, watching this and being so close, all the people that have had to leave, 30,000,
You guys, look at this. Oh, Lordy. Ah. Oh my God.
I'm getting text messages from my family who live in this area, and they're asking me if their home is okay. It's hard. It is a hard situation. They want to know. And just like everybody else that's evacuating this area, their home is okay. And unfortunately, we're seeing a lot of structures burned tonight.
We are, and clear pictures and definitive answers to the questions so many people have about the fate of their livelihoods, their homes, their belongings won't be known until daybreak at the earliest, as you see a situation that is rapidly unfolding in many neighborhoods now. And again, as we've been reporting, evacuation orders stretching all the way out to Calabasas. So the firefight continues into the night. Be safe, Sandra. And I assume you guys are going to boogie out of there soon. I would hope so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Isn't that where all those...
Yeah, Micah and Cher, if you can hear us, we have community members just driving up to the area now to check on buildings. They came up, they drove by quickly and got out of the area. The winds are just so intense. You can see there are trees now catching on fire. It looks like something on the side of the building is now going up in flames. So
not right now.
It's just hard to imagine how strong these winds are right now and how destructive this is going to be.
They just don't. Pray for
all right, Sandra Mitchell, be safe. We hope that you can leave that area and go somewhere a little bit farther from the flames. It just seems a little too close.
I agree.
In the meantime, we want to go now to Jean Kang. Jean Kang has been, Rachel Menitoff. She's been reporting for us. They're going around the Palisades neighborhood. What are you seeing now?
Palisades, pretty fancy dancy.
Hi, Cher. Yeah, we're at Sunset and Swarthmore Avenue, and we just saw a barrage of police cars come over here. There's an active fire straight ahead of us in the corner. It's hard to tell if it's a home or a condo building, but this area that was once a safe zone, a safe place for us to park, has become a very dangerous one. Also, the large Gelsons, which is on our left, we saw several of the trees around there catch fire. That was also a safe place for people to gather supplies and food before they evacuated, but it is no longer. Lots of fire personnel over here, and we're seeing embers just blowing in the wind, and sometimes they're benign, but sometimes they create these large brush fires that then spread. We're seeing a lot of police personnel over here. LAPD is driving up and down these streets, and on the loudspeaker, it's telling people to get out of the area. So for those people who are sticking around, police are telling them, you have to get out now. It's sort of your last chance because things are starting to pick up and get really serious. A couple of buildings are on fire in this area. This is the Gelson's parking lot where we're driving right now. The couple of tree fires that we saw were put out, it seems, but still heavy smoke, very hard to navigate. A couple of hot spots, I would say. And people have been told to leave this area. We saw, unfortunately, a home that was burning on Earlham about 30 minutes ago, and the winds and the ferocity of those flames were really overwhelming. You can tell how dark it is. It's getting harder and harder to fight this fire. But it's mostly a ghost town over here, except for these fire personnel. People are doing a good job of heeding the warnings. I'll give you one last look at this major intersection at Sunset and Swarthmore. Unfortunately, some of the buildings, you can see right here, you can see right ahead of us, this building, I can't tell which building it is, but you can see this building ahead of us. There are flames shooting from the roof. They've caught onto some of the brush and the trees. It looks like it's right behind a gas station. Obviously, all of the gas stations have been shut down, and for good reason, but look at these flames ahead of us.
Not gonna stop.
I can't tell if it's the gas station itself or a building next to it. But these are the kinds of situations that firefighters are dealing with. And then you have embers that are just strewn all over the ground here, straight ahead of us.
You're incognito there, Sean.
And this is the reason for the large fire presence over here. This building, which has caught fire, one of several along Sunset Boulevard. We're not going to get too close for obvious safety reasons. But it is very challenging now that it's dark outside and the winds are picking up. They're expected.
They're showing no signs of slowing down at this hour. Scenes of chaos, heartbreak, and devastation in Pacific Palisades, where the fierce flames have destroyed homes and forced tens of thousands to flee. And the winds are only expected to get worse as the night goes on.
And in the Altadena and Pasadena area, another brush fire is devastating a community, burning homes and leaving families rushing to escape. That includes dozens of senior citizens evacuated as the flames moved in. Let's begin with KTLA 5's John Fenoglio. He's live in Altadena with the latest on the Eaton Canyon brush fire. John?
My heart.
Yeah, Cher and Micah, this fire broke out just after 6:30 this evening and shortly thereafter exploded in size. Take a look over my shoulder here and I can show you that by our count, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, at least 8 homes that are currently burning right here off of New York Drive near North Altadena Drive. This is just near the Eaton Canyon Reservoir. Brush fire that began at just 10 acres and within 15 minutes exploded to some 200 acres. Right now, we're being told that the fire stands at around 400 acres scorched so far, but certainly that number is expected to grow as the winds continue to fan these flames across this foothill community. This is an area that is under mandatory evacuation orders at this moment. Hundreds of homes, people told to leave their homes in a moment's notice. And it's Lake Avenue.
Just get out of there. Just get out of there.
Eaton Canyon Golf Course to the east and Washington Boulevard to the south.
No,
that is a large swath of this community here in Altadena that were told to pack their things and leave immediately as this fire took off early this evening. And you can see the homes are
car carcasses
torched. They are burning out of control right now. We've been following LA County fire crews closely as engine companies position themselves in front of these homes to try to get water on hot spots. But it is just an incredibly...
Look at this.
Flames tearing through the iconic Hollywood Hills. Officials say dry conditions on the ground and whipping winds are fueling the spread, making the wildfire even more dangerous than recent ones in the region. The cloud of smoke over LA visible for miles. Miraculously, authorities saying tonight that no injuries yet have been reported, But the governor was just saying some people did not heed the evacuation orders. Now, the fire is scorching more than 1,200 acres and counting, powered by strong winds that could reach up to 100 miles per hour.
Yeah.
At least 250 firefighters have been deployed to fight the blaze. You're talking about firefighters from all over the state and all over Southern California, with 19 million people under red flag warnings, many of them also in the evacuation zone, which covers part of the northwest LA area. This is where the fire is happening right now, the evacuation zones. It is in the Palisades, that area of Los Angeles right there, and it's threatening Santa Monica and the surrounding communities.
Oh, it'll be gone.
Now, also, Will Rogers Beach, which is a very popular tourist destination near Santa Monica, has been evacuated as well. Residents seem grabbing what belongings they can carry and fleeing their homes. This is what the scene looks like, at least in one neighborhood. 30,000 people are now under evacuation orders. We want to begin our coverage tonight with Liz Kreutz, who's live for us tonight in Los Angeles. Liz, I want you to walk our viewers through what your day has been like over the past couple of hours. I know you were in some type of danger. You had to get out and reconnect with your crew. Talk to us about what you're seeing there behind you.
Hey, Tom. Yeah, it has been a really volatile, chaotic day for us, for so many people here right now. We made it out of the area where we had gotten stuck along with others in gridlock traffic. At one point, there were flames on both sides of the road. A bulldozer had to come through and push through abandoned cars to create a path, which is how we made it here to the Pacific Coast Highway. It is extremely windy. Just before you came to me, it felt like it was going to knock us over. It feels like the winds are pushing the flames towards the coast right now. We were seeing flames in the distance just moments ago. You see that intense smoke, and this is just getting started.
Yeah.
Tonight, panic in the Pacific Palisades as a wind-driven wildfire blazes through one of Southern California's most iconic neighborhoods.
Yeah. People are panicking, and it's a parking lot. So there's about an hour wait at the bottom of Palisades Drive.
I rushed over here to pack my belongings, and I got the evacuation orders.
Multiple homes burning, with residents told to get out. Some people getting trapped.
The homeowners are saying they're unable to access any exit routes. There's fire on both sides of the roads.
Many abandoning their cars in the gridlock traffic. Fire crews using a bulldozer to push cars out of the way to clear a path.
We are in bumper-to-bumper traffic right now as hundreds of people try to get out. You can see flames here on both sides of the road with very little visibility.
Right around, up and around those two homes, they didn't catch fire, but everything around them did.
Our NBC Los Angeles station inside this hard-hit neighborhood.
This is a large clock here, a large what looks like an antique, very beautiful family clock here on the ground. There are also photo albums that the firefighters pulled from the home just minutes before the flames overtook it, because they said that they felt like they at least wanted to save something.
Smoke from the growing fire seen for miles around LA, where another brush fire ignited in West Hollywood.
This is something you hardly ever see. We're in the heart of LA on Sunset Boulevard, where there was a brush fire that shut down the road here. All these firefighters trying to get ahead of the wind, putting out the flames that were up in these hills.
Firefighters using airdrops to put out the flames. Tonight, 19 million people under red flag warnings, with wind gusts throughout the state expected to reach 100 miles per hour in some areas, sending trees onto cars and power lines.
The only thing I heard above that wind was the power lines popping.
The intense smoke creating dangerous air quality across Southern California, with the firefight continuing into the night, where high winds are expected to only further fan the flames.
And Liz, we know that a news conference was just taking place before we came on the air. Update our viewers with any important information that came out of that news conference.
I didn't see it. Please do.
Yeah, Tom. So right now we know that this fire has exploded to more than 1,200 acres. 30,000 people are under evacuation orders right now. 10,000 structures are threatened right now. We know of multiple homes that have burned. We've also heard reports of people trapped, although officials are saying right now that there are no reports of injuries, which is truly remarkable, Tom, considering how fast this fire came through this neighborhood. But again, the winds are picking up, and the winds are expected to just grow throughout the night and fan the flames. We'll see, Tom.
Liz, there was a remarkable moment there in your story where you showed exactly what people in Los Angeles, some people in Los Angeles were going through. There was
Walking over here, we're going to follow them. These people just showed up here. I think they're trying to see what's left of their home here. But it's just house after house. 50,000 people evacuated
This is
here.
what it's
and
leaving behind.
invade their privacy, because this could be a hard moment for them.
but people are just coming back. I'm seeing a lot of people coming into this neighborhood, just trying to see what's going on. Jamie,
little fire here and there still.
You're seeing the insides of people's homes still burning as they're on fire, and you're actually there before the crews. And this is a different scene than what we've been seeing through the night when it was dark and those flames were lighting up the night sky. You can see now with the naked eye the scope of the damage there. The one fortunate thing I think is that these boulevards in Pasadena are wide boulevards. The access is a lot easier than some of those other mountain areas with the windy roads that are hard to access. Okay, so you have someone there.
On the big tree.
What's your name?
My name is Bob.
Bobby?
Bob.
Bob?
Yes.
Okay, so did you just come back to see what's left?
Yeah, what's happened in my house? I'm like to take a
Yeah,
look.
let's walk. Let's go walk.
Okay. Thank you.
Did you evacuate last night?
Yes. Oh, I have 3 family here. 3-unit building.
3-unit building.
Yes.
And everyone got out safely?
Yes.
Okay, is this your first time seeing it since it burned?
First time I'm here right now.
Oh, watch out, this building's going down. We're hearing a lot of crackling. Just be careful, Victor. So we're walking down Del Rey now, and was there a fire here when you left last night?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see what they say.
Just devastating. Let him go see his home.
It looks like his house is okay.
God.
This green one?
No, big tree.
The big tree. Oh, okay. The multi-unit?
Yeah, 2-unit here, back 1 unit.
Okay. And does your family live there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, his family lives there. He's just checking on it this morning. They left last night. I mean, this is what so many people are going to be doing this morning, is just coming up and seeing what's left. It looks like, this is a good
He
start.
didn't want to visit with you.
Looks like his house made it. Actually, I don't know. Looking at the back. You guys, this is just the reality
Stop
for so many
following
people
him.
right now. It's so sad.
Okay, that's disturbing. So we'll look over here.
Combination there. So that's why the utility crews are here. It looks like cutting power to the area. We are basically in the direction of where the wind and the smoke has been blowing. As the wind gusts pick up, we just get these thick balls of black smoke, Tom. Even as I was making my way down here to my crew on foot, I was seeing home after home burning, because with winds this strong, it picks up that ember and it just goes flying through the air. Whatever it catches is on fire. In some cases, that was homes, it was trees, it was cars, which have been abandoned here along Sunset Boulevard, Tom. Again, this entire area is under a mandatory evacuation. Nearly 30,000 people have been asked to leave their homes. And at times, police have been kind of frantic, just running through with sirens, with announcements, trying to get people out of the way, because this fire, this wind is making things incredibly dangerous, Tom.
Chase, your photographer there, when he goes wide on you, we can see that web of power lines above your head. And you mentioned that they were cutting power there. I know they've cut power to tens of thousands of residents in Los Angeles. Explain to our viewers why they're doing that, right? Because this is reminiscent of what we saw in Lahaina in Hawaii during the wildfires, where if you have down power lines, you have a wildfire, it can reignite other fires that have been put out.
Yeah.
Exactly. One live power line comes down and all of a sudden you have a brand new fire. You don't
is catastrophic. I'm on Alma Real Drive. Let me step out of the shot. Now, in the distance, do you see those flames? That is the Palisades branch of the public library. That is going to be a total loss. No. I'm going to ask photographer Tony Butita to pan off to the right. That thick black smoke is coming from Corpus Christi Church and School. They have lost one building at least.
I noticed
It is
that.
hard to determine exactly which building is burning right now, but I can tell you the smoke is black, it's thick, which means it is burning something right now. And earlier we heard an explosion come from in between the school and the church. Now you are looking at Alma Real Drive. This is right between, this is right next to Palisades Recreation Center, a little park. And you can see the damage done. There is house after house after house on this block that continues to burn this morning. We're going to just keep panning over to keep showing you. This house is a total loss. Across the street, I can't show you right now, but that is a total loss. And look at the size of that tree that has come crashing down. Just a moment ago, fire crews were trying to get through here. They could not. They had to back up and go the other way. And then you see in the distance there to the left, you see a house standing, while houses on either side of it have burnt to the ground.
Welcome
and
to
that
Mother Nature.
that speaks to how erratic the wind is. We have seen this countless times at major fires, how fires tend to hopscotch sometimes through blocks. They leave one home standing and they burn everything else to the ground. And you see there that massive tree that has come collapsing down. And all on this side of the block, all of these houses appear to have burned to the ground. And then you have that house just standing there. I'm going to bring photographer Tony Butita. Bear with me, these challenges of reporting live. I want to go back this way again. I want to go back to Corpus Christi, the center of the community, the church, the library. This is really the heart of any community. And you can see that thick black smoke. That is a building that is currently burning right now. I saw a building, just the metal was standing, the building was gone, and it has hit something else and it continues to burn. Now, I was on the other side in front of Corpus Christi Church on Carey Street between Toyopa Drive and Sunset Boulevard. Firefighters there had no water. Their frustration, they were watching a house burn, and all they could do was pull water from a pool to try to save a nearby structure because the structure next to it was too far gone. Why they had no water, they don't know. They're sent on their assignment. They don't know the logistics of what's happening, but they do know the challenges, and the challenges are they had no water, and we're watching this house burn to the ground. It is heartbreaking. It is devastating, and you can bet this is going to be the center of a lot of investigative work as to why certain blocks had no water. Are there broken pipes? Is there a defective water system? Did the water just run out? What happened on these blocks? And it's just house after house. On Toyopa Drive, we saw entire blocks of homes burnt to the ground. The damage is catastrophic. The damage is devastating. And again, you are looking live at the public library. The Palisades branch of the public library will be a total loss. It is just collapsing. We were standing in front of it as the building was just collapsing right in front of us. No firefighters there. They're trying to save structures that they can save, and the ones that are a total loss, they're just leaving to burn right now. It is just absolutely devastating to watch, and that is the latest. Again, if you're just joining us here on Good Day LA, we're covering the Palisades Fire along with the other major fires in Southern California that are burning right now. Tens of thousands of people remain under a mandatory evacuation order, and this is why their homes have burnt to the ground. I'm just going to leave you with a shot of the home here on Alma Real, burnt to the ground, and this is just one of a multitude, too many to be able to even count. We can't even get through the block to be able to tell you how many homes on this street alone have been lost. I'm Gigi Graciette, reporting live from the Palisades Fire.
How dangerous is it right now?
It's getting worse. I mean, to be just put it bluntly, it smells like barbecue. It smells like smoke out here. So we've already got those people with chronic disease, with asthma and other lung disease. It's not something you may see immediately. It may be something that you're fine now, but in a few days you really start to see that effect. And we've seen that as wildfires have taken hold in other parts of the country, including in Manhattan, just not too long ago. So, Tom, to answer your question, it is getting worse, and we're really, really urging people to put these on if you are nearby.
How fast? I'm sure you were watching it all day. How fast did this fire spread?
Well, I can tell you in the morning when I woke up, there was none of this here. And over the span of a few hours, you're hearing sirens every few minutes here. Fire trucks presumably headed north to the Palisades. It's really spread over a matter of hours, Tom. What really worries us is that experts are predicting these winds to pick up in the night and to get worse. And so we're worried that this is only the beginning.
Okay, Dr. Akshay Syal, we thank you so much for joining our coverage. For more on the exploding wildfire, I'm joined live now by Sue Cole. She's the president of the Pacific Palisades Community Council. She had to evacuate, is now in the Westchester neighborhood of Los Angeles. Sue, walk me through why you had to evacuate and what you saw as you were leaving.
Why did you have to?
Well, the good news is, I mean, there's very little good news, but we've had notifications from the city for the last couple of days that we were going to have terrible wind conditions and a fire could easily erupt. So we were sort of on the ready. This morning started out normally heavy winds, and a lot of us in town heard at about 10:15, 10:20 that a fire had broken out. At first, the evacuation was only meant for areas like the Highlands, the top of Bienvenida, areas that were in the hills. But very quickly, more notifications came saying everybody in town needs to evacuate. I had calls from a lot of people saying, well, I don't think so. We're in the village, we're in the flats. I told everybody, take your pets, take your medications, take everything that can't be replaced and get out. My family left pretty quickly because I for one, am not a risk taker. So the main problem the Palisades have, as you've seen on all the news reports, is that access in and out is so incredibly limited.
Yeah.
We've got Sunset Boulevard to PCH, and these other streets that come down into Sunset get jammed and clogged so quickly. That's why people were, I'm sure, panicking and leaving their cars, just worried that they weren't going to be able to get out.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. We have an update now. The fire's now grown to 1,300 acres, so another 100 acres since we've been on the air. Do you think there's people stuck?
There has to be.
I would be very surprised if there weren't some people stuck. We have elderly people. We have people that can't walk, and unless they have a family member or neighbor at the ready helping them out, it's very frightening.
Yeah.
Because like I said, everything is jammed up. Even if you can get out of your house, you need to get out of the neighborhood, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
Sue Cole, we thank you for joining our coverage tonight. I'm glad you're in safer grounds right now. I do want to go back to Chase, who is on the scene there at Sunset Boulevard and Pacific Coast Highway. I also want to bring in our meteorologist, Bill Cairns. Bill, I'm going to start with you. Walk us through what Chase is seeing right now.
Watching all this unfold right now.
Yes.
It's close to home for you. It does.
It does. We've gone to that parish so many times. We were just there last week at Christmas time. We were walking around that beautiful neighborhood because of all the beautiful Christmas decorations that everyone had. People work hard to get their home, their dream home, and it's in this beautiful neighborhood, and it's gone. It's hard to see family members home, more than likely gone. I've asked Gigi to maybe just walk around the corner there, but I'm
We'll lose the shot and you guys get safe, and we'll check back in a bit.
Yeah. All right. Shut it down. And then we'll get back to you. This is the view from a airplane from KTLA photographer Paul Sanchez, as he's giving us an aerial perspective to the devastation in the Palisades. Sky 5 unable to fly due to a temporary flight restriction put in place because President Biden is in town. But this is an incredible view of what it looks like from above.
Yeah, we will have more in terms of an aerial perspective, we believe, tomorrow once the sun comes up and we begin to get a good measure of the level of devastation
Has it ever
here.
spread since
But if you've been watching the coverage,
on?
you can deduce, frankly, dozens and dozens and dozens of homes in the Palisades area have been lost. The Palisades Village under siege tonight. Homes along PCH, along the beach, gone as well. One of two communities under siege tonight. Altadena struggling as well, as we saw moments ago. Entire neighborhoods burning, rows and rows of homes from a fire that is spread out of Eaton Canyon
That is amazing
into the
to
neighborhoods
see.
of Altadena.
Look at it.
And case in point, we've got Jen live
And in a
in
populated
that neighborhood
area.
that
This
we
isn't
just saw a few
bushfire.
moments ago. Boy,
This is
those
in a
aerials
city.
over Pacific Palisades, something else.
Yeah, it's overwhelming to see how wide of a space that it has consumed, and makes you worry about all of those homes that
be
are there.
safe, you guys.
We want to go to Altadena, as you mentioned, Micah, and take a look at this video. It is just pitch black, no visibility whatsoever. The firefighters
That's a
just
good
disappearing
question,
into the dark. Let's go over to Jen McGraw right now. She's been watching this community and watching these homes ignite in minutes.
Oh,
Jen?
yeah. From a spark to gone.
Sure, Micah, this is just unbelievable. We've seen homes perfectly fine and standing, and now just multiple homes on fire. These firefighters now trying to put out the brush that just caught fire before my last live shot. And I look over to my right, and there's another home on fire, and the winds are picking up. This neighborhood is in big trouble. And sadly, I look down the street as things are blowing up and embers are flying. I look down the street and I see hardly any fire trucks because it is so stretched thin at this point.
Yeah.
Firefighters doing all they can to save this community.
I hope we
But
see a
this
lot
point,
of
it's
help
becoming
coming in today. They need
a
it.
desperate situation. I bet you guys can hear the wind just howling.
Oh yeah.
And as again, I
Like,
can't
look at
begin
the
to tell
trees,
you
what's left of them.
how crazy it is to drive street by street by street,
A
streets miles
fire
away,
creates almost
and
like its
see
own weather pattern.
that palm trees are on fire, homes are on fire, daycares are on fire. We did drive by the Pasadena High School, and that was okay at that
We're
point.
gonna
but
go
there
over
were
here,
some
guys.
trees.
As they're waking up, they need to be prepared to go.
Margaret Stewart with LA City Fire. We really appreciate you. Thank you for all the information that you provided us this morning. We'd like to check in with you later. Thank you so much.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate that. Good morning, I'm Brooke Thomas. Thank you for joining us.
We're following breaking news. Obviously, overnight, some extraordinary situation with 3 fires burning in the LA County area. I'm Bob DeCastro. Welcome to Good Day LA. As we have special coverage this morning of these multiple fires burning across LA County. Homes have burned. Thousands more are threatened. Fires burning out of control in Pacific Palisades. You saw that fire break out yesterday. We now have a fire in Sylmar and another near Altadena. At 8 o'clock this morning, we expect to get an update on all of these fires and the firefight. Dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. We'll have that list for you in a few moments. For now, crews continue their best to save lives and property.
Yeah, this fast-moving Palisades fire has already burned 2,900 acres, forcing thousands of people to evacuate.
We've got team coverage. Gigi Graciette is live there covering the Palisades fire. Gigi, good morning.
We have seen multiple homes, Bob and Brooke, on fire right now. We are on Sunset Boulevard at Chautauqua, and you can see there are more homes here burning. We just came from Rivas Canyon. Homes on both sides of the street on fire, appearing already to be a total loss. We were at Rustic Lane, multiple homes there on fire right now. Firefighters doing their best to get from one home to another, facing multiple challenges. The biggest, of course, are these winds. They are erratic, they are strong, and they are pushing the ember. The ember cast is flying anywhere from a mile to 5 miles away, causing even more fires, spot fires. We drove up Sunset Boulevard from the 405 freeway, and I can tell you both sides of the street are burning. There are trees down everywhere, making it very challenging, even for fire vehicles to go around. If you don't have your high beams on, you risk running right into a tree. It is very dark. There is no power, and the hillsides are just lit up with flames. As Brooke mentioned, over 2,900 acres. That number is expected to go up. We will be getting a briefing later this morning, but right now they're not counting acres. They are counting the losses, and they don't know how many they're going to be, but we know there are several because we are watching as these homes just burn to the ground. We heard firefighters facing one challenge. They had no water. That is a huge issue. Also here in the Palisades that will be looked at post-fire, but right now firefighters doing their best. The units continue to come into this area from all over the state. And let's talk about injuries. We've got some breaking news. Overnight, a man was found stumbling on Pacific Coast Highway. His clothes, the majority of his clothes, had been burnt off. He had burns to most of his body. He was in extremely critical condition, obviously rushed to a burn center. Unclear if that man is going to make it and what the circumstances are surrounding how he got burnt. But that happened overnight on Pacific Coast Highway. We're hearing about an LA City firefighter. We actually heard this call go out, and it is the call that makes firefighters' hearts stop. Mayday call for LA City firefighter down. We understand it's a 25-year-old firefighter, has a very serious head injury, and that is one of multiple people taken to the hospital already. There are multiple burn patients. A lot of them were found on Pacific Coast Highway. How they got there, what the circumstances are, unclear. The priority, getting them the medical help they clearly and urgently needed. So this is not going to be a story about homes that were lost only. This is also going to be a story about some very serious injuries. Our thoughts and prayers obviously go out to that man and his family. Again, extremely critical, with burns to the majority of his body. He is now in a burn center, we understand, intubated this morning as doctors work to try to save his life. That is what is happening here in the Palisades, over 2,900 acres. That number is expected to go up later this morning. And we've counted at least 8 homes that we have seen this morning that are burning. Bob and Brooke?
It's heartbreaking to hear about the injuries, Gigi, so thank you for telling us about that. And of course, we'll learn more information as the day goes on. Can you tell us what was it like driving up to there? And you're like in the Rustic Canyon area, right? Because the fire had broken out near the Palisades, in the Palisades area, and the expectation was that the winds would push this fire westward and perhaps in the southwesterly direction towards the ocean. But this is a little east of that, right? So where are you for our folks at home that are watching? They're wondering what street you're reporting from so that we can get an idea of where you are.
Yeah.
We are on the corner of Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard. And this is where several homes are burning right now. We were at Rustic Lodge, a private road where homes are burning. We were also on the corner of Rivas Canyon and Sunset Boulevard, where homes on both sides of the street of Rivas and on Sunset Boulevard are also burning. Another challenge, obviously firefighters have their radio communications, and that's how they're able to stay in touch. But a big challenge here is the internet connection, is cell connection. It is bad. It is spotty at best. We lost our signal earlier. We were unable to bring you those live images from Rivas Canyon. We'll bring them to you later because, of course, we shot them. But homes are burning throughout. Again, we're on the corner of Chautauqua Boulevard and Sunset Boulevard, where homes are burning. And this is just one of 3 locations that we've stopped at within blocks of each other where we've seen homes actively burning, and sadly, a total loss.
You know, Gigi, you're someone obviously who's covered many fires here for Fox 11, someone who our community really looks to when it comes to any sort of breaking news coverage. But we're talking about, for many people this morning, the differences in what we're seeing here in this Palisades fire. Any comparisons or differences compared to what you've seen before when it comes to what you're seeing right now?
Well, Brooke, any firefighter will tell you that firefighting has changed dramatically in the last 10 years or so. They are seeing erratic fire behavior. Erratic was a word you never heard a firefighter used. Now it is commonplace. The wind is erratic. Just the fact that we're seeing a Santa Ana wind event of this magnitude in January, an extremely rare occasion, tells you the difficulty, the challenges that firefighters are facing. When I started fire coverage, there was a fire season. The Santa Anas usually hit around November, October. You expected to see fires. You expected to see the wind. Now firefighters will tell you fire season is year round. And you are seeing it right now in January with this this is so rare, Brooke. Meteorologists will tell you, I'm sure Maria Quiban, Samara Khan will have more on how rare Santa Ana wind event is in the month of January. They're usually in November, in early December. We saw Camarillo. We saw all those homes lost there last month. That is typical of the Santa Anas. January is not typical. And this fire behavior, you're seeing those flames right now. We can feel the embers coming towards us, and we're across the street. This is a 4-lane street, Sunset Boulevard right here. That is being pushed, being fanned by the winds right now. Those embers, Brooke and Bob, they can fly anywhere from a mile to 5 miles away and start a whole new fire within the fire area. And that is the challenge that firefighters are facing this morning.
You're talking about the differences, Gigi, and also what's interesting is that a couple of things. First of all, there was a new term that I learned, particularly dangerous situation is what the meteorologists are now calling it, the National Weather Service. That's a sort of a new phenomenon, at least for me. And then, these are very powerful winds, but what's jarring, I think, about this fire is that, you're talking about a fire on Sunset Boulevard. We're talking about a fire now. We saw the Malibu fire. Obviously, it burned homes in the Malibu area. We've covered that for many years. This has gone down to Sunset Boulevard, major metropolitan area that we're talking about. The Palisades Village. Ed Laskos was saying that there are multiple structures burned near Palisades Village. So these are very heavily traveled thoroughfares, areas that we know and love here in Southern California that are now burning.
Yeah.
And Bob, there is a graphic that is being on social media that is being sent around. When I first saw it, I thought it was created by a meteorologist, someone at home warning people about the high winds. Much to my surprise, the seal of the National Weather Service is on it, and it's titled Life-Threatening and Destructive Windstorm. Those are very heavy words, and that was meant to warn people of what was happening. Life-threatening and destructive windstorm, extreme risk, take immediate action, and it listed the areas of concern for this fire. Now, this fire, we actually saw it when it broke out at 10:30 yesterday morning. I was on the 405 freeway. My photographer was too. And you could just see that black plume of smoke rising from the Palisades area. And it just grew and did not stop and has not stopped growing. Again, if you're just tuning into Good Day LA, we've been on the air round the clock. The Palisades Fire now growing to over 2,900 acres. And this is one of two fires. Mario Ramirez is live in the Sylmar area with another fire. I can tell you there are mandatory evacuation orders on that in that area, and they include Santa Clarita. I have friends that were evacuated at midnight last night, come to my house. They live in Santa Clarita, which is a good distance from the Sylmar fire over the hill. But the way the winds were blowing, officials not taking any chances. They told people, get out and get out now while the 5 freeway is still open.
There's also the Eaton fire in Altadena as well. So, and this wind
there's
event,
just
Gigi, is not
so
over. We
much.
appreciate your coverage. We will check in with you in just a bit.
There's just so
Thank
much.
you, Gigi. Mario Ramirez is actually in Sylmar covering the Hearst fire for you. He has more now on that fire.
Hi, Brooke, Bob. We can tell you that fire is still raging. You can see here some of the flames picking up and the embers that are being carried by the winds. This is a little calmer than what we saw even 15, 20 minutes ago, but these flames are still burning out of control here in this area. So we're at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Community, Mobile Home Estates, and we're on Sombrero Street, and we continue to watch county and city fire crews make their way here into this area. And we've been watching a few people evacuate here from this neighborhood. I want to see if I can talk to a family here. Good morning. I understand that you all are evacuating from this home here.
That is correct.
How has this whole process been? I imagine stressful looking at all this.
Oh, definitely. It started at about 10 o'clock and, we haven't slept. So right now we just came back and to see this.
And is everybody okay? Were you able to get everybody out safely?
Yeah. Everybody's good so far. Thank God. But hopefully these winds die down and we'll be back.
Absolutely. We're going to look over here, guys. Okay, it doesn't seem like there is any volume.
Hello. Valerie?
Oh.
Hi, yes.
I hear something. State of emergency declared in Cali, Los Angeles.
Figured, okay, embers were going to go that way. By the time the fire got there, maybe the winds would shift. I had no idea. I mean, I don't know if you've been on that side of lake, but it's devastating.
Mike, thank you so much.
Lizzie.
And I love your Chicago Bears beanie. It makes me think of Adrian Arambulo.
Appreciate it. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you. God bless you guys. So he and his wife, Jenny,
get
here
out of
with the
your
water
house,
hose,
man.
And their house is still intact. They did evacuate, as you heard. And then they came back to their home, and the home they were staying at was also evacuated. Here we have this guy, Dakota. Dakota, I saw you earlier. You were driving around. Are you from this area?
Yes, ma'am. I live over near Allen and Washington, in that area.
Okay, so we've been in a small radius here throughout the morning.
Yeah.
About between, a small 1 mile radius. You've been cruising around the streets and neighborhoods. Can you describe what you've seen? How many homes?
Probably over 100, definitely. It's
Oh,
kind of
absolutely.
apocalyptic a little bit, as you can see right now. Just the sun itself looks kind of crazy. But yeah, it's really sad. Unfortunately, I don't live over in this area. I live a little bit more down in Washington. So, I'm just here to experience it. It's unfortunate that we have this, you know what I'm saying? We don't really get this a lot at all, really. We don't get this at all. It's our first time I think we've ever had a fire like this. It's usually just only up in the mountains. So, yeah, just to witness this is kind of crazy, and it's very unfortunate for all the people that are having to go through this.
So you've seen in your experience about 100 homes go up in flames. How about personnel, emergency personnel in the streets? Very limited.
There's a lot of them actually. Yeah, not limited at all. Yeah, they're everywhere. To be honest, they're very much everywhere. They are trying to fight this fire, but the wind is just way too strong.
It is.
Thank you so much, Dakota.
Homes, guys.
All right, so this is the situation.
Look at this, guys.
Fire crews are out here fighting the flames as best they can. You can see that a little bit of this power pole is on fire now as well, and that's because of those embers sparking and flying everywhere as crews continue to fight this fire. There are several thousands upon thousands of people that are evacuated because of the fire here. We know the Pasadena Convention Center is a place where you can safely evacuate at this point, but again, it is very important for people to evacuate if they haven't so far, especially because there are also a number of explosions that keep going off, and that's because of the power lines, but also because of the vehicles that are in this neighborhood. But you're just seeing, obviously, homes burned to the ground.
Yep.
I mean, just for blocks and blocks, Coco, this is
miles
why
and
it's
miles.
so important to please heed those evacuation orders. All the stuff that's left behind is a physical representation of the memories that you have. You will still have your memories. You cannot afford to lose your sense of safety or your life, frankly. And these embers can travel so fast at the drop of a hat. How many homes have you seen catch on fire just in the limited amount of time that you have been in that neighborhood, Coco?
Armando and I were counting, and then we ended up losing count. I mean, at this point, it's definitely at least a dozen or so. And like I said, the fire is jumping. So now we're walking down this driveway, and you can see that these two homes have been burned. And at this point, with the embers flying everywhere, there's no telling if the homes next to it will soon catch fire as well. So obviously, a very dangerous situation. And now as we see, right as we were speaking, there was an ember that flew here, and you can see that smoke is now coming from this home. So that's how quickly it happens.
And it takes, I'm telling you, just a matter of minutes for homes to go up when the embers travel like that. Look at that. Is that a?
It's the embers.
I don't even know what I'm looking at right now.
That fan the fires. It's the embers.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Of course. And
it looks like washer dryers.
Right.
Everything.
And then the other issue is when the embers travel on the
That's
trees,
what I
the trees
thought,
fall, making it impossible for fire crews to get access to some of those roads as well. I just want to, if we could just listen in for a moment.
Oh yeah. If you want to listen in, you can hear this fire roaring.
Wow. It's going to take them forever to contain.
And this is your house, or your friend's house, or your neighbor's house, or a family member's house.
Yeah.
This must be going through your mind. Or just That's going to be attached to this.
Nothing but trauma.
This little girl's taking Tylenol.
Oh my God.
This is giving me a headache.
If you're not somebody who prays or believes in a higher power, just think a positive thought for all of these people all across Southern California today that are going through immeasurable, extraordinary loss.
Yeah.
This is just unbelievable. And if you are somebody who prays, say a prayer, say multiple.
I mean, look at how black that smoke is right now.
Yep.
It's remarkable, the juxtaposition when you see where Mario's live shot was at the Hearst fire, and then Coco, where you are at this Eaton fire. Just the entire sky is now black with that smoke. And you can see, look at another home behind her is just.
And where are you
up.
right now, Coco? Can you give us a sense, like, what street are you on?
Oh, don't get close to
we're
those
on
cars.
East
It makes me
Sacramento
very
Street and
uncomfortable.
Lake Avenue, and we were on Lake Avenue and Verada Place, which is the street right over. But that street has been taken over by fire crews who are trying to save as many homes as they can. They're obviously in this neighborhood as well, fighting the flames. But yeah, we're on East Sacramento Street, and it's just home after home that's burned, and cars as well. And some of these homes you can't even make out the addresses, but I know this home that just burned on fire is 803 East Sacramento Street. So obviously our thoughts and prayers are with whoever owns or resides in this home, because this home is on fire, and because of the resources, fire crews are not able to get to it just yet. They're doing the best they can to put out the fires that keep sparking, and obviously make sure these power poles also are continuing to spark, because that really could lead to quite a dire situation, especially because it was burning up top, and now there's more embers that have traveled. So now more of this power pole is on fire, which could be a very dangerous situation.
Okay, Coco, thank you for your reporting out there. Stay safe. We're going to let you catch your breath, my friend.
Yes,
thank you for your work out there. And here are some evacuation numbers for the Eaton fire reported by the Angeles National Forest just before 4 o'clock this morning. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are now under evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings, we're talking over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are under those.
The Angeles National Forest put out this update just after 3 o'clock this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest to JPL. They do note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center has been put together. And finally, there's new road closures for the Eaton fire announced just after 6:30 this morning. Angeles Crest Highway 2 now closed from locking out of Flint Ridge to Angeles Forest Highway. Also, Angeles Forest Highway is closed at Big Tahunga Road.
And Maria, you know, you said this best earlier, just watching this, and all we can do right now is just wait for these winds to die down.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to happen in the next hour. In fact, not until later this afternoon and early evening when we're starting to notice really the noticeable change or the relaxing of those winds. In the meantime, please use this time. If you're not around the fire directly under evacuation zone, you want to get ready. So make sure you are prepared, especially if you're in that ready zone. You want to make sure that you have all your paperwork in order, have your ready, set, go bag ready in case you are evacuated. Some of the peak wind gusts over the last 24 hours, just wanted to show you how strong it was. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, this is in the San Gabriel Mountains, 86 mile per hour wind gusts. Fremont Canyon out towards Orange County and Santa Ana Mountains, 80 mile per hour winds there. The wind gusts. Running Springs, 74 miles per hour. Eaton Canyon, where those fires are still going, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and Rancho Cucamonga with 63 miles an hour. Yesterday, Running Springs got some snow because of this cold area of low pressure, which has really dropped to our south, and it is moving south and east away from
time and in a timely manner to keep the hydrants going. So that's a failure, whether on DWP's part or another city agency. But this is basic stuff. This isn't high science here. And it's all about leadership and management that we're seeing a failure of. And all of these residents are paying the ultimate price for that.
Despite what you heard from Caruso, we are told no firefighters are running out of water. Federal aid is on the way for local firefighter efforts, the wildfire efforts. Governor Gavin Newsom says President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the
at
number
it.
of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed. And the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says Biden has been briefed and directed his team to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds grounded President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley, where he was set to announce 2 national monuments honoring Native American tribes.
An evacuation center has been set up for fire victims. Evacuees can go
There you
to the
go, guys.
Westwood Recreation
Share
Center.
this
It's
out.
at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation center is open at the Dream Center in Los Angeles.
Go make
The
yourself
evacuation
safe,
center for
peeps.
livestock and larger animals. We saw people moving their horses out or trying to, smoke and fire all around them. This evacuation center is Pierce College, okay? It's at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. And for any smaller pets like cats and dogs, they can be taken to the LA County Animal Shelter at 29525 Agora Road in Agora.
More than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades Fire. You can see video right here, just how close the fire is getting to many homes around this area. We're going to listen into this.
It's not worth it to stay. Well, oh my God. Oh, get out of there.
You're gonna be okay.
What are you doing in your house, man?
Don't worry about that, bitch.
Oh my God, man. What the hell is he doing?
This is video that has gone viral.
What the hell is that guy doing? Get his dog over there at least.
Pacific Palisades area. An evacuation center has been set up for these folks. Again, we can only glean that with this video that he sent out that he is now safe with his dog. But I can tell you, if you are this close to the fire and you see flames that close, you can definitely feel the heat. So I can't even imagine what he was feeling at that point.
What was he thinking?
And then you see how the wind is blowing the flames and the smoke in every direction there. The sound there, not just of the crackling fire that's racing toward his home and threatening his house, but also the howling winds that he was dealing with. So again, we don't know exactly what had happened to this person, but we can just hope and pray that he's okay.
Well, that's
All right, again, 3 fires are burning out of control across LA County. We have Mario Ramirez on the phone with us as he covers the fire in Sylmar. Mario.
Hi, Brooke and Bob. We've been watching the Hearst fire burn right above the Oak Ridge mobile home community here in Sylmar. And if you're not familiar, it's just right above the 210 freeway, which if you are on the 210 or the 5 freeway in the Sylmar area, you will definitely see the smoke and the flames for miles as you might be making your way through the area. Now, the Hearst fire, it started at about 50 acres. Last night around 10 o'clock, it quickly grew to over 500 in just a few hours, and we're still feeling those really strong winds. We know this area has lots of dry vegetation, and we spoke with a few residents who were leaving their homes early this morning in this community. The good news is that a lot of them did get emergency alerts or evacuation alerts letting them know to leave their properties. We've also seen local police, LAPD here in the neighborhood making their way around with their lights, their searchlights, as well as their loudspeaker every once in a while, letting residents know that they are in a danger zone. As far as crews, we have LA Fire, LA City Fire, and LA County Fire that are on the scene here. And they've actually been able to do a great job at protecting the structures from going up in flames here. The fire, for the most part, has been burning in dry vegetation and brush just above this mobile home community. But there are several mandatory evacuations, which means leave now. Don't wait. Leave your home as soon as possible. They include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Silbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive, and a little farther to the north. There's also an area near the Whitney Canyon Park that has been ordered to evacuate. So these are not to be taken lightly. We know that 3 evacuation shelters have been set up, one at the Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon in Pacoima, Northridge Park, and the Sepulveda Rec Center in Panorama City. The winds, they've really been extreme for the last couple of hours that we've been out here. We know that yesterday we had anticipated this. We talked about these really strong gusts, but we're seeing how unpredictable they can be. So the concern now is with these hot spots that are up in the hillsides, we're still feeling those really strong gusts. So they could carry some of these embers to other areas. But from what we can tell, no structures have been lost here in this area, which is great news. We haven't heard about any injuries. And we are keeping an eye on this area as crews seem to be making somewhat progress on the hillside here. But this incident is not over, and we are seeing crews being shifted into some of the other areas here in Sylmar. So an indication that maybe some flames or some embers maybe.
They stay here, a lot of elder people here. That's why I'm afraid. And then last night, I keep yelling to my husband. I said, let's go now. Let's go now. Bring that dog now. Grab the dog now. I said, okay, don't be nervous. Okay, I'm here and everything is ready. I said, okay, let's go.
Yeah, that's got to be stressful, and that's what fire officials recommend: is you have a plan, have everything you need, and get ready to go at a moment's notice. Have you guys done this before? Have you been through evacuations?
I was back in 2017, 18, I think it was, but the flames were so much higher than this one, and that one was worse. I mean, that was, everybody had to evacuate. So, and then, like you said earlier,
that would be horrible.
I wasn't here then. That was the worst. It destroyed everything. But management has done a great job here, because they have the gardeners weed out around the perimeter of the entire park to leave about, I don't know, 30 feet up the mountain. So that prevents the fire to travel into the homes. And as you can see today, thank goodness, thank God that nothing was destroyed.
Yeah, and have you seen some of the other activity in Pasadena with the fire there, and the Pacific Palisades? When you hear that homes were lost, people were injured, what goes through your mind?
Yeah, that's made just very afraid that what happened, because this is my first time what happened to my life. Yeah. Very so sad.
Okay. But we did see the as we're traveling down the 210 last night, we saw the Altadena fire, and it's not a pretty scene. And then again this morning, we're coming up the Verdugo Road from Colorado Boulevard. So the 2 freeway, big dark cloud above us. Unbelievable how big and huge it was.
Yeah, and speaking of, thank you both for talking to us. But as you mentioned, there are multiple fires burning really all around us. And before we send it back to you, I just want to show you this huge plume of smoke spreading across the area, and we're not sure which fire this is coming from, but that is basically what people are dealing with, waking up this morning, seeing smoke, multiple fires in different regions here. We'll stay on top of this one. That's the latest in Sylmar. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll go ahead and send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Mario. Yeah, it's
Mario.
startling to think that no matter where you are, if you're
up,
driving
guys.
somewhere this morning, you're going to either see or smell the smoke from these fires. And just into our newsroom, we should mention we have new evacuation notices from the Glendale Fire Department. An evacuation order has just been issued for Chevy Chase Canyon residents. The evacuation route is south on Chevy Chase via Emerald Isle. Do not proceed north, they're telling people.
And here's a live look at downtown LA. We are expecting to hear from fire officials in just a few minutes as we approach 8 o'clock.
Yes, they are set to hold a news conference at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll bring it to you live just as soon as that begins. We should also tell you that more than 10,000 homes are being threatened by the Palisades Fire. Look at this video that was shot. I believe this was overnight in the Pacific Palisades. A man and his dog were inside this home filming this video. We can only hope that that gentleman and his pet are okay. Right now, we don't have confirmation on that, but this is a video that certainly made the rounds and it's gone viral. As you can see how close those flames are. That is terrifying to see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this makes you cranky. What was he thinking?
You're gonna be okay.
Get the hell out of there.
Don't worry about that, bitch. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. I can't imagine how he must have been feeling. There's a lot of questions that are going to be coming out of this video, obviously, why he remained there. But we know it's not easy. We know that these flames can spread erratically. And we also know that when you're talking about winds that are 60 to 80 miles an hour in some of these burn spots, one ember can travel up to 5 miles. So there's a level of unpredictability that comes along with a fire of this magnitude. And we're not just dealing with one, we're dealing with 3 major fires in our area as we speak. And we should also mention an evacuation center has been set up for those folks.
Embers are always something that's part of the conversation when you talk about fire behavior. But then when you have these raging Santa Ana winds, these embers are flying faster and faster at an unprecedented pace, and even starting these major ember storms that look like fireflies in the sky. But there are these embers that are just raging, and then it's just so many things. No water in the Palisades.
Yeah.
Because of the winds that can't get up in the air to the super scoopers. It's just become an untenable situation in that community, and many fire officials are standing by helpless in some cases.
That's right, and we are poised to hear an update from those fire officials to just give us an update on the acreage, the containment. We believe that all these fires are 0% contained right now, but we do, as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, await from fire officials there. And we've been doing this coverage for I believe since 11 o'clock, continuing coverage yesterday morning. Once there's no more terrifying word when you're talking about Santa Ana winds that are coming at you this fast than the word fire. And we had a sense that something like this would happen.
Maria were talking about it yesterday.
Right, we hoped it wouldn't, but
crews down from up north just in case.
Straight out of a nightmare.
But here we are, and it is remarkable to note. And again, we are we're in the thick of it right now, but we haven't heard any reports of any deaths as a result of these fires. I know that the firefighters are dealing with a lot right now. We are hearing of several notable injuries. One firefighter, we're told, suffered a severe head injury while working the fire last night. He's 25 years old. Officials got a Mayday call, which is about the worst call that you can get when it comes to a first responder. And then there was another civilian who was a man found stumbling down PCH in the Palisades, and his clothes were essentially burned off. He is in extremely critical condition, we're told, being intubated at the hospital with burns on the majority of his body. And as workers try to save his life. But in the meantime, let's get to this press conference right now that's happening. As we said, it's 8 o'clock. You're watching Good Day LA. Let's listen in.
Our first speaker is Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair, Catherine Barger.
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments short because I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time. But let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things that people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention Center for those impacted by the Eaton Canyon fire. I also want to acknowledge our faith-based partners. All Saints has opened up their church for those that are evacuating the Pasadena area. But again, it's important for us to recognize that while the firefighters are there to protect structures, life is first and foremost frontline. We need to make sure that people heed the advice of our first responders. With that, I'm going to introduce our LA County Fire Chief, Anthony Maroney, to give you an update on what is going on. But I just want to thank Chief Maroney as well as Chief Crowley for the work that they are doing to make sure that our first responders have all the resources necessary. Chief Maroney.
So good morning. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. My name is Anthony Maroney. I am the County of Los Angeles Fire Chief, and I'm also the Region 1 Coordinator for Fire and Rescue Resources. I'm going to be giving an update on the Palisades Fire in addition to the Eaton Fire, although I am aware that we have 4 large fires burning in LA County at this time. The Palisades Fire is located in both LA City and LA County. We are in unified command with the City of Los Angeles Fire Department, in addition to CAL FIRE. We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment. We have an estimated 1,000 structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate, in addition to first responders who are on the fire line. We have over 1,000 personnel assigned, and the cause of the fire is unknown. However, it is under investigation. For the Eaton Fire, it is located in both the Angeles National Forest, the Altadena area of LA County, and Pasadena. LA County is in unified command with both the Angeles National Forest and the Pasadena Fire Department. We have over 2,000 acres burning at this time, and the fire continues to grow with 0% containment. We have over 500 personnel assigned, and unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries. We have over 100 structures destroyed, and the cause of the fire is unknown and under investigation. I will ask that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley update you on the Hearst Fire after I am finished with my remarks. The LA County Fire Department operational area consists of 29 separate fire departments in LA County, and all of those fire departments are at drawdown with no fire apparatus or additional personnel to spare. As the Region 1 Coordinator, I have requested mutual aid from the 5 counties of Orange, Los Angeles, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo counties. Additionally, last night, I contacted the State Office of Emergency Services and requested 50 engine strike teams. 50 engine strike teams is composed of 250 fire engines and over 1,000 personnel. We have also requested resources from out of state, as well as Northern California. Thank you to the first responders from Nevada, Oregon, and Washington State that are already on the road coming to LA County to assist. Lastly, the National Weather Service has predicted a continued red flag weather event with strong winds and low humidities, placing all residents of Los Angeles County in danger. To all of our viewers, please prioritize your safety as well as the well-being of those around you.
And
as we come together to continue to get through this widespread disaster. Los Angeles County firefighters will remain on the front line until we reach full containment. And we ask that you keep all of Los Angeles County in your thoughts and prayers. I would now like to invite up Los Angeles City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley to give her briefing. Thank you.
And we do have another presser coming up in about 20 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is
From the
Kristen
fire
Crowley,
department, Palm
Los Angeles
Coast
City
Fire
Fire
Department.
Department Fire Chief. I'd like to start with just a moment, if we could, of gratitude. A moment of gratitude for our first responders, our boots on the ground that are battling this intense and multiple jurisdiction and number of fires. So gratitude to those who are doing the work since yesterday through the night. And like Chief Maroney said, we're going to continue to work hard to ensure that we save people, lives, and property. With that, I'll be touching on a couple major points. With the Pacific Palisades Fire, we know that it continues to demand a significant amount of resources and attention. A second major brush fire, now referred to as the Hearst Fire, has erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles. Now, together, these fires are stretching the capacity of emergency services to their maximum limits. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is battling these two major fires while also maintaining, I want to focus on this as well, 911 services for the city's approximate 4 million residents. Now, despite the severity of the conditions, our department remains fully committed to safeguarding lives and property. Next, I want to focus on what we've done over the last 24 hours. And with that, even within the city of Los Angeles, with these two major brush fires, our department has responded to 3,624 911 calls for service. And to put that in perspective, our average is just under 1,500 calls in a 24-hour period.
Oh my God.
Over the last 24 hours, we've also responded to an additional 32 structure fires within the city. We've treated and transported an extensive number of medical emergencies, well extending our normal 650 transports to the local hospitals. When it comes to the Pacific Palisades Fire, as Chief Maroney had said, this is over 3,000 acres at this point and continues to grow. We will confirm the exact acreage later, so we'll make sure that we also communicate that to the community and to the media. Last night, as of 1930 hours, all aircrafts were grounded due to the high winds. Aircrafts are continued to be able to resume their water drops and acreage mapping today when the weather allows us to do so. A total of 3,398 civilians and 15,105 structures are in the evacuation zone. And again, the evacuation zones are the following: north of PCH, west of Kenter Avenue and San Vicente Boulevard, south of Mulholland Drive, and east of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. There are multiple evacuation centers which are supported by the American Red Cross. Injuries. Of course, there's a lot of interest in injuries. We have several firefighters and civilian injuries that have been reported, and all patients have been treated and transported to the local hospitals. Damage assessments. Chief Maroney did speak about a specific number. We are still vetting that through on the city side, so more information to come, and we will message that as soon as we can validate that. Approximately 400 LAFD firefighters have been deployed to the Palisades Fire. We have many hundreds of law enforcement officers, our partner agency responders, and public works members engaged in supporting our overall operations. We are going to be transitioning to CAL FIRE this morning to manage this incident at 0800 hours. Next, I'd like to talk briefly about our Hearst Fire, which is located in Sylmar. Last night at approximately 10:10 p.m., the fire erupted in the Sylmar area of Los Angeles, adjacent to the Los Angeles National Forest. The fire has rapidly expanded to over 500 acres, prompting the emergency evacuation of more than 3,000 residents. This fire is burning within the footprint of the historic Saddle Ridge Fire. Now, despite the extreme winds and significant risks, and that's what we're going to be talking about from today and probably throughout the next few days, there's always that significant risk of life and property. We'll continue to focus on saving lives and protecting property. The exact anchorage at this point will be confirmed later, and we'll make sure that we communicate that to you as well. Lastly, we want to make sure that everybody understands we're absolutely not out of danger yet. With the strong winds that continue to push through the city and the county today, I would tell you, and we are all committed to our first responders, our firefighters will remain focused on protecting lives and property. The LAFD is extremely proud to stand with all of the entities behind me. Our top priority will continue to be life safety, ensuring that safe evacuation and the rescues of our residents that are in harm's way. It will continue to be our primary focus in this wind-driven fire event as it continues. Thank you for your cooperation, your support, and your vigilance. And today, we will continue to stand with our partners to protect everyone. Next up, I would like to introduce Sheriff Luna. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Next up. Oh, we moved it. Okay.
Yes, we're just moving around, having LA Unified Superintendent Alberto Carvalho, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Barger, county and city leadership, in addition to the leadership of our first responders and our great community for the very, very important work you continue to do to protect our community, protect the assets, and first and foremost, the health and well-being and lives of members of our community. Los Angeles Unified is the second largest school district in the nation, representing the interests of 540,000 students and 75,000 committed employees. We make decisions regarding closure of schools in a very methodical and science-driven manner. So after a great deal of consultation overnight with experts looking at the data and considering the fact that air quality conditions deteriorated significantly overnight, we have made the decision to shut down a number of schools, particularly in the eastern part of our school system. I will define what those boundaries are. School communities, beginning with leadership, workforce, and families, have been informed about these areas. And as of now, those schools within the boundaries of the area that I will define are closed. This accounts for about 10% of our total schools in our district, about 100 schools out of 1,000 schools. The areas that I'm speaking about are schools located north of Manchester Boulevard, Firestone Boulevard, east of 10th Avenue, west of I-710, and south of Highway 134. Any school within that area, and that accounts again for the eastern part of our district, where the air quality met or exceeded levels that are not appropriate for employees or students to be around, are effectively shut down. We will be making decisions about what will happen in those schools going into tomorrow by 4 p.m. today based on the evolution conditions. In fact, since we made the decision to shut down those schools, air quality conditions have improved significantly, despite the fact that they worsened significantly overnight. I want to speak specifically about schools surrounding the Palisades area. As of last night, we had to shut down 5 schools as a result of mandatory evacuation conditions. Those were Kinter Canyon Elementary School, Canyon Elementary School, Marquez Elementary School, Palisades Charter Elementary School, Revere Middle School, and Topanga Elementary School, in addition to Palisades High Charter High School. We have reports that Palisades High sustained significant damage as a result of the fire. We are working with state and federal entities to quickly access resources to address the issues facing this community. I want to very briefly address our workforce. We know today is not going to be a perfect day.
Unreal.
A number of schools are shut down. However, localized conditions may make it difficult for our workforce or parents and students to access schools. Air quality conditions may vary and, in fact, may not necessarily be appropriate beyond the area where we close schools. Please use your discretion. We will utilize grace and be flexible regarding attendance and for students and employees alike. Specifically, students and employees who face chronic respiratory conditions or other health issues. We will be flexible regarding these individuals. We will provide additional updates later on today regarding conditions of schools going into tomorrow. For the schools that are open, recognizing the workforce needs of the parents of our children. Beyond the bell activities, care for children in those schools will continue to be provided today. Today is not a typical day. We need flexibility, patience, and grace, and we shall extend that to our workforce and certainly our parents and students in our community. Once again, our hearts go out to those who have been impacted, and our eternal gratitude to the first responders of our community for the fantastic, difficult work they've done over the past 24 hours. Thank you very much.
Morning. A lot of information to pass on, but please know this. This is a very difficult and challenging situation, but we're surrounded here by people who really care, and we're going to get through this together. That means with all of you as partners in our community. Our top priority continues to be the safety and well-being of our impacted residents, first responders, and all of the individuals involved. But understand that this is a very fluid situation, specifically in the Altadena area, and a lot of our personnel, our deputy personnel, are involved in life-saving measures as we speak now. We are working very closely with local, state, and federal agencies to provide necessary resources and support. We have been in constant communication with both our fire and law enforcement partners across LA County and beyond to ensure that all available resources that are needed are being deployed strategically and effectively, but we are prioritizing life over everything else. There are over several hundred sheriff department personnel working around the clock to evacuate residents in danger, assist with road closures, and respond to multiple missions that are given to us, and they do change periodically depending on that life mission. To ensure that everyone is going to be safe or safe as possible, additional personnel will likely be assigned to this fire as this continues to go, and you heard from our fire partners that there is no containment yet. I do want to split it up into two. I want to start talking about the Eaton fire first. Currently, there are evacuation orders in Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre. Evacuation orders, there are approximately 32,500 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 13,186 structures that we deem at risk, and that could grow. Evacuation warnings. Approximately 38,600 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 14,342 structures are at risk. At 4 a.m. this morning, the evacuation orders did expand to parts of the city of Duarte, Monrovia, and La Cañada. And again, we continue to assess that. That's evolving. That's going to change. So I encourage you to consistently pay attention to all sources of information so you're ready to go when you are given that order, if that does come. As information's changing, even as I was driving up here, even as I'm walking up to this podium, I'm getting messages about several of our employees who have lost their homes in the last several hours. I don't know how many, because we are still gathering that information, but like we all live here in Los Angeles County, so we are impacted. So we're going to make sure that within our department, we're wrapping our arms around our employees just like we do with community members.
He does.
I was coming up here, I did find out that we did have 2 fatalities in this area. I don't have any specifics. There is a lot of damage out there. We're still in the process of doing these assessments, trying to still save lives. So this information is going to change. The Altadena Sheriff's Station itself was evacuated, and it was at least limited on fire. There was some fire at the Altadena station, but we did have to clear out all of our employees out of there. I'm hearing some miraculous stories and they're just barely coming in, of our deputies who were trying to evacuate the Altadena station, and then residents were running up from different locations around there asking them for assistance in getting them out of their structures. And from what I understand, they were barely able to get people out before these structures started burning. There's just heroic stories of what our deputies are doing out there from last night and this morning. I want to make sure people know deputies are working to assist residents who are evacuating and continuing to make evacuation notices as we're speaking. They are securing areas that are evacuated, and it's always sad when I have to say this, but part of our responsibility is to make sure that no one loots or steals from our residents, our community members who are already being impacted. And I'm sad to report we made 2 arrests this morning for looting already. Jesus. So if you are thinking about coming into any of these areas to steal from our residents, I'm going to tell you something. You're going to be caught, you're going to be arrested, and you're going to be prosecuted. Don't do that. Stay out of these areas. It's only for emergency workers and people who live there. We are at this point unable to clearly determine the extent of damage at this point because the conditions are rapidly evolving and the destruction needs to be assessed as the daylight hours have come forward. I do know that I've lost at least 1 sheriff's black and white to a fire. Thank God that the deputy is okay, but deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public. All schools in the Pasadena Unified School District are closed. There is a road closure at Altadena Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center located at 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena, and we're working with them in Unified Command and in partnership as well. For animals, there are established shelters at Large Animal Shelter Rose Bowl Stadium at 1001 Rose Bowl Drive in Pasadena, Small Animal Shelter Pasadena Humane Society at 361 South Raymond Avenue in Pasadena. I'm going to switch gears now to the Palisades Fire that we've been heavily involved in with our partners, again, with LAPD and LA City Fire and everyone else that's up there working. As of this morning, the fire was still burning in that area. That's impacting our residents. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades Fire. Evacuation warnings, approximately 20,000 residents are under evacuation warnings and approximately 6,500 structures are at risk.
So sad, Wendy.
There have been minor injuries, and our partners at the fire department have talked about those.
These homes are
several
beautiful.
Unfortunately, structures that have been lost, and we're still assessing those. Bear with me, I'm almost there. There's a lot of information, very important information. There are several road closures which can change rapidly. The 10 freeway at Lincoln Boulevard, southbound PCH at Las Flores Canyon, southbound PCH at Topanga Canyon, Coastline Drive at southbound PCH, westbound PCH to Entrada to eastbound close from PCH and Malibu Canyon. We have established shelters up for that fire in the following locations. Westwood Recreation Center, which is at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in Los Angeles. Pasadena Convention Center, which I already mentioned, we can go there. 300 East Green Street in the city of Pasadena. And El Camino Real Charter High School, 5440 Valley Circle Boulevard in Woodland Hills. Animal shelters, large animals, LA Equestrian Center at 480 West Riverside in Burbank.
Perfect.
Large animal shelter, Pierce College, 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. Perfect. Large animal shelter, Rose Bowl Stadium in Pasadena. Small animal shelter, Agora Animal Center. And small animal shelter, Pasadena Humane Society as well. We got to take care of our pets.
Yes, we do.
As I wrap up, a reminder, and you've heard it from several of us, you need to be prepared. If you are in a warning area, make sure you have your essentials, your important paperwork, your medications, things that you can take, your phone charger
most of
to
them probably
survive
do,
for at
Tessa.
least a week. But if you are told to evacuate and given an order, there is nothing worth your life.
That's right.
Please listen to the police and fire officials that are out there and be prepared to evacuate. If you have more questions or there's about evacuations, evacuation centers, or road closures, go to lacounty.gov/emergency
I've
or
had a
our
lot of
Sheriff's
these fancy
Department
houses do
social
too.
media. Now it's my honor to introduce my partner of the Chief of the Los Angeles Police Department, Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. And as you look at the group assembled behind me this morning, each of those and everybody we represent who's out in the field all have families. Many are impacted directly by the fire, but they leave those families to come and try and be able to help everybody else who's out there. So I owe a debt of gratitude to everybody who is putting it all on the line for everyone else. This is a tragic time in our history here in Los Angeles, but a time where we're really tested and see who we really are. And it's critical that at these times we be patient, that we come together, that we focus on saving lives and to be able to do the very best job we can. So when we look back on this, we know that we did what we could for others. I look at the people who were out there on the line last night. The winds were like something that I have never seen before. Firefighters, police officers, deputies, they're out there sheltering in their vehicles, their trucks and their cars so that they don't end up getting burned from the fire that was being driven by 75 plus mile an hour winds. They were there until they could get out of the car and go back to doing their work. As you can imagine, a very difficult circumstance to deal with. These are, as I mentioned, unprecedented conditions, but also unpredictable. As the fire continues to spread and pop up in different locations, none of us know where the next one is going to be. So I would ask you to be vigilant, to look at your neighborhood, to talk to your neighbors, to have everybody on board so that if they see something start up, that we get on it very quickly. We get fire resources out there as soon as we possibly can, because with these winds, once it starts small, it'll be very big very quickly. And so I would ask for everybody's help, cooperation, and vigilance in that role. As you've heard before about evacuation, that makes the difference between living and not. And so I would ask you to take these warnings, these orders to evacuate very seriously. As you've heard over and again, be ready to go, pack what you need up, but then please comply with these orders. Then we don't give them, put them out lightly. When we believe that you're in the path of the fire, we're going to order that evacuation. And we really need your compliance on that, because if we have to send people in to try and make rescues, those people are putting their lives on the line directly for something that could have been avoidable. Sheriff Luna mentioned looting. That's something that we also have to watch out for. That is incredible that we'd even have to talk about that during these tragic times. But we are going to take that also extremely seriously, and we will follow up with that in the strongest way possible. As far as traffic goes, that's something that we're used to dealing with here. This will be an extra test of gridlock in many places due to people not having access to their normal routes. I would say that if you have an ability to be able to stay out of the west side today, to commute or to work from home, as long as your employers are good with that, to take advantage of that. The air is very tough today for particularly those who are challenged medically. If you can stay home and work from there, I would recommend that. We will continue to support our partners and the fire service and our other law enforcement partners. But to all and the public who are watching this, sincere thank you to all of you for your cooperation and your patience as we all get through this together. Thank you.
Now we're going to introduce my colleague, Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, who represents the Palisades area. Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This morning, we woke up to a dark cloud over all of Los Angeles, but it is darkest for those who are most intimately impacted by these fires. It has been an immensely painful 24 hours for communities I represent: the Palisades, the Hearst, and Woodley fires are all in the 3rd District.
Contained.
But our strength is in our togetherness, and that will determine how we make it through. We need your partnership in this time of crisis. It is difficult to process the immensity of the destruction and loss, and we extend our hearts and every resource we have to all of our impacted residents. We know when we talk about these structures, they aren't just structures. They aren't even just houses. They're homes. This is our home. These are places where we built community, where we raised families, where we made memories that we will never forget, even if we can't go back to these structures. These are our home. Losing home is simply devastating. And I know that we are all here to support you and stand with you in this time of need. Aggressive winds and fire know no jurisdictional boundaries, nor does coordination and action across our LA County agencies with President Biden and Governor Newsom as they unlock support through fire assistance management grants for Palisades, Eaton, and Hearst fires so far. The talent and tenacity of our first responders is nothing short of extraordinary. And I've said it before, these people on the front lines are doing this because this is their calling. This is not simply a job that they came to have an occupation. They are called to this work to keep us safe, to keep our community safe, and to do all they can in this time of crisis to protect our Los Angeles County. Overnight winds grounded our vehicles, and we have red flag conditions through the end of day tomorrow. But we know that because of these fearless warriors on the front lines, we are doing all that we can to contain this fire. Thank you for your work to keep Los Angeles County safe, including the 3rd District communities of Pacific Palisades, Topanga Canyon, Sunset Mesa, Malibu, Santa Monica, Sylmar, Granada Hills, Lake Balboa, and surrounding communities. Our #1 message to everyone in impacted areas is to follow all evacuation orders and warnings and to stay where you are safe as long as the evacuations remain in place. We continue to have shelter capacity for you, as you have heard, for you, for your pets, and we have animal sheltering sites as well. These orders are not just to keep you safe and to keep your community safe. They are also to keep those on the front lines of this devastating crisis safe. And the longer that you wait to evacuate, the more you are putting people in danger who are putting their lives on the line to protect your homes. Please don't do this. Please evacuate. There is also an evacuation order in Santa Monica, the northern border of the city to San Vicente. The warning is north of Montana to San Vicente as well. We have an evacuation order as well as a warning there. Barry J. Nydorf Juvenile Hall is in Sylmar, and that is under evacuation warning because of the Hearst fire. Our probation department has evacuation plans in place should that move to an evacuation order from a warning. And our priority is to keep our youth in our care safe. Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District has closed its schools today. And as you heard from Superintendent Carvalho, LAUSD has a variety of updates. We have heard from our state insurance commissioner as well. And while this is still quite early in this emergency, we do have some initial guidance from his office for evacuated households on reimbursable insurance expenses, with information to be found at insurance.ca.gov. Obtain a complete copy of your insurance policy, take note of additional living expense limits, track additional expenses, document conversations with your insurer or adjuster, and don't rush any decisions. If you have any questions, call 800-927-4357. Please continue to check emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest information. And I know we will see brighter skies by working together. Los Angeles County will continue to be unrelenting in our response. And I know we have only the finest on the front lines fighting this fire. It's our duty to see them succeed. Thank you.
Yeah, is that right, Dandy?
All right, now we are going to hear from LA City Council President and Mayor Pro Tem Marquise Harris Johnson.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. On behalf of the City of Los Angeles, I just want to begin by thanking and recognizing and acknowledging the great work of our first responders, especially the men and women of the Los Angeles Fire Department, who last night we all witnessed doing heroic work in the face of grave danger. Last night was one of the most devastating and terrifying nights that we've seen in any part of our city at any part of our history. Fire literally jumping roads, taking out structures, and our public safety professionals created an environment where injuries were kept to a minimum, fatalities were kept to a minimum, and we wake up this morning with a renewed spirit that we can defeat this fire and move on to a brighter day. I want to also acknowledge the two members of the council that are with us today that represent the areas of the fire. Councilwoman Tracy Park of the 11th District, who's I think probably has about 90 minutes sleep by my count, because every time I looked on the television, you were there knocking on doors in neighborhoods, in community centers, at the shelters, making sure the community was okay. And then an absolute professional, someone who, since I've been on the council with her, has had to fight a fire almost every year. And so is a pro from the San Fernando Valley, the council member from the 7th District, Monica Rodriguez. And again, all the men and women, the firefighters are in the front, but our DWP workers are out there making sure we don't have additional fires from power lines and countless folks, DOT making sure the flow of traffic stays so that folks who want to evacuate can do so. Are out there as well. So there's literally thousands and thousands of people working together to make this work. I want to announce a few more closures to add to the school closures that we heard and the closures that the sheriff and the supervisor read to us. Griffith Park closed today, including Lake Hollywood. Runyon Canyon closed today. The Los Angeles Zoo closed today. The Hollywood Reservoir closed today. The Hollywood Sign closed today, as well as all the roads through the Sepulveda Basin in the San Fernando Valley. So nobody should be going those places today anyway. I will amend what Chief McDonald said. Not only if you're on the west side or in the valley, anywhere in this city, if you can stay off the roads, please do so. I live in South LA, a long way away from the fires. Visibility is less than 1 block because of the smoke. So if there is not a good reason for you to be on the roads, we ask that you leave the roads open as possibly as you can to the public safety professionals that have to do their work and will lead us out of the crisis that we face here in the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles today. Also, lastly, just grateful for the work of the President of the United States kicked in for us late last night, who happens to be in Southern California. The governor was with us in the Pacific Palisades last night and has helped out. And a range of municipalities around the county and outside the county have come in to help where they can. And we're extremely, extremely grateful for their help in this time of crisis for our city and our county. And with that, I will ask the Director of the Office of Emergency Management for Los Angeles County, Kevin McGowan, to come to the mic.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Kevin McGowan. I'm the director with the LA County's Office of Emergency Management. As my partners up here have said before, we're facing a historic natural disaster, and I think that can't be stated strong enough. This is not a normal red flag. We've been in partnership with the National Weather Service for days prior to the arrival of this severe windstorm. There's been amazing communication by the National Weather Service, and they should be acknowledged for all of the communication that was put out days in advance. What's critical about that is it partnered all of our public safety and emergency organizations throughout the county to begin preparations for this. And a lot of the successes we saw over the last 18 to 20 hours is a direct result of painstaking preparations that had gone into place for the last 48 to 72 hours. We still have a long road ahead of us. Our county is known with wildland fires. We just finished working on the Franklin fire. We've had the Bridge fire, the Post fire. This has been a very destructive fire season. This is just going to add to it. Our eyes are on mitigating the impacts from this emergency, working with our community partners, and then charting a course for what will be a long recovery effort. With that, I would like to introduce our Department of Public Works for LA County Director, Mark Pistrella.
Good morning. Thank you, Kevin. My name is Mark Pistrella. I'm the Director of Public Works for Los Angeles County, the largest public works department in the United States. We're coordinating across the area with all our partner agencies, including, of course, primarily the City of Los Angeles, in addressing this event today. I'm going to talk a little bit about what our focus in terms of infrastructure, and then I'll move on. Before I do that, though, I do want to acknowledge all of the residents that have either lost a home or who are being evacuated. I do personally understand what that is about and understand what kind of fear that can put into you. One thing I would recommend to you before you leave that home, if you want something to do, is to close that home up tight, close any openings, completely tight to the home, and make sure that access is open to the fire department in the event that they want to come on and do work on your property. That's one thing I've learned through the years is important. So right now, LA County Public Works is focused on water supply, the road safety and transportation system, and preparing our flood control system for the inevitable post-event, which may be flows of debris and mud. With respect to water resources, there's been quite a bit of talk in the media about the water system that we're using for suppression. So let me make the following statement. There have been quite a bit of comments over social media about the local water supply and its impact on firefighting efforts. There is collaboration across this region. Over 200 water retailers serve the region. LA County serves the area that in the Eaton fire area. LA City serves the area, the Palisades area. We also serve the Palisades area in the north area of unincorporated area water supply through the hydrant system. The municipal water systems that service our homes and businesses continue to work effectively. However, they are not designed to fight wildfires. A firefight with multiple fire hydrants drawing water from the system for several hours is unsustainable. This is a known fact. That's why air support is so critical to the firefight. And unfortunately, wind and air visibility have prevented that support. County water reservoir, however, county and city water reservoirs, open reservoirs, are available and on standby once that support becomes available. We will be having fixed wing as well as helicopter draw of water from our system.
It's just heartbreaking.
We also need customers to understand that it is really quite futile to attempt to fight fire with your hose at your house. That's not something I would recommend you do, but in fact, I would ask that you turn off your water and turn off your gas, both things before you leave the residence so that we can continue to have that water supply for the hydrant system. The transportation system is operating with many, many closures. Those closures are meant for evacuation as well as fire suppression efforts. So we're asking residents not to abandon vehicles in streets, to not park vehicles in streets, but to leave those vehicles on your property. And we ask that you drive very carefully because we also have the other event of wind right now. And we have numerous signals out across the area. So we need people to drive very consciously in the street system. And then the third piece in the road system and in our homes is the wind is causing massive tree fall. We have over hundreds and hundreds of trees that have fallen in the area already. We expect more of that to occur. This is a safety hazard for you and your children. So we're asking that you avoid walking outside, avoid these trees that are down. So please, one of the things is make way for our utility workers who are in support of the very brave firemen and sheriff and police force that are out doing their job. We are in full support of them. So lastly, on the flood control system, this is just a quick note that yes, in fact, we will have a lot of debris. The flood control system has been impacted, that covers the entire region by the fire. In fact, many of our facilities have been burned. One in Eaton Yard, where there is a debris dam there, and its facilities are currently threatened. We're looking at that and going to raise up those systems. As we enter into post-fire, our department will be available to do review of your individual properties to make sure that you're safe from debris flow as another event that may occur in LA County. With that, I'm going to happy to turn over the microphone to my partner from the Department of Water Power, the General Manager, Janice Quiones.
Thank you, Mark. I am Janice Quinones, CEO and Chief Engineer for LADWP. I want to start by thanking everybody on this response. I've been in emergency management my whole career, and the collaboration I've seen in this response has been incredible, especially our first responders, our crews. I want to thank our crews that have been working on high winds trying to restore power as fast as possible. And also county, city council, mayor's office. The mayor has been in contact with me all the time. And also other utilities in California have been proactively reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. Reaching out to us to help us with the restoration. So we're in the process of contacting them to ask for more support. I want to continue the thought process that Mark had about water supply in Palisades. We had a tremendous demand on our system in the Palisades. We pushed the system to the extreme. 4 times the normal demand was seen for 15 hours straight, which lowered our water pressure. We were pushing 75 CFS on our trunk line to try to keep water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water pressures in the system. If there's a message you take away from me today, is I need our customers to really conserve water, not just in the Palisade area, but the whole system, because the fire department needs the water to fight the fires, and we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, and that is really challenging. What happened in Palisades? We have 3 large water tanks, about 1 million gallons each. We ran out of water in the first tank at about 4:45 p.m. yesterday. We ran out of water in the second tank about 8:30 p.m. and the third tank about 3 a.m. this morning. Those tanks help with the pressure on the fire hydrants and the hills of Palisades. And because we were pushing so much water in our trunk line and so much water was being used before it can get to the tanks, we were not able to fill the tanks fast enough. So the consumption of water was faster than we can provide water in our trunk line. So I want to make sure that you understand there's water on the trunk line. It just cannot get up the hill because we cannot fill the tanks fast enough. And we cannot lower the amount of water that we provide to the fire department in order to supply the tanks because we're balancing firefighting with water. So we have our operations people on the water side at the command post with the fire department, helping them with tactics to ensure that we can provide as much water as we can find to our first responders. What are we doing now? We're sending about 20 water tanks for our construction crews full of water to support the fire department. We identify other areas in our system where our tankers can refill. It takes about 30 minutes to refill about 4,000 gallons of water, and we're constantly moving that water to the fire department to get them as much water as we can. I would also ask for the people on zip code 90272, because we're pushing the water system so hard, our water quality is decreasing. So we're gonna be issuing a boil water notice this morning, and that will extend for about 48 hours. The water quality is low. We have a lot of ash in the system. And so please, if you're gonna be drinking water, you need to boil the water. Those boil waters will continue to increase as the system starts restoring. We're also managing a power outage restoration. Our water emergency has been the #1 primary issue, but the power issues are continue to increase. The winds picked up at around 11 p.m. last night, and that's when we saw the majority of our outages coming in. As of 7 a.m. today, we have 135,000 customers out of power. We have restored about 78,000 customers since the start of the outage. 32 customers have been out of power for more than 10 hours and 7 for over 18 hours. If you are out of power, I urge you to call us, call 911, let us know so that we can get to you as fast as safely as possible. We are on a severe emergency activation at the EOC for both water and power. It's taking us 24 to 48 hours to get to all of the outage. That's why we're going to start increasing our mutual aid requests to get more crews on here to reduce that restoration time. But we cannot do that until it's safe for our crews. And I'm happy to report we have had no safety incidents for either the water and the power crews, which we need all the crews safely operating in our system. 40% of our outages were due to us having to de-energize the circuits for public safety. And we cannot energize them until it's safe to do so, and we have put eyes on our system. 20% is because of wire downs, and 6.5% is because our system has protected itself from further outages, and so we have to patrol every line before we come back online. With that, I just want to thank everybody, and Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. We want to transition. We're 5 minutes over. We do want to give a little bit of time for question and answer with the press. I'm going to call on you. Please identify yourself, your name, and which media outlet you're with. I see a hand up here. We'll go with you first.
So many questions.
This press conference called One Voice is bringing together some of our city leaders, our county leaders here together for this incredible tragedy, this crisis that we're experiencing right now. And a lot of our viewers are asking, how can other Angelenos help? Because people want to volunteer, people want to help. What's the best way that other folks out there that want to help, what can they do?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question, because I think this does speak volumes to the fact that it's not just at the local level, it's at the state and the federal level as well. And it is one voice. We're seeing these fires taking place countywide, which is stretching our resources. But to the public, I mentioned All Saints in Pasadena that's opened up its church to people that are evacuating, people that are not only part of their parish, but also people that are seeking refuge. I would encourage, and we will work with our Office of Emergency Management, put together a list of what you can do to help. I know at Pasadena Convention Center, they're looking for resources, food and blankets. Red Cross is putting that together, but we can always use more. So this is the time for us all to come together. I mean, we're trying to wrap our heads around just getting this fire under control. But make no mistake, we will put something together so that people can offer their support. You are seeing the goodness, and I know Supervisor Horvath mentioned it. With all these horrific stories you hear, you also hear stories of people that are doing amazing things to help their neighbors and their community.
Thank you for that. I'll go ahead in the green shirt.
Yeah, the DWP was talking about the problems with the water supply, and I was wondering if either the DWP or the fire department has any kind of numbers to talk about, like what is the number of hydrants that could not get water because of these pressure issues? What percentage of the system in Pacific Palisades wasn't getting serviced at that point? And given the type of things you're describing this morning, do you think there needs to be an overhaul of the system, given these increasing number of urban fires? And also, when does the mayor return?
And name and media outlet, please.
Good question.
David Zahnizer with the Los Angeles Times.
Thank you.
So, Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, but we were trying to keep water at all altitudes on the Palisades, and I think about 3 in the morning, that's when the hydrants went dry above the Brentwood area. We are able to push water on that trunk line on the east side of that, and we have some water on higher elevations, 16 to 18,000. But at 3,000, at 3 a.m., all of the fire hydrants went dry in the Palisades. To your question of climate resiliency and how do we need to update the system, I would say that that is true. We were talking with the county supervisor and Mark on how are we going to change the way we operate our water systems for events like this. This is an unprecedented event. I think the 2011 winds was significant from a power outage perspective, but the fires have really increased the the response complexity of this. We had crews trying to mitigate this, and we had to evacuate. We worked with fire department to try to get back in and try to fill the tanks again. It wasn't safe to do so. So you're managing the fires, you're managing the power outage, and you're managing the water needs because there was an urban wildfire firefighting. So yes, we have to look at our system from a climate resiliency as a region, and it's going to be more than just DWP. It's all the water agencies here, including the county.
Thank you. Over here in the burgundy with a mask. Name and media outlet, please.
Real quick, I can speak on the operational side of the hydrants. We don't have a specific number to the hydrants. We do know that it came in phases. Now, our firefighters always have a primary plan, a backup plan, contingency, and emergency plan. So oftentimes, just so that the public is aware, in large brush fires, water supplies are normally limited. So with that, our apparatus do have the ability to draft water if we need to out of pools, ponds, any type of water resource. We also utilize the water tenders, in which we spoke about a little bit earlier. So with that, I just wanted to clarify that in regard to when the mayor is returning. I spoke to her this morning at 4 o'clock. She's on her way for the last leg of her journey back home from Dallas. So her ETA is right around noon.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Buenos dias, everybody. Ali Santana with Telemundo 52. For Chief Crowley, Chief Maroney, where can people go to donate food, water, supplies? And for Superintendente Carvalho, Sheriff Luna, and CEO Quiñones, just something in Espanol for our people in
We will do something in Spanish right after we conclude over here with a couple of Spanish speakers. Regarding the volunteer information.
Sure. So thank you for the question about the donations, and I always spoke about that earlier. Just a touch point for the community. We are so grateful for the community's efforts in regard to donations. Now, what I do want to be mindful about to make sure that we share is please listen to the direction of where those donations, either through money and or food, any type of donation, it can become problematic if the public starts to just drop things off. So we are putting together a strong plan from our Emergency Operations Center. We're at the highest level at this point. We're coordinating with the county as well. So stand by for more information. We want to be very purposeful and strategic in how we're going to collect those donations, and they are welcomed.
Right over here with the glasses and the gray, right behind you. Over here with the hand up.
Thank you, sir. Scott Snowden, Santa Monica Daily Press. Question for Ms. Horvath. Are there any forecasts or predictions at this point for the economic impact of this?
There are no early numbers of the economic impact, but we are already exploring how we can do, for example, a business interruption fund, as we have done in other states of emergency. We know that there are many businesses that have also been impacted, in addition to the people who are experiencing difficulty in their homes. So we are looking at what resources the county has available to support on all fronts. But thank you for the question.
Lastly, do you think this will affect insurance companies in their approach to house owners going forward?
I believe it already has, and the conversation is ongoing. As I shared earlier from the insurance commissioner, I know this is an ongoing conversation in his office, and he has provided that information and welcoming phone calls from folks who do have questions about insurance impacts as a result of these fires. I do know that yesterday, through the help of our chair, the county declared a state of emergency, as did the governor, and I know that there are other states of emergency that will be declared in order to make sure that all residents are able to readily access everything that they need to in response to these claims.
Thank you. We need to move on. Right here in the front, young woman with the hand
Good to
up.
see you, Perry, if I didn't shout out earlier.
Hi, Grace Tui with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping one of the fire chiefs could talk a little bit about long-range spotting and how far we actually saw embers jumping from one fire to other spot fires. And then additionally, we heard repeatedly fire crews requesting help, backup, and not having enough crews. Were you guys prepared enough for this? Did we have enough resources to fight these fires? Thank you.
No, you don't.
Thank you for the question. So I'll start at the end and work back. No, LA County and all 29 fire departments in our county are not prepared for this type of widespread disaster. There are not enough firefighters in LA County to address 4 separate fires of this magnitude.
That's
we
right.
were prepared. We did get state pre-position resources that came from Northern California that were up in the Santa Clarita Valley. We did hire additional firefighters from the LA County Fire Department and pre-positioned them in the Santa Monica Mountains. The LA County Fire Department was prepared for 1 or 2 major brush fires, but not 4, especially given these sustained winds and low humidities. Like our Director of Emergency Management said, this is not a normal red flag alert. People were calling for help. We tried to get them the help that they needed. LA County right now, like the LA City Fire Department, is prioritizing life safety, but we're also engaging in structure defense, perimeter control, and aerial operations. Remember that the LA County Fire Department has 13 aerial assets available to it. In addition to our agency-owned helicopters, we have our 2 CL-415 Super Scoopers and our CH-47, which is part of the 3-county QRF. So we're prepared to keep fighting the fight. Like I said earlier, I've requested additional resources, not only from Northern California, but from out of state. We did that last night, yesterday. So we're doing the very best we can, but no, we don't have enough fire personnel in LA County between all of the departments to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a couple of just quick
I
questions.
just want to also acknowledge that that came down from Sacramento, State Senator Ben Allen and Sasha Perez, as well as our Santa Monica Mayor Negrete, who's also present here. And I know that Congressman George Whiteside is flying in from Washington, D.C. He represents the Sylmar Santa Clarita area. And so we appreciate you all being here.
Thank you,
And
Chair
I think
Barker.
someone from the mayor's office would like to go ahead.
Thank you,
introduce.
Supervisor. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. Celine Cordero, Deputy Chief of Staff to Mayor Bass. I just wanted to step forward and address the question about the mayor. The mayor will be on the ground shortly, very shortly this morning, and engaged. But I want to assure the community and the city, our mayor has been actively engaged 100% of the time, the entire last 24 hours throughout this unfortunate event and crisis. The mayor has been in constant communication with our chief of police, our fire chief, our council president, our law enforcement partners, our Supervisor Barger, thank you, and our county partners. So I just want to stress, she has had 100% access the entire time that she's been traveling and been actively involved in the decision making. So thank you very much to all up here, and the mayor looks forward to meeting you very shortly this morning.
Thank you for that. Over here in the green shirt.
Good morning, Stephen Coleman, KABC. You mentioned 4 fires. I'm aware of 3. Could you describe and characterize the 4th fire? County fire?
Yes, I can speak
Industrial
briefly
vacuum
on
truck.
that 4th fire was a Woodley fire, which is approximately, it was a smaller
We
fire.
used
We
it
threw a
in
lot of
oil
resources
fields.
at it.
It
It is
hauled
under
everything.
control at this point.
Bad
We'll
stuff.
push that information out to the media
So,
so you have the very specifics,
Saltwater
but
shouldn't
we're
be a
calling it the
problem with that
Woodley
kind of
fire.
truck.
Yeah, it was in the Sepulveda Basin. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Last question, then we'll have one-on-ones.
Hi, Samantha Norris, San Fernando Valley Sun. I know the Hearst Fire is one of the smaller fires here, but can somebody speak more to what resources are being deployed to that fire? And for
It's
people
true,
in the
Danielle.
Sylmar area, what are the evacuation zone areas,
true.
any closures, and where those people can go in the area?
Hi, good morning. Councilwoman Monica Rodriguez from the 7th District. Last night, we evacuated 71 horses from the Stetson Ranch area. The fire came up quickly, and so thankfully they were safely evacuated to the Hanson Dam Equestrian Center. As we indicated, this is a very dynamic situation, and the lack of aerial support is making it that much more challenging for firefighters to be able to fight these fires, whether it's in the Palisades or any other part of the county. And so it's critically important that people heed the evacuation orders in the Sylmar community. Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima is available for the evacuations. Currently, there is 80% vacancies, so there's still capacity for people to evacuate there. Going beyond that, we will continue to open up additional facilities as it's needed. I want to ensure the public that the things that you can do, and I know the question was asked earlier, if you're not in the immediate fire area, there are things that you can do to be of assistance, and it goes to looking at hardening your home from any potential threat of embers. These embers fly, they can go for a couple miles. So we want to ensure that they do everything to create the defensible space in their homes if they're in the adjacent areas. Again, staying off the roads to the greatest degree possible. More importantly, reducing your water usage at this time because there is no aerial support. All of our water is being heavily demanded upon for these firefights in all parts of the county. So these are the proactive measures that people can be taking to be of assistance immediately given the needs of our first responders. If you have downed power lines, report those to 911. We can also report all outages to 1-800-DIAL-DWP. And most importantly, for trees that are down, because we know we have a lot of road blockages, our Bureau of Street Services, for the City of Los Angeles, all of our street services crew and public works crews are out there doing that work as well, and they are part of our first responders. Want to make sure that everyone's reporting those to 311 so that we can keep the roads cleared for everyone to have the greatest amount of access for our fire personnel. But most importantly, for the adjacent equine areas, because I know in the Hearst fire, we're concerned about the spread right now. There's a lull in the wind, but we're concerned about the potential spread to other equine areas. We want to make sure that we launched our early evacuation for horse keeping areas in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. And I want to continue to urge the public in these adjacent areas to please be prepared with your bags, with your important documents, to be ready to be prepared to potentially heed the call for evacuation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're over time. We're going to.
Just one clarity as well, so you have some of the statistics. It started at 10:10 last night. The latest anchorage we have is 500 acres. We're working closely with our partners, which are the Los Angeles National Forest. We have a rep over here behind us, so we can do some one-on-ones if you want more specific, but we are unified with them. Also, the good news is through the heroic efforts of our crews working through the night last night, our overall objective was to keep that fire so it did not overpass the 5, did not cross the 5 at this point. We're able to hold it to that point, but again, the winds are back up. We're working really, really hard there to make sure we maintain that. And we're continue to work really, really hard with our partners.
Or are they taking water?
Thanks, Chief.
Must be news.
Yeah, I don't have too much more to add, but I will share that the Los Angeles City Fire and the Angeles National Forest went into unified command immediately when that fire started. And that fire started in an area we're well exercised, known as the mutual threat zone. So that's a part of our pre-planned unified command area, and that includes ground resources and aircraft. And of course, as mentioned, the aircraft has been having a hard time finding good air, and actually with the wind speeds, we're assessing aircraft availability every minute, continuously watching for a window to get aircraft up from multiple parts and multiple agencies. The Angeles National Forest aircraft and the air tanker base that services the Southern California areas in Lancaster under the U.S. Forest Service, and they're watching for opportunities to launch aircraft. But last night, the winds out in the Antelope Valley were just as bad as they were here in what we call the Front Range. So we're still struggling to get aircraft in the air. Yes, sir. Robert Garcia, Fire Chief for the Angeles National Forest.
Thank you. We are wrapping up our press conference. We will have one-on-ones and a short for Spanish media. If you gather right over here, we will have Sheriff Luna and also LA City PIO with Fire David Ortiz. So Spanish interviews right over here.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to 9 o'clock here. I'm Roxy Carpadian. We are continuing our fire coverage. We've been on for hours watching the devastation and the destruction that has taken over so many of these communities.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us on our continuous coverage right here. These are the latest information details that we have on these fires that have been raging throughout Southern California. At least 2 people have been killed and hundreds of homes burned at this point. Thousands more are threatened. The fires are burning out of control in Pacific Palisades, Sylmar, and near Altadena at this point. Dozens of schools are closed this morning as well. And for now, crews continue their best to save lives and property. And we're seeing a live picture of the wind conditions that aren't letting up, right, Maria?
Sadly, not letting up. I just got some bad news that my brother-in-law, sister-in-law's house was indeed consumed by the fire. So that whole neighborhood is just gone. There was one house that's standing on their street. So I just feel so sad. All the memories. I know it's just stuff. You know, it's all perspective.
That's what I'm thinking.
And they're safe. They're fine. They evacuated, but it's just so sad. I feel so bad for all the families that have been affected by these fires, not just in the Palisades area, but of course out towards the Eaton fire, the Hearst fire. And unfortunately, these winds are going to continue. So even if your home is standing, even if you are not near those fires directly, these winds are going to continue to blow. So the danger is still with us. These winds still clocking in at 20, 30 miles per hour. The wind gusts are much stronger. We're still expecting these wind gusts to be near 60 to even 80 miles an hour. Beverly Hills nearing 30 miles an hour. A little quieter out towards the South Bay, but out in Orange County, very strong winds, the usual wind-prone areas below those Santa Ana Mountains, out towards the Inland Empire, San Bernardino, very strong gusty winds, and they were very strong last night and early this morning. These are some of the peak wind gusts. I just updated this graphic here. Fremont Canyon, 94 miles per hour. These are hurricane force wind gusts. So you could imagine how much of these embers, we talk about spot fires and how these winds will carry some of these embers. And there was just a spray. It was like raining embers and just going everywhere and burning these homes and whole neighborhoods. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles an hour there. Magic Mountain Truck Trail. This is up in the San Gabriel Mountains, 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Rancho Cucamonga, 83. The Eaton Canyon area.
Evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings, over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are under those. The Angeles National Forest put out this update just after 3 this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway, east of Angeles Crest to JPL. They note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center and also, as I mentioned before, the Arcadia Community Center. Pasadena Transit put out this update at 5 this morning, noting that Pasadena Transit and dial-a-ride services are suspended today due to hazardous winds. If conditions permit, the service will resume tomorrow.
And then another brush fire erupted in Sylmar, as we've been talking about shortly before 10:30 last night. It's called the Hearst Fire. It's burned more than 500 acres at this point. Immediate evacuation orders are in place for north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 freeway and Antelope Valley 14 freeway split. Firefighters are at the scene there along Yarnell Street. And Mario is in Sylmar. He's been covering the Hearst fire, and he has more for us on that. Mario, are you on the phone for us right now?
Yeah, I've got you. I've noticed one of the difficulties here is the cell service that continues to drop in and out. Just one of the many challenges in some of these fire zones. Now, we're in the Oak Ridge mobile home community here in the San Fernando Valley, just off the 210 freeway. Hundreds of homes here in this gated community, and we've seen multiple agencies out here, LA City and County, CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service crews responding to this fire, and police officers as well. A few we've seen parked out in front of some of these homes, and for the most part, it looks like all of these homes have been evacuated. The Hearst fire here in Sylmar, it was first reported, as you all mentioned, around 10 o'clock last night, stretching to about 500 acres in a few hours. And those mandatory evacuation orders issued for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. Man, those mandatory evacuations mean that you should leave now.
Guys,
if you haven't already. Evacuation warnings are in place for parts of Santa Clarita, along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood and Eternal Valley, and those warnings could quickly turn into evacuation orders. Now, many of these residents, they received emergency alerts late last night to evacuate, but there was some concern. We heard from a few of the residents here this morning about the elderly here in this mobile home community and whether or not they received those alerts or may have needed help getting out. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any of the structures here from what we can tell, but they've come very close, and that's been the situation out here. The priority for fire crews has been getting people out of their homes safely. Of course, that's the first thing they want to do, and then doing everything they can to protect structures. But with the wind continuing to push the flames out here, that's also a major challenge to contain these flames in any way they can. Now, as far as evacuation shelters, they have been set up at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals can evacuate to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. And residents we spoke to, they
I'm
actually
glad they've
recalled a
got
creek
these things
fire
set up,
in this
but I
same
think
area
we're
back
gonna
in
need more.
2017 that burned over 15,000 acres. And this was just north of Sylmar, destroying dozens of homes. That, of course, was much, much larger. Again, this is only at 500 acres right now, and we do expect those numbers to grow throughout the morning. But again, as far as we can tell, most of the residents here have evacuated. They heeded those evacuation orders and warnings. And, you know, there's a few down the street sort of waiting outside of this mobile home community, keeping an eye on the flames and waiting to see exactly what happens. But at one point, we thought the flames were heading away from these homes. And then a minute later, we saw them, you know, coming back down the hillside. So that gives you an example of the erratic wind behavior that we're continuing to see out here as far as the Hearst fire is concerned here in the Sylmar area. We'll send it back to you for now.
All right, Mario, and that erratic wind behavior does
where's
continue. In fact, we are still experiencing those peak winds. We're in the middle of it. Samana Khan is here with a look at more of that. They grounded all of these air assets overnight because of those strong winds.
Yeah, these strong winds unfortunately did come to fruition. We were predicting that hurricane force conditions could happen, and they have been observed. We were looking at Magic Mountain Trek Trail where wind gusts.
Oh, Lordy.
Pressure. California, Southern California specifically, sandwiched in between the two. This is that cold air mass that brought in some snow for our local mountain areas. That cold air mass was driving in 80, 100-mile-per-hour winds at the tops of our mountains. We call those mountain waves, turbulence that is happening up above the mountain. We needed one factor to really change things around, make it very unique for Southern California, to produce some very strong gusty winds for Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley communities. We got that, unfortunately, making for the perfect storm. Here's our area of high pressure. This thing nudged against that area of low pressure, produced subsidence, which is going to be the sinking of the air that was on top of that mountain and pressed it down over the foothills, over into the valley. And then we created this opportunity for incredible wind through the Pasadena area, San Gabriel Valley communities, which you don't often see Santa Ana wind. So we've had that component here today. And some of those mountain waves also, not just in that particular area, they did move out a little bit farther north into the Ventura County mountain community.
Just a second, because it does look like we've got
that wasn't burning earlier, but now it is. And you can see firefighters over here making a desperate attempt.
You order all
to
of
save it,
I say Canada, but it's
from going.
They say it different.
To this home next door, even though it has been so
new
tough for them
evacuation order, guys,
to do this, because every time they catch a break, that wind gust just gets going, and it keeps spreading it like it did just behind them. So they were fighting it on one side of this property. As you can see, they continue to do so. But on the other side, some embers just spread the fire to the other side of the house. So now they've got two sides to have to worry about. But they continue to fight this tirelessly all night long, even though we know that they're up against so much, because literally the majority of the street is now gone. There's absolutely nothing left.
Fire evac,
and ever so few moments, we will see
Pacific Coast
just a regular car, someone just racing out, because we know, similarly to Carl, they were holding on, trying to save the house, trying to save their belongings, and they realized
just save your lives,
that this neighborhood is just going up in flames, and that they were losing the fight against this fire. And so they got into their car quickly, and we have seen every few minutes those cars just running over the hoses of the fire trucks, trying to get out in any way possible. And you got to remember, the visibility is just it's zero. It's so hard to drive down these streets and see anything, much less the trees that have come down, the power lines that have come down, and even some of the traffic signals.
In no time.
Electricity virtually gone in this area, so traffic lights are gone.
Guys.
And we know they're doing all they can to just save house by house by house in this neighborhood here in Altadena that no one ever expected this fire to even get to. All right, we're trying, Dan, our photographer, is alerting me to the wires back here. I mean, I'm covered in soot. And we're coughing a little bit, so we're going to send it back to you guys and sort of walk a little bit back.
Okay. I mean, it's unfathomable, as Annie Rose was saying. It's hard to put into words. It's got this apocalyptic feeling when you realize it's 9 o'clock in the morning. It could easily be 9 p.m.
Well, I was wondering, people might be tuning in and thinking, oh, this must be footage from last night. Right. This is happening right now. This is live. This is Altadena burning. And if you are in downtown Los Angeles or in another part of Southern California, you have seen the black smoke that is flying over our city right now. It has been such an ominous sight. And this is where that smoke is coming from. Homes burning, memories being lost, and firefighters making a valiant effort to try to stop the spread. To try to save a home wherever they can. But you can see the winds whipping, and you can see on the left side, the live picture, Griffith Observatory there, that dark smoke that is covering our city right now, coming from this fire in Altadena.
And as we look at those images from Altadena on the right, Henry's sitting next to us, and Annie Rose brought this up a few times during that report, Henry, the fact that this is an unprecedented wind event. We haven't seen something like this in 10 to 15 years. All the firefighters were saying it in the press conference. But we're not out of the woods at all yet when it comes to these winds, even though they may have subsided a bit.
Right. I think a lot of the messaging early on is, when will the wind start to subside? And for me, as I'm watching and as a viewer yesterday and I'm flipping channels and everything, I was thinking that's not the proper question. Proper question is, when does this end? Because even though we will see the winds taper off, and we have seen them taper off, we don't want to fixate on a certain time, like 10 o'clock this morning. The winds are going to be tapering off, or we won't see these dramatically gusty winds anymore and we're out of the wood. That is not the case. So really what we're talking about is an event here that's going to linger for a couple of days. Now, we're in the midst of the worst of it. We can say that. Overnight, we had wind gusts in many high elevation areas. Not even high elevation. I mean, we're talking elevation of 2,500 feet. So these are where communities exist at 50, 60, even 90 mile per hour wind gusts. Now, the wind gusts are beginning to taper off. They're not as strong, but it's still shifty, and it's still out there, and it's still posing a problem. And when we go to Annie Rose, or we go out to our various reporters, we're seeing homes that are actively being caught on fire. So even though we can say, yes, the winds aren't as bad as they were at 5 a.m., we know that it's not doing any relief for the homes in these neighborhoods because it's still spreading. It's almost like saying, okay, we have a fever, it's 105. That's a crucial, critical fever. When will it start to go down? Well, if it's still 103, 104, it's still very serious. And that's my point with the winds. The winds will be tapering off throughout the day, but we still have windy conditions, gusty conditions, extremely dry conditions. You know, at least overnight, we did get some semblance of a marine layer, not so much as far as clouds and things of that nature, but we added some humidity. Now we're going to strip that humidity away. So even though the winds are decreasing, the humidity goes lower. These are all things that are really tough on firefighters, and we know that. So as we go to the afternoon hours, we should see things not only begin to dissipate, but these stronger winds will start to shift a little bit more. And I point this out because if you're watching in Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside County, and you live in places like Laguna Canyon or Norco or San Bernardino or Yorba Linda, Anti Mills, we still have really tough conditions throughout the afternoon. So when you're hearing winds are getting better, conditions are getting a little easier, that does not mean you cannot be aware of your surroundings, what's going on. Be prepared. We know the possibility of more fires out there. definitely a possibility. Now, to answer my question finally, when will things get better? By the weekend. By the weekend, we start to see the winds basically effectively shut off. It's an onshore flow. We get more moisture into the atmosphere, cooler weather, and much better firefighting conditions. Now, that is not to suggest that for the next 48 hours we need to be on pins and needles. I think we just need to be aware of the surroundings, and that is we are still warm, we are still gusty at times, breezy conditions and dry, and we could see a little flare-up of Santa Ana conditions on Friday morning. So today things improve. Tomorrow, much improvement. Friday morning, get ready for another go-around, not as strong, but more Santa Anas. Saturday into the weekend, things will be much better, but we still have a couple of days of concern here.
We sure do.
500 acres, 505 to be exact. And we heard in that news conference a little earlier this morning that 3,000 residents here in this area remain under mandatory evacuation orders. Now, I want to show you the activity that we've been watching here from our vantage point along Sombrero and Sycamore here in the Oak Ridge mobile home community. Now, there are hundreds of homes here in this gated community. We've seen multiple agencies, LA City and County, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service crews responding to this blaze. Police officers also stationed here in the neighborhood. This all began, it was first reported around 10 o'clock last night, stretching to about 500 acres in a few hours. And right now it is burning adjacent to the Angeles National Forest, fortunately away from these properties at the moment. But there are still mandatory evacuation orders that were issued for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. And those mandatory evacuation orders mean you should leave if you haven't already. And I want to talk to Lupe and Val here. They are returning to the neighborhood after evacuating. They're sort of assessing what's been going on and what things look like right now. Walk me through what it was like to evacuate last night.
So yesterday, he had saw the fire, and then I was actually at the store. So I came home and I saw it. My first instinct was just to grab him, get my dogs, and get my, baby pictures, stuff like that. And so I did that. I came, we ran inside. I was like, just help me grab something. And then I just put on some clothes. I got my social and my birth certificate, and then we just left. So then we went to his brother's house. We got both the cars, and then it was so hard to even get out. So they had to open an emergency exit for Oak Ridge. So we had to go out that way. But this, coming out to the mobile park, it was so crowded, so you couldn't really get out.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that congestion making our way in here early this morning. Val, sorry, I'm going to reach over you, but Val, I want to talk to you. What was that like? We saw the flames get dangerously close to these properties. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, we just heard a loud explosion, and then me and my brother went outside, and you can see one of the cell phone towers. I don't know if they're cell phone towers or the power towers, but there was just a huge fire in the back, and then immediately right away, so me and my brother just started going door to door, knocking on all the neighbors' houses, because there's a lot of elderly people that live over here. So obviously our main concern was getting everyone out of here, and then ourselves too. So we just got all our cars, filled them up with as much stuff as we could, and we just left with our pets and stuff like that. Had to call my father-in-law too, because he has a ranch that's right here, right next to us too, with 300 horses that are right there. And then he was right there trying to put out the fires as well too, trying to get all the horses evacuated and out of there as well.
And his ranch and livestock, everything okay there?
Yeah, everything's good. Luckily they were able to get everything out, and then the fire didn't really get too close to the ranch.
And you guys have done this before. You've evacuated in this area before, I understand.
Yeah. It was in 2019, but it was way worse. The winds were blowing way stronger, but more towards this direction. And I know that a couple of houses caught fire over here, but luckily it wasn't as bad this year. But yeah, still gotta stay vigilant, be careful out here, especially with the high winds and stuff like that.
And then what now? I understand, you guys are still evacuated. Are you going to return home, although that's not advised by, fire officials? Where are you guys going now?
I think we're just going to wait till the air quality kind of dies down a little bit, and then try to see what the reports online say, or when it's safe to come back like that, because, the winds are still kind of blowing strong right now, so we don't want to be here, especially with the fire department and all that right here.
All right. Lupe, Val, thanks for talking to us. You guys stay safe. So a lot of these fire crews are still making their way through the area, so they're asking residents to believe if you haven't already, keep these roads clear for these fire engines. As you can see, they're still going through some of these narrow streets. Now, we did see earlier there were several cars parked just under the 210 freeway right outside this community, and several residents said that they just parked their cars down there. They slept and, well, they just waited. They really couldn't get any sleep. Of course, watching the updates and seeing what the fire was doing as it crept very close to these homes here. So we'll keep an eye on things, but that is the latest as we continue to feel those wind gusts. In Sylmar, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Yeah, and we're just getting some information that we didn't know, but Gigi was telling us that when she was covering this same location back in 2008, which was the Sayre fire, right? At the time, it was the worst loss of homes due to fire in the city's history, right?
So nearly 500 homes burned down in what was known also as the Sylmar fire. That was in November 2008.
So just an interesting perspective, and just we'll continue to basically compare and contrast, because obviously Los Angeles County has seen many fires throughout its history, but this one, as we've heard from experts, officials, Maria Zamata, talk about just how different this one is in the way these erratic winds are behaving, and so unpredictable, which makes it all the more scary. I want to show you a look at the map of the Hearst fire where Mario is. A little over 500 acres have burned so far. Officials are warning that the worsening winds could spread, though, this fire much farther out. Smoke advisory in effect, and residents, of course, urged to stay indoors. If you're able to stay indoors, please do so. And if you have like an air purifier too, it would be very useful to put that on as well.
That's right. And for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters have been set up. Those are located at Richie Valens Recreation Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima, the Northridge Park Center also on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center on Kester Avenue in Panorama City. And for those with large animals like horses, many residents in that area do have those horses. You can take them to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Horse owners can also contact the Compton Cowboys for assistance. CEO and founder Randy Savvy is offering assistance, emergency assistance for evacuation of those types of animals who need to transport their horses to safety. He is getting a lot of messages right now from residents who do need his help. And he's actually joining us on the phone right now to get us some more information. Randy, thank you for being with us, and thank you for the service you're offering.
Hey guys, I appreciate being here. I am en route right now, taking a bunch of messages. I'm getting a bunch of back and forth. It looks like a lot of help is coming in though, so a lot of the runs that I'm getting started to go within like 5 or 10 minutes, people are saying, oh, you know, trailers are getting there, those horses are cleared. So I'm happy to hear that, but I am still on the route. I'm still taking
been around.
phone calls. I'm still in my rig, so I got a few things coming in, so we'll see what's up.
How many horses would you say are in need of a shelter or protection at this point? We're seeing video of a lot of owners of ranches evacuating their horses overnight.
Look at that. The horses,
there are thousands of horses in Los Angeles and Greater Los Angeles. People don't realize how widespread and how prominent the horse community is in LA, because we're not like a southern or one of those northern or midwestern states. People don't associate us with like farming and ranching, but in LA there are so many horse people, all different kinds. You got rancheros and vaqueros and charros from the Mexican community. You got black and white cowboys all over, even some natives. You got people that do hunter jumpers, all types of horses and all type of discipline and horse lovers all over the county. So I would definitely say thousands.
So what is the best way for people to contact you if they're in need of your services?
Oh my God.
They can definitely text me to my phone number. Our number is 818-312-5936.
Make that call, guys.
Okay, and we're showing your information
again
as well for Instagram and your website, but give us your number again.
It looks like the middle of the night.
818-312-5936.
Now, can you?
My name is Randy. And I have I'm pulling a big 6-horse polo trailer and a big rig, so I can fit some. If you got little ones, I could probably take about 8 of them. If you got big ones, really big ones, I could probably get about 5 of them in here, easy.
Okay. Randy, you're a local, obviously. We talk a little bit about how we compare and contrast of past fires to what we're seeing now. Can you talk a little bit about what your experience has been and how you would rate this fire and how severe and dire the situation is?
I'm sorry, say that for me one more time. I'm a little going through some bad service. Say that for me one more time.
No problem. Just your past experience in dealing with wildfires and fires and how this is different from past experiences.
Well, you know, like the fires have never. I mean, I always see them here in the valleys and they happen, but they seem to get contained pretty quickly. I haven't ever seen them be so prolonged and so widespread and so near to home and happen so fast. I'm getting a bunch of phone calls, guys. Though I got a bunch of people that are calling about rescue, so I might have to run really quick.
Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Randy, for everything you're doing with Compton Cowboys, helping out those owners of horses and going to rescue them as we speak. I know you're very busy, so thank you very much. And his information is right there. He's getting a ton of calls right now for people who need assistance. We'll check back in with you later on, Randy. Thank you so much. Now let's go to the Eaton Fire, which is doubling in size overnight. That's where Coco McAboy is, and it's forced thousands of people to flee from their homes. This is near the Altadena, Pasadena area.
That's exactly where we are. We are near Altadena, near Murata Place right now, and the winds have been whipping out of control, and that makes this fire even more dangerous. The Eaton Fire here, you can see homes are burned to the ground. The home you're looking at right now that is on fire, the homeowner came over to us to say, "This is my home," and he got a picture, and then he ran as fast as he could because there's a lot of danger in this area with the downed power lines as well. Police have been on the loudspeakers telling people, if you are in this area, you need to evacuate as soon as possible. But there are people who have been staying. Some people are trying to hose down their lawns. They're hosing down their roofs as well. They're just trying their best to save their homes. But fire crews are trying to tell people not to do that. But it's obviously a very devastating, very difficult situation for a lot of residents watching their homes burn to the ground. As we keep walking here, we're near East Sacramento Street as well. And you can just see the devastation. Homes burned to the ground. This power line right here is also down. There are several power lines down in this neighborhood as well, which is making it difficult for people as they're trying to evacuate. They have to kind of watch out for some of these power lines as well and kind of navigate that as well. So we have seen some people who have been sticking it out, now deciding they've got to go at this point. Again, we're on El Molino Avenue near Murata Place, walking towards another home here.
Don't know if it's going to be your
that is
house,
currently
neighbors,
on
or
fire.
across the street,
I had another
or
resident
all of
ask
the
me
above.
if any firefighters will be coming to the neighborhood, and the answer right now is no, because they are strapped. They're doing the very best they can trying to put out fires, but as soon as one sparks, another one does, because of all the embers that are flying in the area. We do know that 2 people so far have died in the Eden Fire and several more injured. We don't know the exact number, but that's something that will be coming out in the next several days. Right now, what's at top of mind, especially for firefighters, is trying to save as many people as they can, trying to put out the fires as quickly as they can, while also dealing with the wind. I don't know if you can hear it in my live shot. The wind is really roaring.
Oh, it's howling.
And that does not help with this active fire that's underway right now. So definitely a difficult situation.
Look at that wind.
As we continue to walk down El Molino,
You looking at that wind?
I can
I'm
tell you
looking at
we've
that
spoken
wind.
with a few residents at the end of this street who have decided to stay. They said that they just wanted to save their home. And one guy is trying to evacuate, but he, in the stress of it all, lost the keys to his car. So now he's scrambling, trying to find the keys to his car because he's got his car packed up, but
no,
he's unable to move it.
Wow.
So you can just imagine the stress that people are under.
Absolutely. Yeah, because in a moment's panic, when you're rushing and running around, you might have even packed those keys in one of your bags. You don't know. Maybe that's a reminder too when you're doing the Getty Set Go plan, right? And you're positioning your car in the driveway as you should be when you're told that it's a possibility you might have to evacuate, to perhaps even leave your keys in the car.
Yeah,
I know that yesterday when so many people abandoned their vehicles in the middle of the road, right? One of the things was, hey, you guys, if you do this, leave your keys in the car. This is not a parking lot. Don't take your keys with you, because you're not even thinking at that moment. Coco, we're watching this individual. It looks like a gentleman trying to hose down the surrounding property of his home. This is just, oh my gosh, it's making me very nervous.
Right. The wind's whipping around.
Yes, it made us very nervous as well. We've been speaking to him. We gave him some extra masks as well, because he's been using a towel over his face to try to, keep the smoke. There's a lot of smoke in the area too. That's another thing to worry about. But he's really just trying to save his home. So it kind of shows you the level of panic that people have out here, trying to save whatever they can. But it's easier said than done to just abandon your home, and I understand that, but fire crews are trying to tell people and to really evacuate the area and save yourself.
Right, not only evacuate while you can early on, but also they were urging people in the latest news conference this morning, which was just about an hour and a half ago, to not hose down your property and to conserve that water. Actually turn off your gas, turn off your water, because fire officials do need those resources right now battling these blazes. And they were saying that this is unprecedented. They're calling in all personnel to help fight these fires. As you were mentioning, residents where you are, Coco, are wondering where the fire trucks are. But the fact is, the resources are spread so thin, they're calling on all available fire personnel to come in to try to help. And they say they have never been so short-staffed. And they even brought in personnel from up north, surrounding areas, because they were prepared for this big, severe wind event, but they didn't anticipate four major fires breaking out and the resources that they need today.
Yeah, they were saying, we were ready to fight one, maybe two, but four major fires like this of this magnitude, we just weren't ready. They're saying it, quite honestly, it's just, this is something we've never experienced before.
And he has nothing covering his hair. So
we're saying, exactly. Is that the gentleman who found his keys, maybe, or that was a different vehicle?
That was a different vehicle that was honking at us. Someone that we spoke to earlier that clearly decided now to leave. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of frustration from residents to firefighters who feel like they don't have the resources to handle an event of this magnitude. And again, you just see this home just burning to the ground. There's lots of little explosions and embers as well. And again, these guys on top of this roof are still trying to save their home, but this is becoming more and more dangerous every minute.
It is.
Absolutely. This is so heartbreaking to watch and to listen to. Please stay safe, you and your crew. Make sure you keep your masks on, your goggles on. It is a very dangerous situation with the winds whipping around right there. All right, let's go back to Gigi Graciette covering the Palisades Fire. You are near PCH in the ocean. What's the scene now?
Well, we're on PCH. We're at Gladstone's. And just moments after we went live reporting there was a fire on this side of the restaurant, we were actually heading to the other side where firefighters were staged. Apparently somebody saw that live shot, reported it, and LA City Fire arrived here and have managed and are still working actually on putting this fire out. This is a trailer, a metal trailer, the ones you often see on tractor trailer trucks, but this one is here permanently. It's being used as a storage facility.
Other communities that really need to be thinking about where is this fire headed, and do we need to be ready, concerned? What are you hearing in regards to that?
It's hard to get like a macro point of view on what this particular fire is doing. I mean, we saw yesterday around 10:30 when it broke out, and it has moved towards the west from where it started, down towards the beach. It has not, thankfully, moved to the east at all, or maybe a little tiny bit, but it seems to have blown down to the beach. And it's hard to say what's happening now. I mean, honestly, what we saw overnight was really incredible. You could see firefighters were in these neighborhoods. They were trying their best to put water on some of the burning homes, but it was almost pointless because the embers were flying into the air and then catching new houses on fire right next door. So they're trying to pour water on it, and it was just like, you know, there's not, like a drop in the ocean. It had no impact on the fire, and the embers just caused new fires.
Yeah.
And I want to tell our
and they
viewers,
were frustrated too.
Yeah, I want to tell our viewers, Eric, that what we're looking at, we're seeing you in one box, and the one to the right is a view from LAX looking live toward the Palisades, and you can see the smoke wafting to the west, north, essentially into, and you can still see fire burning deep into the hills there.
I'm a mess, guys.
It is still burning. It is not out.
This is what it is.
And this wind is not helping things. Typically, we would have more aerial pictures, as would the firefighters. The firefighters would be up doing what they could to map with airplanes and helicopters. They have been limited in their ability to do that because of the winds and the difficulty in that. Also, the president is in town, and that has put an air flight restriction, at least on news media. We're about to get up into the air so we can start giving you some of those pictures.
No.
We should tell people that the president is planning to visit a fire station in Santa Monica at some point. We will have pictures of that. He's going to get a briefing from Cal
because
Fire
that old
there.
guy, he doesn't need the
on
smoke.
PCH itself, I want to ask you,
I'd like to
Eric,
see Trump
as we look to your right, going up, as you, if you will, north is how most people would describe it. What is the scene along PCH now? We see the mobile home community that has been completely
Don't
destroyed.
forget to smash that
Can you even see beyond?
subscribe, like, and please do share this out.
No, I mean, honestly, visibility is so poor here. I want to say it's only like a half a mile or so that we can even see up Pacific Coast Highway. It's just covered with this black smoke, a giant cloud.
Look at
and
that.
at
Like,
some points it becomes so thick, it almost feels like it's nighttime here.
That's the thing.
We haven't gone up that way, and I don't think I would want to try at this point, not with the kind of visibility that we have here now. Again, we're seeing emergency crews, fire engines, and so forth, who are using this parking lot here as sort of a staging area. And then every so often we run into a resident who has come up here either on foot or on a bicycle or on a motorcycle to try and get to the area, to the burn zone, to see what's happened to the house that they live in. And it's really the only way to go is, you can't drive here, but folks are anxious to know what's happened to their homes. And so some of them, one man told me he walked from Santa Monica to get here, and was going to walk up to where his actually, there was one man who lived in the mobile home park across the way here, and he told me he had walked up here and it was so smoky he couldn't go up there. But then when the smoke cleared for a second, he saw that there was nothing left. He turned around and walked back to Santa Monica. He'd seen what he'd come to see, and he figured there wasn't anything left here, and so there was no point. But for all these people who've lost their homes, it now is, or the next few days, there's a reckoning. What is going to happen? Where am I going to live for the foreseeable future? Perhaps for several years, if I decide.
Look over here. With that said,
and actually level to the ground. Let's listen to the video.
Like, look at it. This is now. This is not evening. This is going on right now. I'll put myself over here again. Smaller. Oh, that's it.
Wow.
Could just never imagine that something like this would happen.
Well, when you look at this, and imagine, she's in it, right?
Yeah, they
her
will.
photographer and her driving through this.
Yes.
You almost feel as though, is this really happening? Is this real life? Are we on a movie set? What in the world is this?
Yeah, that's right.
There's also video of our photographer,
It's gonna be an
Gina,
interesting
and
year,
our
friends.
reporter, Christy Fajardo. They were driving near the Palisades Fire. You see all the emergency vehicles, the smoke right in the air. So tough to even just make your way through the roadway there. There are emergency evacuations in place as they were trying to make their way down the road.
Doesn't look like LA County. This seems like some, right, like you said, apocalyptic Armageddon from another planet. This just does not look like home, and this is home for so many people. So here's again a map, a look at the Palisades Fire. It started near Piedra Morada and Monte Hermoso Drives. That's about 10:30 yesterday morning, and it has just exploded into this. And officials are warning of the worsening winds that could spread the fire further. As we know, we're not out of the woods yet in terms of those wind advisories, and smoke advisories are also in effect right now. Residents are urged to stay indoors.
Right. So we are getting updates throughout the morning. There are evacuations underway for those 4 fires which are burning in the LA area. We spoke with the captain with the LA County Fire Department who had joined us earlier with a recommendation for people who are inside of those evacuation warning zones. And here's what was said.
Oh, I first off download that app, the Genesis app, please. So you are
every time
notified
I look,
for your specific location. So you're in the know. They will text you and light up your phone.
Yeah, you're right.
To let you know that the warning is in place. Pay attention. It's like, hey, yes, they could get to us. Let's get some things packed up. Let's make a plan. Where would we go if we wanted to evacuate? Who do we need to call? Whose couch are we crashing on? Start making a plan.
We've been streaming 4 hours.
Yep, start making a plan. You heard the captain mention the Genesis Protect app. So that is actually spelled G as in George, ENASYS, GENASYS, Protect. So get that app. It'll give you all the evacuation centers which are available near you, and it'll send you some real-time alerts if you need to evacuate. Also gives you the very latest information as far as those fires are concerned. Also, another resource that we mentioned throughout, not just right now, but throughout our newscasts. If you watch us regularly, the Fox Local app is also a great tool, which will get you information up to date minute information as far as what is happening in your community. Nearly 24 Southern California school districts, of course, canceling classes today. We're going to go through some of these in alphabetical order.
Are watching
there are many. So all of these schools, Alhambra, Arcadia, Azusa, Baldwin Park, Burbank.
We're also talking about Duarte, El Monte, Glendale, La Cañada, and Los Virgenes schools as well.
Monrovia, Mountain View, Pasadena, Rosemead, and San Marino.
And of course, Santa Monica and Malibu Unified School District, South Pasadena, Temple City, and Valle Lindo School.
So some people are watching from the think tank and others are watching from the crime den. So depending on which channel you're on is where you will see the comments. I would love for some of you guys to jump over to the crime den, give it a like, and I really want to see this channel grow. I would like to continue to do things like this, make it a little bit different, but please do jump over to the crime den. I'll put the link in there for you. And yeah, support that channel. Great conversation, a little bit different content. I am putting some on both, but I am putting I'm starting to add a lot of extra to the crime den. I hope that helped, friend.
Learning Complex, Kenter Canyon Elementary Charter, Marquez Charter Elementary, and the Palisades Charter Elementary School, Palisades Elementary, and Paul Revere Charter Middle School, Topanga Elementary Charter, and University High School, as well as the Woodland Hills Academy. All of those schools closed today.
And those that aren't closed, of course, I'm sure many of these schools will not have recess, and lunch will be indoors. Also, you think about sports, right? You're not going to want to be out there. fire. It's terrible out there. So, last night, our reporter Matthew Seedorf, he was reporting from Palisades Charter High School, right in the middle of all the destruction. Watch this.
Yeah, you can we're surrounded by flames. We keep hearing those loud bangs. It just sounds like firecrackers just going off, bang, bang. Right now you can see the homes right near Palisades Charter High School.
Tanks around there?
Several homes on fire, if not destroyed already. And then, Sam, if you want to point up to the light, just so people can see the smoke just blowing, just look how fast it's going. I mean, that's something you see. I've covered hurricanes on the coast. That's what you see with hurricanes and the rain, just all of that wind just blowing all this smoke. It's pretty remarkable to see. And Sam, if you want to walk with me outside the high school, we're going to look kind of out towards the football field. Looks like there's a structure burning over there. And we talked about just being surrounded by flames, but it's just all around the football stadium. We saw the press box on fire, and we want to see, because we've seen the other side of the high school. We saw the other side of the high school with the flames on the baseball field and the field house, the locker rooms, and this is the main entrance to the school.
You're so right.
We did see some fire here a little while ago, and I just want to get a quick look and show you guys kind of what we're seeing at the front of the school.
That just doesn't look fire retardant.
And you can see the flames coming in from this direction, getting closer to the school. Just definitely a scary situation. I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
And that noise you were hearing was the alarm going off at the Palisades High School there as it was engulfed in flames. Again, 10% of LAUSD schools are closed today, which can affect the district's most vulnerable children. And Bob DeCastro caught up with an LAUSD board member on how kids are getting help today.
So I'm going to jump over here for a minute. Oh, let me see here. No, got us on the wrong one.
To contain these flames in any way they can. Now, as far as evacuation shelters, they have been set up at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals can evacuate to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. And residents we spoke to, they actually recall the Creek Fire in this same area back in 2017 that burned over 15,000 acres. And this was just north of Sylmar, destroying dozens of homes. That, of course, was much, much larger. Again, this is only at 500 acres right now, and we do expect those numbers to grow throughout the morning. But again, as far as we can tell, most of the residents here have evacuated. They heeded those evacuation orders and warnings, and there's a few down the street sort of waiting outside of this mobile homes community, keeping an eye on the flames and waiting to see exactly what happens. But at one point, we thought the flames were heading away from these homes, and then a minute later, we saw them coming back down the hill.
And our super scoopers. So at that point, and late afternoon, late last night, I had not heard that any damage had actually affected the building. But the brush all around it burned right up to it. But they saved it. But again, like I said, I haven't got my update this morning, so we'll see what the damage assessment is.
And Captain, as we're talking to you, we're being told of several new fires that have just broken out. The Woodley fire and then the Tyler fire in Riverside. The Tyler fire stands at now 15 acres and the Woodley fire is at 75 acres. That just goes to show you, I mean, these fires are popping up all over our viewing area.
Now, Jen, you make a great point. We are nowhere near out of the woods. This wind isn't dying down until late tonight, maybe into tomorrow. Our fire red flag warning is moved into tomorrow. So people that aren't in the areas where the fires are, they need to be careful. If they've got wind blowing, everybody just really, hopefully, is on high alert and paying attention to what they're doing.
Sorry, go ahead, Mel.
Oh, no, I was just saying, especially just with the way the fanning embers and how these ember storms are starting as well because of these gusty Santa Ana winds, unprecedented.
Now, like I said, I was sitting there last night in my vehicle because I couldn't get out at that point, and it looked like a hailstorm of fire. Of embers. It was a hailstorm of embers. That's how many there were. So you can imagine in a densely, at least these were blowing off to the beach. In a densely populated area like the Eaton Canyon area, it's pretty dramatic.
So what needs to happen right now? What conditions have to be there for fixed wing aircraft and the like to get up in the air and start to fight this fire from above?
Just those winds got to calm down. I don't know what their tipping point is. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but
this
they'll make that
fire is
assessment.
creating
And as soon
its
as they
own
can,
weather
they'll be out.
pattern. This is
I think
what
it's 30 to
happens.
40 mile sustained winds have to die down. But this is
Yeah.
just something that you mentioned that we have just not
weather
seen
pattern.
in recent memory.
From my experience, anyway.
Yeah, it's dramatic, and I'm just still aghast at how this wind is not stopping.
Well, you know, I was reading an article this morning about they've likened this wind event to the 2011 windstorm. Do you remember that?
Yes. That's a good comparison. I think they said it's been about 12, 13 years since we've had this type of wind, so that tracks.
Captain, if you're in the one of those peripheral areas that's just right outside of the evacuation warning zone, what do you recommend people do?
Oh, I first off download that app, the Genesis app, please. So you are notified for your specific location. So you're in the know. They will text you and light up the phone to let you know that the warning is in place. Pay attention. It's like, hey, yes, it could get to us.
If you're asked
let's get some things
to
back up. Let's
evacuate,
make a plan. Where would we go if we wanted to evacuate? Who do we need to call? Whose couch are we crashing on? Start making a plan.
Right.
That's right. Captain, thank you so much for your insight and for giving us all the updated information. We do hope that you stay safe. And I have to say, you know, hats off to all the firefighters who are out there working these front lines.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
They're,
thank you for your service.
They're getting their butts kicked out there. So I've been up for 24 hours and I've just been doing my job and not hiking up and down the hills. So I know they're tired. I know they're stretched, but they'll keep going. I know that too.
Thank you, because they're away from their families and perhaps even their homes as well.
That's the truth too, Melvin. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the active flames. We've been watching as these flames at one point were really raging close to hundreds of homes here, but they are now moving to the north, and those winds, we're still feeling them, which is a concern. They could carry those embers 1, 2, even more miles, creating another spot fire. Now, this is the Hearst fire. It began around 10 o'clock last night here in Silmar. First reported a few acres, quickly growing to 50, then 500 in a few hours. Mandatory evacuation orders are still in place for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the 5 and 14 freeway split. Now, those mandatory evacuation orders, of course, mean that you should leave now if you haven't already. Evacuation warnings are in place for parts of Santa Clarita along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood, and Eternal Valley. And we know those warnings can quickly turn into evacuations, so that's something that we're keeping an eye on. And we were here throughout the morning watching a lot of these residents leave this area, many of them receiving emergency alerts late last night to evacuate. But there was some concern from a few of the residents we spoke with about some of the elderly here in this mobile home community, whether or not they received those alerts and may have needed help getting out. And we've seen these streets that have been pretty bare for the last hour. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any of the structures here from what we can tell. And there are also some evacuation shelters that have been set up. One at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals are being evacuated to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. And a few residents we spoke to earlier, they recall the Creek Fire here in the same area. This was back in 2017. It burned over 15,000 acres north of Silmar, destroying dozens of homes. Now, of course, this is much smaller. Again, at 500 acres, the priority for these fire crews has been getting people out of their homes safely and then doing anything they can to protect these structures. But with the winds continuing to push those flames, that of course is a major challenge. So again, the good news is that most people here in this neighborhood appear to have heeded the warnings to get out, leave their homes, because those flames were dangerously close. But since they have been pushing a little to the north, just behind that hillside there may be some more more active flame activity. But these fire crews, from what we've seen, LA City, LA County, CAL FIRE, and U.S. Forest Service have done a great job here in this neighborhood, really keeping these structures from going up in flames. For now, that's the latest in Sylmar. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mario, thank you very much for your reporting
out
there on the ground.
Check this out.
Include the most vulnerable, like these residents of an elderly care home.
Look at
these
this.
pictures are from Pasadena, northeast of
Oh
Los
my
Angeles.
God,
and many,
man.
as you can see, in
What
wheelchairs or on
the
gurneys,
hell?
and they're being taken to safety by hospital staff.
Oh. Can you imagine? That's
Now, two men who were
heartbreaking.
trapped inside their home with their dog captured flames surrounding the property before
This is
all
nuts.
managed to escape.
If I show
Here's
this
what they
guy
recorded.
again, you almost want to slap him. Like, what the hell is he doing? What the hell? Not happy, not impressed. Listen to it.
Okay.
Nice
You'll be
house,
okay.
but it's the dog. You
You'll
and
be
your
okay.
dog, at least your dog.
So where's the gas?
It actually pisses me off to
Okay,
see
the
this.
gas is off right now.
Good.
Uh,
So do I, Dandy.
No, don't open the window. Don't open.
Look,
Don't open
what?
the
There, is there what? So that means there's two
Stay
people
over
in
here.
there?
Just
Oh,
to
they're not
reassure you,
smart.
they did, as I say, get out safely.
Yeah.
Well, emergency services led by the Los Angeles Fire Department have been giving an update on the disaster over the past hour. Here's some of what they had to say.
We have well over 5,000 acres that have burned, and the fire is growing. We have no percentage of containment.
0%.
We have an estimated 1,000
contained.
structures destroyed, and also no reported fatalities, and a high
We've got
number of
2
significant
fatalities at this
injuries
point.
to residents
Many
who
injuries.
did not evacuate,
This is old.
in addition to first responders who were.
I'm going to put it over
For
here instead.
fire
I don't want
victims,
old
evacuees can
information out.
go to the Westwood Recreation Center. There you see the address, 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Another evacuation
tiny.
center is open at the Dream Center
Lordy,
in
lordy.
Los Angeles. Let's talk about the animals, though, right? When it comes to livestock and larger animals,
We've
a
been
separate
streaming
evacuation
for
center is open at Pierce
over
College.
4
That's
hours.
at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. LA County Animal Shelter is taking in the smaller animals, dogs, cats, that sort of thing. The address there is 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills.
All right. Well, there's another fire we're keeping an eye on, of course, the Hearst fire roaring through the hillsides in Sylmar, fueled again by those strong winds and dry conditions.
Yeah, thousands of people have been ordered to
Look at all those
evacuate their
homes and their
homes.
fancy
And
dancy
evacuation centers
homes.
are open in Pacoima, Northridge, Panorama City. For more on this, let's join back in with Mario and see what's going on in Sylmar. Mario.
Roxy, Sandra, while we are still feeling those strong, sustained winds and really powerful gusts, we have an update. We are now seeing those airdropping helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, at least here in Sylmar, just above this activity. And you can see we've been watching the flames here making their way up the ridge here, and just behind the hillsides here, it continues to burn out of control. The Hearst fire initially reported at about 50 acres around 10 o'clock last night, and it quickly grew to 500 acres in just a few hours, driven by these high winds and dry vegetation. Now, this broke out near the 5 freeway where it meets the 14 and 210 freeways here in the San Fernando Valley. And we should mention several areas are still under mandatory evacuations, which means leave now, and they include residents along Balboa Boulevard, Filbert Street, Bridle Ridge Road, and Nicholas Drive. A little farther to the north, the area near Whitney Canyon Park has also been ordered to evacuate. And that's basically a large area north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street. 3 evacuation shelters have been set up, but the main one, Richie Valens Rec Center on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima. And there's also a lot of traffic in the area, and that's because the eastbound 210 freeway in Sylmar is closed, and the connector to the southbound 5 freeway also temporarily shut down due to the fire. I want to bring Jesse in. He's a resident here on Sycamore. Is that right?
Correct.
What was this like for you? You're back in the neighborhood, but you evacuated late last night.
It was scary. High winds last night. Where you sat up here, this is the 3rd big fire we've been through in this area. not a notification from the government at all. We got notified by our neighbors. This is a real close-knit community. We look out for each other. And the neighbors drove around telling us of the fire. So we heeded the warning, we evacuated, and with the wind blowing towards the west, we felt safe enough to come back in this morning.
Now, that's interesting because we did hear from some residents this morning that said they were alerted on their phones, but others who said they weren't. And like you said, neighbors were knocking on each other's doors, trying to get everybody out safely. So maybe some inconsistency with that system in place. Now, walk me through this area here, just behind these hillsides. Okay. What does it look like? Because it's really hard to access this area.
It's all wildland up that way. We have a lot of wildlife, like the deer's right behind you right now running around. It's all wildland up here. Then once you get over the hill, you go into Santa Clarita. They have a nature preserve up there. And beyond that is a movie production area. But it's us. And then we got the commercials to the west of us. And then we have our community here. And a lovely place to live. We look out for each other. And we pay the price to live in nature. So this is their land.
And you mentioned that you had been through this before, similar evacuations. How does this compare to some of the others?
A lot less scary. The Saddle Ridge fire from a few years back was a lot more intense and a lot faster moving. So that one was a lot more scary. This one, we were able to take our time and get out safely because the fire department was here real fast and their engines were up here setting up while we took off, which wasn't the case last time.
Fortunately, no structures here, no injuries that we're aware of. Anything you want to say to fire crews that have been out here?
This time.
Thank you guys for everything you do. It's a tireless job. It's a thankless job for the most part.
Yep.
We appreciate everything, and we appreciate what you, the media, do in keeping us notified. So thank you to our first responders and everybody out here helping each other.
All right. Thanks so much. We're just glad you're safe. So as you can see, some residents, although the evacuation orders, mandatory evacuations are still in place, some are returning to their neighborhoods to assess the damage and take a look at how close the flames got to these properties before they tapered off here early this morning. But it is still happening, that strong wind event, and those flames are still being carried a little farther north from our location here. Live in Sylmar, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it's a good reminder that a lot of people have been impacted by fires in the past. Residents who have dealt with this situation, that resident right there talking about the 2019 Saddle Ridge fire that burned 8,700 acres in the San Fernando Valley area. He said how fast moving it was compared to the Hearst fire, though. The Hearst fire right now holding at 500 acres as far as we know. But again, we'll get updated information and numbers throughout the day. So for anyone impacted by this Hearst fire, evacuation shelters are located, as Mario mentioned, at the Ritchie Valens Recreation Center. That's on Laurel Canyon Boulevard in Pacoima. We also have an evac center in Northridge Park on Reseda Boulevard in Northridge, and Sepulveda Recreation Center. That's at Kester Avenue in Panorama City. So with those with large animals like horses, you can take those animals to the Los Angeles Equestrian Center in Burbank.
Also, an update here, all Pasadena schools will be closed for the rest of the week. So all Pasadena schools will not be functioning. All right, let's move on to the Eaton fire, which has doubled in size overnight, really forcing thousands of people having to flee from their homes near Pasadena.
Coco is there live in Altadena with a closer look, and all suited up, Coco, because it's dangerous. You see those whipping winds around you.
It is really dangerous out here on the ground for the Eaton fire. We are now at Calaveras and Catherine, and you can see that the situation is still ongoing. I can tell you this home, 638 Calaveras, is engulfed in flames. The homes next door as well also engulfed. And the reason why I'm giving addresses is because I'm getting a lot of messages from people wondering about their homes and the condition of their homes. And some of these streets we're just simply not able to get to because they're impassable because of the fire here in Altadena. But as we walk this way, you can just see all of the fire that continues to burn on these homes. And we do know that 2,000 acres, more than 2,000 acres are on fire right now. We also know at least 2 people have died and several more are injured from the Eden fire.
I'm right in the Canadian
something that I can
Rockies
tell you that
in
we've been
BC.
experiencing while out here is
So
the
this
whipping
is
winds.
just terrifying
The winds are
to me.
still extremely strong.
I mean,
And
there's
we know
nothing
that this
but
fire
bush.
started last
I'm in the
evening, but we
middle.
still
I'm in the
have
middle
these
of
winds that will
nowhere.
be lasting through tomorrow evening. So that's the dangerous part.
So it is.
And some of
It's
these
scary
homes
to
that are
see
not
this.
on fire are still threatened because of the fact that the embers are
It could be
flying
a
as well. I
reality.
don't know if you were able to hear that popping noise. There are lots of little explosions that are happening as well with all of the items that are
We're
burning. You can
unusually
see now,
warm.
obviously, a portion of that roof just caved in as this home continues to burn. And it's difficult to find people
We're
out
at,
here,
like,
which is a good thing
-3,
because
but there's
the
wind,
LA County
-12.
firefighters have been telling people to please evacuate this area. It's been very difficult for some
Little
people to
gloomy.
leave their homes as I've been talking to them, but obviously the most important thing is to leave with your life. But it's got to be difficult for the residents to see their homes burn to the ground. I had several residents asking me if I could get firefighters to come to their homes, and obviously I can't do that because of the fact that they're doing the very best they can, and they are low on resources and also low on firefighters that can help fight these flames. This is 676 Calavera, and you can see that this home is burned to the ground as well. So
It's
a
a
lot of
goner.
devastation in this neighborhood here
I
in
hope that they get
Altadena
help.
from the Eden fire. And we know the winds are continuing to whip. Firefighters are on specific streets trying to battle those flames. We also know that the Altadena Sheriff Station had to be evacuated because that was threatened by this fire as well. It's
Really?
moving very quickly, and some people are sticking it out trying to save their home, but the majority have left the area for now.
All right, Coco. Thank you. Stay
just not a
safe
good
there
idea.
where you
People
are.
get
You can
out
see
of there.
Coco has that mask, the goggles on, of course, because the fire is so irritating to all of the senses. Maria, we're watching and waiting. You know, we talked about how the winds may back up a little bit, right? Help a little bit, provide some relief. But the way they're behaving, I don't know how much relief that's going to create.
That's
You know, it's going to back down a little bit, just not soon enough. It's going to be a little bit later today. And, you know, we talked about this yesterday. If you notice the smoke and the direction that it's
He's
flowing
being
from
bossy,
that northeasterly
Terry.
direction towards the west and southwest, that's classic, the Santa Ana wind that we have been talking about, and that is going to continue. I did just update some of the peak wind gusts from early this morning. Fremont Canyon out towards Orange County, the Santa Monica Mountains, 94-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You can imagine what that can do in terms of where these fires are and what it can do with those embers and spread it several miles downwind. Arrowhead Springs, 92 miles per hour. Magic Mountain Truck Trail up in the San Gabriel Mountains, 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts just early this morning. Rancho Cucamonga, 83-mile-per-hour winds. And at the Eaton Canyon area, 70-plus miles per hour. And this will continue. These wind gusts are still in the forecast through today. Current winds right now, you can see all the brightly colored areas. Some of the wind weather stations, actually, we're not getting some of the reports at the moment, so we're going to try to look for some other ones nearby. But you can see the brightly colored contoured areas, particularly down south into Orange County now. Particularly dangerous situation here as well, with the sustained winds near 40 miles per hour. So wind gusts, again, potentially between 60 to 80 plus miles per hour. Extreme wildfire danger. This is going to continue. Red flag warnings have been extended to tomorrow. The wind warnings are due to expire this evening for some areas at 6 p.m. So that's when we start to see some noticeable difference. However, that being said, the fire danger is still going to be with us, and it's still going to be a breezy offshore wind. Red flag warning, look at how widespread it is from Ventura County south all the way down to Orange County, parts of San Diego. So just because you're not where these fires are burning right now, the danger is there pretty pretty much for everyone. So we want you to be ready. Remember the plan, the ready, set, go fire plan. Make sure you've had this conversation with your family, have your ready to go bag. Parking restrictions are in place. Make sure you also park your car in the right way so that you can go quickly if you are told to do so by officials. Here are the high wind warnings, widespread, due to expired around 6 p.m. or at least get downgraded. We're going to continue to monitor it closely. However, right now there are no signs of it letting up. So be prepared for more of these winds. Where's the rain? We've just not had any rain. This is part of the reason why this is such an extreme event. It is unusual to get these winds quite this early in the year or late in the season. We've had no rain for the month of January, typically the second wettest month of the year. We get over 3¼ inches of rain. We've gotten 0. December, the third wettest month of the year, we got very little rain. November, the same. So we have had the one of the driest starts to the season on record. Some areas the driest. So right now, downtown LA, third driest on record to start this season. We have a deficit that's going now this season, almost 4½ inches below average. Last year, do you remember? We got a lot of rain. We were above seasonal average the year before the same. So when we had all that rain, we got a lot of growth. So a lot of this vegetation being fuel for the fires out there in some areas. Look at the water years so far. We are far from the normal. This is the line that where we should be at this time in terms of rain. We've had 0 for January, just 2/100th of an inch in December, and only 14/100th of an inch of rain in November. We got trace amounts. That's it in October. Do we have any rain in the extended outlook? No, look at this. This is going out beyond the 7-day forecast. It stays dry here across the Southwest. Even though we had the rain yesterday morning, do you remember that? We had such an unusual forecast yesterday morning with the showers over the mountains and the snow. We got 5 to 7 inches of snow, and it did help to mitigate fire danger there up in the mountains, but it doesn't take much to dry it out again. So those winds posing problems for our mountain locations as well under the red flag warning. So please don't let your guard down. Look at this. Today, tomorrow, very windy conditions, breezy through the weekend, and then perhaps, according to the models, another round of gusty winds next week, Monday to Tuesday. That one looks to be more moderate, but we'll wait and see. 38 up into the mountains today with those winds and red flag warnings continuing. You guys hang in there, stay vigilant, and stay safe out there. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So the Hearst fire does...
That's exactly right. This building, for example, right here is under construction, and there's also what appeared to be a big truck that burned that's now on fire. I think from what we're seeing, a lot of it is vehicles that are exploding right now, but there are also houses that are on fire as well because the fire continues to jump. But as you see, this fire is really growing rapidly here, so I'm sure that fire crews, once they try to get that structure just right next to us under control, they will probably end up moving to this part of the fire as well. But a lot of emergency crews are in this area.
I'm looking at this gentleman who's in the middle of the street taking video, not advised. Anybody who's in that area just needs to get out of the way and make room for fire crews and first responders to be able to do what they have to do, because it seems like in where you are right now, everything is on fire. Coco, it's just spotting everywhere in that neighborhood right now.
Yeah. Exactly. It really is important for people to evacuate as soon as possible. I understand that people are trying to document and they're trying to make sure that their homes are okay, but this really is a very dangerous situation, especially because a lot of people that are out here do not have fire equipment. So you got to think about all the smoke inhalation, the embers that are flying. It really is important for people to be as safe as possible.
Thank you, Coco, for being out there for us.
Over here.
Please take care.
People can just come get a cup of coffee, pray, connect with, pastoral care and get the support they need, and then kind of get to where they need to go from here. But right now what we've got is we've got lots of bagels, we've got lots of fruit, we've got lots of coffee. But I would say that what we could use if people want to send donations over here is toiletries, toilet paper, any dried goods, food, snacks, bottled water, or powered, like sports drinks, that kind of stuff. I think that would all be really helpful.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are eager to try to help, but they don't know what is the best way to do
what
so.
is
So
the best
you're
way to
saying
help?
if they're able to bring supplies down to the church, that would be of help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it's safe for them to do so. I mean, I know that we have an order from Trader Joe's coming right now, and so I would just say everybody be safe, but if you're able to send any donations over this way, we will definitely put it to use to make sure that we're feeding our neighbors and making sure that they have something to drink.
Toiletries.
And it's one of those situations where in a time of crisis, you see a community coming together, and that's certainly what you're doing, opening your church doors to the community in need and providing that safe sanctuary for so many people who are just dealing with extreme loss right now.
My God.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like what Mr. Rogers said, in times of crisis, you got to look for the helpers. And you got to be the helpers.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's so tough because right now people are going through the motions, of course, right? You're just trying to get out of harm's way and just react immediately to what's happening. And that sense of loss will really settle in the days, weeks, and months, even years to come.
Help these people.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I guess if you're not able to help here at the church, I would just say check in on your neighbors, make sure that the people around you are okay, and just do whatever you can wherever you are.
Like I said, there's a lot
All right,
of money
Reverend,
in
thank
this
you so much
area.
for the work you're doing for the community, for evacuees right there. And we do hope that people can bring supplies that are much needed to the All Saints Pasadena Church. You see the address right there on your screen, 132 North Euclid Avenue in Pasadena. This is just across the street from Pasadena City Hall.
But again, only do so. You can do so safely.
That's right.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Take care. Be safe.
You as well. Federal aid on the way for local wildfire efforts. Governor Newsom says that President Biden quickly approved funding after a text message request.
I saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed. Not a few, many structures already destroyed. And the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, we're just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders.
FEMA has granted federal assistance to help cover firefighting costs. The White House says that Biden has been briefed and directed as his team is trying to stay in contact with state and local officials. High winds did ground President Biden's planned trip to the Coachella Valley. You may recall he was supposed to be there yesterday, where he was set to announce 2 new national monuments honoring Native American tribes. But all of that changed, and that did not happen. But also that's another reason Governor Newsom happened to be in the area, so he was able to join in on the press briefing immediately yesterday when all of this happened.
That's right. And if you're wondering, where is Mayor Karen Bass? Well, she was heading back from her trip from Africa, and she's still on her way back, but she has urged residents through tweets and other forms of communication to follow evacuation orders and avoid the Pacific Palisades area. She does, of course, have representatives involved in all of this emergency response. She says key roads, including parts of PCH and Topanga Canyon Boulevard, as we know, are closed, and firefighters with regional support are battling the flames as high winds make the situation dangerous.
But you know,
so she's been tweeting and putting out messages stressing the importance of staying informed through Notify LA and LA City Fire updates.
Where's Oprah?
So you're taking a live look now at the conditions outside. Let's go back out to Mario for an update on the Hearst fire still roaring through hillsides in Sylmar. Mario.
You know, there's a lot of people like that.
Hi, Sandra. Yeah, we've watched several of these super scooper drops here over the Hearst fire at Sylmar, and they've been ineffective because of these strong winds. We want to show you exactly what we're talking about. Hopefully we can catch one here as fire engines, fire crews make their way in and out of this mobile home community here in Sylmar. This is the Oak Ridge mobile home community in the San Fernando Valley, just off the 210 freeway.
Yeah,
hundreds of homes here in this gated community, and we've seen LA City and County along with CAL FIRE and U.S. Forest Service crews here responding. Police officers are still stationed here around the neighborhood in front of some of these homes, and we should mention it was initially reported around 10 o'clock last night at 50 acres, stretching to about 500 in a few hours, and right now burning adjacent to the Angeles National Forest. Mandatory evacuation orders still in place for areas north of the 210 freeway from Roxford Street to the the 5 and 14 freeway split, and those mandatory evacuations mean if you haven't left, you should leave now.
So
Evacuation warnings, meanwhile, in place for
evacuation
parts of Santa
centers.
Clarita along Cal Grove Boulevard and the Newhall Pass, Wildwood, and Eternal Valley. And we heard during that news conference a little earlier that residents leaving their homes should turn off water and gas if they can to help fire crews with that water pressure issue that they've been having in some of these areas where they're battling flames. Now, some of the residents we talked to this morning received emergency alerts late last night to evacuate. Others, you may have heard a little earlier in our live reports, did not. Several told us they started going door to door and honking their horns, trying to get residents out. Fortunately, the flames have not spread to any structures here. There is an evacuation shelter that's been set up at the Richie Valens Rec Center in Pacoima. Large animals, meanwhile, evacuating to the LA Equestrian Center in Burbank. And let's talk about the Sayer fire back in 2008. Residents recall that fire destroying over 480 of these mobile homes. Incredible to think that back in 2008, they were left with nothing and had to build from scratch, and they did, and that's why a lot of these mobile homes here in the neighborhood look fairly new. Now, the priority for crews here has been getting people out of their homes safely and doing everything they can to protect these structures from going up in flames, but a major challenge to contain any of these wildfires with the winds that we continue to see. And when you hear that the worst of the wind is yet to come, it is alarming considering the open flames that we've been talking about here all morning and all day yesterday. Now, as far as the airdrops that we've been watching here behind us, they'll come through those fixed-wing aircraft. They'll drop water, but before it hits the ground or hits the hillside there, it basically is swept away by the wind and evaporates. So we haven't seen them in the last 15 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes. Maybe they've paused that for now, but they're still dealing with that difficult challenge of dropping water on these fires with these really strong winds. Live in Silmar, I'm Mario Ramirez. Send it back to you.
Yeah, Mario, we're getting an update from the Angeles National Forest. They're posting the most recent update saying that the fire is now 505 acres right there, the Hearst fire Mario's reporting at. And they're focusing on establishing control lines along the 210 freeway north of the Santa Clara Divide Road. And you were talking, Mario, about the aerial attacks. There have been 3 large air tankers requested and assigned to this fire, but now they're asking for 2 Type 1 helicopters to respond to this because probably they're changing up their tactics. As Mario was mentioning, he's witnessing those water drops not being effective there because of the wind and the terrain right there. So
you're also seeing this. This is a picture of what it's like to try to get out. That is one of the main thoroughfares to try to get out of that area. A lot of very thin roads. When people are running, they are literally looking to their left and to their right, seeing fire coming up over the hill. The Palisades Fire is just one of 4 wildfires raging in Los Angeles County. So let's go to this map right now to give you an idea of what they are dealing with. This sort of gives you a regional perspective. 70,000 people evacuated. So how do you even begin to picture that in your mind? So think about it this way. The average number of seats in your average university football stadium, about 30,000. So get the picture of 30,000 seats on football Saturday or Sunday on your mind. Double that. Add 10,000 more
Malibu's
seats.
in trouble?
That's the number of people who are running in California from their homes at this very moment. In fact, that creates a sense of urgency, block by block, and we got a little bit of that on camera. Watch.
It's a plane.
So children in cars with their parents and their family members hearing those sounds. And that is the sound right now where usually you would just hear gentle ocean waves. That's video in the Pacific Palisades area. It shows that line of people just gridlocked in their cars trying to get out.
Up to 75 miles per hour happening there right now.
Burned more than 5,000 acres. And as we see home after home after home burn, we can tell you firefighters are giving it hell, but zero containment so far. More than 150,000 homes are without electricity, just shutting off the electricity. Major roads and highways also shutting down, including parts of the PCH or the Pacific Coast Highway.
On the ocean,
our team's on the scene getting this update from LA Fire. Let's listen into that.
Like, can they do that?
The deputies continue to be on patrol throughout the road closure areas to ensure evacuation areas remain closed to the public.
Sounds great,
All
Lindy.
schools in the
Thanks for
Pasadena
being here.
Unified School District are closed. There are There is a road closure at Altanina Drive from Allen to New York Drive. For those in need of shelter, please head to the Pasadena Convention Center. Evacuations are in effect, continuously in effect for the city of Calabasas, the city of Malibu, Los Angeles City, Pacific Palisades, and unincorporated area of Los Angeles County and Topanga Canyon. Evacuation orders are approximately 37,000 residents under evacuation orders and approximately 15,000 structures at risk. Again, that's specifically for the Palisades Fire.
That wouldn't surprise me.
So many people glued to television, listening to radio, and seeing streaming broadcasts to know where to go moment to moment.
Oh my God,
TDS
that's
News
exactly what I
correspondent
was
Danya
thinking,
Backus is
Dandy.
part of that reporting corps.
You took the
getting
words
people
right
the
out of my
information they
mouth.
need so they can get out. This is her report from the Palisades Fire.
Fire officials say there are no reported fatalities from the Palisades Fire that is burning where I am, but a high number of injuries to people who did not evacuate. Unfortunately, 2 people were killed in the Eaton fire.
Oh, wow. The whole thing just went down. The whole house just collapsed.
The images are apocalyptic. What started as a brush fire ballooned into the Palisades Fire. It's one of 3 wind-fueled fires in the area. Firefighters are picking their battles with parts of the Pacific Palisades beyond saving.
Obviously, this one here is a total loss. So they're trying to move ahead and skip ahead, get in front of the fire, and keep it from going from one building onto the next.
Firefighters are also battling fatigue and finding some hydrants without water. The danger is ever present. One man using a hose to douse flames almost got burned in the process.
Good.
Tens of thousands have had to evacuate, and Tuesday some residents fled in such a hurry. Some abandoned their cars in the gridlock.
There's a lot of fire right there. That's why the people coming. We leave the car.
It's hard to see, hard to breathe, and hard for firefighters to contain, as seen by this home that's completely engulfed by flames. Worst of all, the wind.
Okay, the wind's starting to pick up again, so it's going to get a little gusty, and the smoke's going to start coming through one more time.
Hurricane-force winds are also fueling the Eaton fire northeast of Los Angeles.
You can imagine trying to fight fire in those winds. It is really incredibly challenging and volatile and unpredictable.
Firefighters are hoping
All
for
of the
even the
above.
slightest relief.
Those winds will die down somewhat as we head into this afternoon and into this evening, but we're still seeing that offshore flow.
Crews hope to minimize further damage in this trifecta of dangerous fires.
Many celebrities call Pacific Palisades home, like Tom Hanks, Steven Spielberg, and Ben Affleck.
Wow,
The Los Angeles Unified
that's what I was
School
waiting
District
for.
temporarily relocated students from Palisades campuses. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
I was waiting.
Now back
I was
to you.
waiting to hear that.
So not far from where Danya filed that report is Pacific Palisades. And this right here is a view of destruction left behind. You can see on the right what used to be a very popular mall and eating area. It's gone. In fact, if you didn't know that area, you would just think that this was any other building. But this is where people just weeks ago celebrated the holidays. That's the only building left standing, if you can even call it left standing. In many cases, businesses adjacent, homes adjacent,
You know, they're
apartments
going to
adjacent,
rebuild,
nearby.
but it's
They
going to
have
take a
all been
long
leveled. So
time.
these are the real situations. People seeing home after home, business after business burned to the ground. And bringing Jess in right now, you know that firefighters also are watching the
Zombies start
science of this fire.
showing up.
So
I'm gonna.
It's interesting
freak
when
the
you're
F
taking a look at the
out.
winds and the conditions that Southern California is currently under.
Right.
They have been dealing with dry conditions throughout
Yeah.
most of these winter months. And so you get a strong wind event like this.
Oh, we're gonna
with
look
just
over
the
here, friends.
perfect
They were spraying the neighbor's house that was also on fire because firefighters weren't able to get to that area either. But if we're able to make our way back, I'm really, really hoping that they did end up evacuating.
Yeah. Well, we want you to
Oh
be
my
safe as
God.
well as your crew, and don't get into harm's way as well, and make sure that you stay
I'm glad
safe
to
with
see she's
your
got a hard
protective
hat
gear
on.
on, because you could see those winds just
That just looks like
shifting the
latex.
smoke
I
around,
sure
whipping
hope not.
around, and it can get very dangerous. So thank you so much, Coco. We'll check back in with you.
I hope that's not
And you're
a
taking a
latex
live look at,
jacket,
once
Coco.
again, an aerial view of the situation going on right now, some of the aerial attacks going on as fire crews try to battle the blazes breaking out here in Southern California. So let's go to this brand new video just coming into our newsroom right here of Marine One landing at the Santa Monica Airport. This is earlier this morning. So it's believed that President Biden toured the damage of the Palisades fire.
I thought they were there to help.
Okay, probably from above getting that view.
But it was show and tell.
And then there's this. Oh my God, my heart stopped when I saw this yesterday.
Hello,
right?
hello,
The historic
Pina.
Getty Villa right there on PCH in the Palisades has experienced some damage to the grounds. Trees and plants have burned. However, no structures on fire, and both the staff and the art collection we're told is safe. The museum's galleries and library archives were protected from smoke by state-of-the-art air handling systems. Additionally, the double-walled construction of the galleries provided protection. That is something I was actually wondering about, and there you have it. The Getty Villa will remain closed through Monday at this point. We'll see what the update is later. The fast-moving Palisades Fire forced thousands of people, of course, to have to leave. They had to just get out of their cars and leave their vehicles as is and walk out on foot.
Yeah, you can see all those abandoned cars right there. This was the situation yesterday as people were getting out of harm's way. Evacuation routes were so jammed, officials had to use bulldozers to clear nearly 200 abandoned cars right there. Officials from the LA Fire Department and police departments had this to say about the vehicles left in the roadways.
So questions about abandoned cars. That's a good question that has come up. Law enforcement assists us heavily with evacuation, but please remember it's an active incident. We don't have the answers to all of these questions. We will certainly look at that. That's very important. I don't know if police felt like they wanted to make a mention to evacuations
until this wind stops.
Yeah, just on that question of evacuations, vehicles left in the roadway. If you have to leave a vehicle in the roadway, get it as far off the road as you can so that emergency vehicles can get by. The gist of moving them with bulldozers was an emergency situation. You got to get those fire resources through, and they do what they have to do to be able to facilitate that. So we're asking really for the cooperation and think a couple of steps ahead. It's not just your vehicle there, but then others line up behind you as well as they see what you're doing.
Why would
and
you
so
just leave them in the middle of the
I
road,
can't stress
people?
enough, please follow the evacuation orders. Do your best to be able to get out to safety.
I
Bring
agree.
the equipment you will need for the next couple of days with you, because as you've heard over and over again, this is not going to end very quickly.
That's right, and we do have this information to share with you. There was a firefighter who was in the hospital battling the Palisades fire and was injured. That firefighter was a 25-year-old woman. She actually suffered a serious head injury, and there you see the video. She was receiving treatment right there at the scene, then taken to the hospital for more care. We did speak to the person who shot this video. That happened to be freelance journalist Sal Hirsch with TNLA. Here's what he had to say.
I'm not exactly sure what agency that firefighter was with, but they put out a Mayday call. Apparently, she may have had some sort of blow to the head, and she was in unknown condition. So we were just right down the street filming some of the destruction that ensued prior to that incident, and we got there pretty quick, and we saw CAL FIRE crews as well as some LAFD personnel lifting her on a on a thing, and they put her on the back of a pickup truck and ended up transporting her out of the fire zone. So it was definitely a pretty hectic scene, very crazy, and I just hope she's going to be okay.
Was she conscious? Was she talking to them?
It looked like her eyes were open. I didn't see her physically talking or anything, but her eyes were open, which is a good sign.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have an update yet on her condition,
Eyes
but
open
certainly
means nothing.
hoping and praying for the best possible outcome there. You know, you often think about these first responders. They are the ones, Maria, that run toward the danger while the rest of us run the other way.
And they've been working round the clock. It's just incredible and remarkable what they do in order to save our lives, our property, our pets. So yes, indeed, we are thinking about all of them as well.
That goes into this.
Pacific Palisades, just one of the numerous fires we're watching. I want to show you this. This is our visibility map. We typically would show you this map when we're talking about the marine layer or the fog, but look at how active it is. This is smoke. So this is picking up all the smoke that's outside. And if you head outside, we've been talking about how overcast it looks and how dreary and gloomy. This is not from the cloud cover. This is from the smoke. That being said, remember how toxic smoke is. There is an air quality alert widespread across SoCal. This is all related to the fires and the smokes. We've got a lot of red dots, very dark red dots for very unhealthy or hazardous conditions for us. For your lungs, this is very, very unhealthy and toxic. So please, if you have to be outdoors, make sure you have a mask on. Do not do any kind of physical activity outdoors. And officials are urging everyone to stay indoors when you can with the windows closed. And if you have to get in your car and drive around and get to somewhere, please put it on recirc so that you don't inhale this very toxic air. The wind situation, it's still quite gusty, sustained 20 to 40 miles per hour, gusting near 60 plus miles per hour. Some of the heavier winds we're picking up, not just here across parts of the 5 freeway and that Grapevine, but down in Orange County, that's towards Santa Ana. Of course, some of them are mountain locations in our foothill communities, the usual wind-prone areas that drive through the San Gorgonio Pass. Very gusty. These winds are going to stay with us. Very powerful winds. The high wind warnings are in effect through about 6 p.m. tonight. So that means that these winds are going to stay strong, maintain through at least the afternoon, and then we'll start to see a little bit of the relaxing of those winds, but it won't be until later this afternoon. So extreme wildfire danger is going to continue. In fact, red flag warnings were extended through at least tomorrow, and then watches will take over on Friday, and then the impacts from that, of course, potential down trees, power lines. We have power outages out there as a precaution. I know I've been getting the text messages. You might have been getting the text messages and the phone calls as well. A lot of the street lights, the the signals are out as well. So drive safely and try to avoid driving at all because we have a lot of debris on the road. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is what the National Weather Service deems as extreme. We had this type of warning put out by the National Weather Service back in early December, late November for those high wind events. The last time that they did this was back in 2020. So that's how serious this is. Me, myself personally, I think it was back 2011 was the last time we saw the weather conditions quite this extreme. It has been that long. And the result, of course, is what we're seeing outside. The smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. And it did exactly that. It exploded and spread in such a quick amount of time. Again, these high wind warnings, 6 p.m., that's when we hope that those winds will start to back down. Here is our futurecast, watching the storms continue to ride up and over this area of high pressure.
Stored inside the books, the material, the community library, a center of the community. It appears to be a total loss. If photographer Tony Butita can pan a little bit over to the right, you can see the rest of what was the structures here, and that continues, and we continue to hear explosions just minutes, seconds rather.
Yeah, I'm not thinking. I haven't been muting it, and I should.
We believe came from the back of the Corpus Christi Church and the school. We're going to show you what that looks like in just a minute, but you can see the devastation.
It's just mortifying.
Over where you see those flames and a little further to the right, that is where the Ralph's grocery store. We're trying to make our way there, but we just keep running into these fires, into the devastation, the destruction. That's Berkshire Hathaway, a real estate firm. That looks like a total loss, and all these buildings. We believe this might be Palisades Village right now. It's so hard. Cell phone connection is very, very spotty. It's very difficult sometimes to even look something up on a map to try to determine where you are. I want to go over. This is, we believe, again, part of Corpus Christi School. The school's principal called us, I'm told, asked me to please come and check on the school, on the church. This building is still standing, but there is very thick black smoke coming from behind it. We believe this is the building between, on the other side of the building is where the church is. We saw at least one of the large church structures, a total loss. All you could see was the metal outline of the Corpus Christi Church. You just heard Maria Cuban celebrated so many important family moments at that church. A church.
I'll just start muting when I'm talking. Sorry, guys. My bad.
To the ground. There are no firefighters here right now. They're trying to save homes. They're trying to save structures. And basically, they just can't keep up. The Santa Ana winds continue to blow. You might be able to make out the American flag still blowing in all its glory up there, showing you how hard the wind continues to blow. Those embers continue to fly, cause new fires, cause spot fires. The loss is immense
so
here.
bad.
And we continue to hear explosions. We just heard a very loud explosion from the Corpus Christi Church. Something just exploded back there. The church, at least one major building, we don't know if it was the sanctuary or what it was, appears to be a total loss. And the homes, home after home, on block after block, just devastated, absolutely burnt to the ground. And so many homes continue to burn. Firefighters on many blocks telling us they have no water. They're pulling water from swimming pools, trying to save structures. They have no water. They don't know why. They're talking about possible broken pipes. They simply don't know, but they have no water on certain blocks. So certainly a challenge for these hardworking firefighters, some who've been on duty for 24 hours now, fighting the fire here, the Palisades Fire. That is the latest. We're going to try to make our way to the Ralphs that we're told could be a total loss. But you can see the library behind me. Again, just a total loss. And it's just heartbreaking to see.
Thanks, Geza.
You can just see the building continue to collapse slowly in pieces. This is difficult, so difficult to watch. Yes,
Gigi,
it is collapsing right in front of us.
Gigi, you've been covering many fires throughout the years. Have you ever seen anything like this?
You know, we covered the Woolsey fire. We covered the Sayer fire. Fox 11, and me and my photographer and I, we were the only crew inside the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park as 497 homes burned around us. That was devastating. A lot of senior citizens.
I agree,
A lot
Dandy.
of folks lost absolutely everything. One sweet woman that we interviewed lost her husband's ashes, and that's all that she had left of him beside the memories. And she was devastated that amongst the ashes of her home were her husband's ashes.
Oh my
And
God,
the
that's
heartbreak there was
horrible.
so real. So we have covered devastating fires, and this one is definitely going to go down in the books as one of the most devastating wildfires and urban fires that we've seen here in the Los Angeles area.
All right. Thank you again to our Fox LA partners as we continue to bring you these live images, interviews, and reports. You are taking a live image look at a live
Have a good
image
night,
right
Dando.
now. We are seeing firefighters
Thank you for being here,
to put out
friends.
those flames, and we actually heard from our Fox LA partners that they don't have enough water, and they are taking the water from nearby swimming pools. That's just some of the reports that we've been hearing.
They've
this
got the
morning on
ocean.
the
I'm
ground.
still
And
not
I do
getting
want to
it.
just recap very quickly here what we do know. Again, more than 1,400 firefighters are battling multiple fires at this point that are burning in LA County. And again, this is a very urban area. Lots of people live here. So we are seeing just a lot of school closures and a lot of these images of these homes just burning. And also more than 80,000 residents are under evacuation orders at this time. Again, all these fires right now at 0% containment. We are going to go away for our final break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Don't go anywhere. Much more live coverage on all of it.
Good girl. We're gonna check this out over here, guys.
The embers fly into the eaves of the home, and once that happens, it is very difficult in these wind-driven fires to stop it. And
well, the beauty of the Pasadena architecture is now turning out to be a detriment because of these homes that were built in the 1900s, 1920s, 1930s. There are eaves, there are rafters, there are openings. It's the style, if you will, of the homes. And there's a lot of post-World War II concrete homes as well, but there's a lot of openings, and these things become very flammable. And you could be seeing embers with the ember spray that go through one of those eaves. They can sit for 15, 20 minutes, an hour and then catch fire a little bit later on. So even though
Oh,
you
yes.
think you could be in the clear, it's what you really can't see that is
can
quite
run
dangerous.
underground.
And I think as we look at
Literally,
this, too, to think
you
about
can
the fact
run
that this
underground
fire
and then spark up
has been
somewhere
burning
else.
since 6:30 p.m. last night.
They crawl.
And you can think about some of these firefighters who have been on the job for hours and hours and just, you know, fighting through the, I would imagine, the hunger, the fatigue, all of it, to save life first, structure second. And it really is remarkable. And even this morning, they talked to some firefighters and you could just see it in their face.
Yeah, but just like the other gentleman that Annie Rose was interviewing earlier, a lot of the firemen, a lot of police enforcement there in Pasadena, they're homegrown. So this means this hits home. This is personal to them, very much so. They know these neighborhoods very well. They live in these neighborhoods. They have friends and family that are in these neighborhoods. So they're going to stay up without sleeping. They're going to stay up without rest or eating because they have to try and battle this blaze. And unfortunately, it's just been a massive blaze, and it's been something that Mother Nature, you just can't stop her when it comes to 100-mile-per-hour winds.
Chip, we're seeing this battle happening right here with these firefighters doing their best. Can you pull out and show us the bigger picture? Is it just this home that is on fire? Are there others around it that are ablaze?
Oh, yeah, yes, there's a lot of them. Before we pull out, let me just make one point. See this area right here? They actually, you know, it looks like they just successfully got a big chunk of this part of the fire out. But look how much water it took to get one little part of one little house out. They've got multiple houses here on fire in just this little neighborhood. But yeah, just behind over there, that's one. There's actually, you can see 1, 2 houses from this angle. You can see the backyards, but let's come over, Andre, if we could, let's walk out here into the street and we'll show you some of the others. As we said, we're on if you're just joining us, we're in Pasadena, city of Pasadena. We're near Montana and Glen Avenue, where several homes are on fire in this neighborhood. Watch your step there, Under. And we did hear, if we look over this way, this is Montana. You can see this house has been going since I got here. So that's been going for at least 30 minutes or so. It looks like they're probably just going to, I don't know, maybe they won't let it just burn out because like you said, Frank, we saw them, this one that they were just on seems like it was largely lost, but they want to get some of the flames out so it doesn't blow an ember over onto another home and start that home on fire. So they're doing what they can. If we could, Andre, just look over here real quick. Here's another thing going on. They've been chopping down some of the trees near the homes. So some of these limbs, some of these trees that are kind of overhanging or close to some of the homes, they've got guys over here that have been chainsawing, getting those trees taken care of. So if those trees catch on fire, it's less likely the fire will get to the house, even though this particular house right behind it, there's or maybe a detached.
I mean, it's a great
idea,
but
I think it was detached, but a garage right behind it. That garage is on fire. The home at the moment looks like it has been saved so far, and let's hope that continues to be the case. Now, if we continue down here, watch.
I mean, it's a good idea.
We've got some hoses and tree limbs in the street. This house over here, this is the one where the winds have shifted direction since we got here. When we first got here, the smoke and the flames from that were being blown so hard, this whole street, you could hardly see that fire truck right here in the street. It was blowing over the street. And I couldn't come through this way, so I went around. Now the winds have shifted. It's blowing the opposite direction.
Yeah,
and just a beautiful looking home. I mean, a beautiful looking home. It looks like the one next to it is okay for now. So you got 2 homes right next to each other. But there is a second home on fire. So it looks like actually one home completely burned down over here. It doesn't even look like a home right now.
Listen to that.
Watch your step again. You see the chimney over here on the home next to it. That's about all that's left on the home next to it. This one, unfortunately, gone. The one right next to it, though, again, we're on Montana here in Pasadena. It is looking like it's doing okay for now. You can see the firefighter doing a little protection right here, watering this area here in between the homes, getting some of the bushes there. But so this is 1 Street, Montana. Glen, which is down around the corner, just around the corner from here, there were at least 3 or 4 houses on Glen that were on fire, fully engulfed as well. So you've got those houses on Glen, 3 here on Montana, and that's just the area we've been able to walk around. So there could be more homes north of where we're at. I'm not sure because, like I said, we kind of got here and started just filming this. We haven't been around the whole area. Watch your step behind there. But yeah, this is, let's see. This is, okay, so we're between Mentone and Glen on Montana
we
here.
are watching total
Oh, thank you.
destruction.
Thank you. He was just giving us a warning to watch out for the power lines here. Thank you for that. And you can see, yeah, there's some lines right down there in the yard. So you got to be aware. You're walking around here and talking about those. You see some tree limbs over here. If you could in the front yard over there, Andre. There's some tree limbs, like I said. And as you're driving down the streets in this area, there are tree limbs on every street, just down in the street.
Get them onto the middle of the street.
A lot of issues going on, but the biggest right now, trying to get all these fires out here in the city of Pasadena, where it appears the Eaton fire has reached.
It's blue hot.
All right, thank you, Chip. Just a tragic situation all over Southern California. If you are just joining it, is just before 11 a.m.
Look at that.
I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker, along with Kai Goldberg. And we do want to update you on the major fires in Southern California. We're going to begin with the Eaton fire, burning in the San Gabriel Valley. It has exploded in size to more than 10,600 acres, and at least 100 structures have been destroyed. 2 people have died, and there are reports of significant injuries. The Palisades Fire in Pacific Palisades has grown to more than 5,000 acres, and it has destroyed an estimated 1,000 structures, many of them homes. There is no containment there as well. The Hearst Fire has burned more than 500 acres north of Newhall Pass in Sylmar, and the Woodley Fire burned 30 acres in the Sepulveda Basin, but it has now been knocked down.
That's one hell of a
Residents in
fire.
Pacific Palisades and Malibu, as well as parts of Pasadena, Altadena, Glendale, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning. The fires are being fanned by the strong winds. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground. Unfortunately, the use of aircraft was halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the high winds. 1 firefighter has been injured, and multiple people have been burned in the Palisades fire.
People
An
are
estimated
so
200,000
careless
homes
when it
and
comes
buildings are now
to
without
fire.
power across
I don't know how this fire
LA
started,
County. We're going to get right back to Chip Yost covering
but
that
I'm
Eaton
pretty
fire
familiar with living
in Altadena, where they
like,
saw that
being
house
in the
up in
bush.
flames. Chip?
And these, I don't mean to be rude.
Yeah, hey there, guys. We're
city-
walking back down around the corner to show you some more of the damage here. We're on Montana. Look at watch your step there, Andre. There's some hoses.
Fire
There's
is
some of the
one
work
of the
they've done here. We're showing you they're chopping some of the
things
trees
that
down. Since
Mother
we just walked
Nature
past here like 3 or 4 minutes ago. That's how much they've gotten out of there trying to protect this home. But if we come over here, we can see what's going on Glen Avenue and why they're doing that. Because just behind this home, you're just looking at an attached or possibly a detached garage, fully engulfed, looked like a complete loss. And just to the side of those, as we go.
I get really, really high winds up to the most I've seen. They've got like a wind meter, and it was knocked over at 180 kilometers. No shite. True story. So, I mean, it's the worst I've seen. And I can't imagine that kind of wind mixed in with fire. Oh, lordy.
Over here, the detached garage, it is a detached garage I was talking about. It's a complete loss, but the home in front of it is okay for now, and largely because of what these guys are doing right here. They have been getting some water pressure. They've been getting water from the fire hydrant, and they have been wow, they've made a lot of progress, actually. We were here, I don't know, 7, 8, 10 minutes ago. This home here had a lot of that out. We still see some flame in there, but this home was completely engulfed.
Yeah.
It looks like they made a lot of progress is getting kind of the fire tamed down a little bit, because even though those homes may be a loss, they don't want the embers to flow to another home and start another home on fire, because resources are very scarce, as we've been hearing throughout the last couple of days. They've got to do the best they can with what they've got and try to save as many homes as they can. And part of that is getting fires out at homes that are already a loss, just so they don't start another home on fire. So this is a situation on Glen Avenue. We'll walk out. You want to walk out here, Andre? We'll go around the corner and show you the view from Glen Avenue from the front of the street. And another thing, when we were talking Frank a little bit ago, we were talking about all the limbs down on the street. It's not just limbs down on the street. There are a lot of power lines down in the area. In fact, while we were on a little bit ago, a firefighter in the middle of our hit warned us about some power lines that had gone down and to watch our step. And we've actually had to do that a few times just because all the lines and limbs that are down in the area. So now we're going around the corner. We're going on to Glen Avenue here from Montana. And this is where we saw several homes on fire a little bit earlier. So right over here to your right, you see still on fire.
Are you serious?
There was a fire in the backyard of one of these homes over here.
Yeah.
At the time, it hadn't reached the home, but I can't say if that's the case now. It looks like if it hasn't reached it, it's still very close.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you know, this is one of the homes that has been lost here on Glen Avenue.
Oh,
Another home right next to it.
it's hard, but it is. It's literally it's possessions. Your memories.
Look at this. We got to be careful here. This is the power. Some of the power line issues. Look at this. The power line's completely gone here.
Oh.
Let's go over and see what's going on over here. If there's, these folks live here, they're trying to get stuff out of their house. I'm not sure. And this home, thank you. This home, they had some fire in the backyard, and like I said, I don't know if it has reached the home yet or not.
How's that, friend?
Oh, so is this your home? Oh, okay.
Yeah, like a lot of people just don't want to chat right now.
Yeah.
Is this your home, sir?
This is my auntie home. This is my cousin's home, Aaron.
I'm Chip with KTL. I'm really sorry for what you guys are going through. Tell me kind of what, how was your auntie here when this started? What happened?
Nah, we got everybody out. We was just leaving the area to make sure everything was good. And, you know, just thinking that it was going to clear up. But for sure, we didn't think this was going to happen down here. We seen it started miles away.
Were you here when it started?
Not here at this location. I was actually trying to track the fire and stuff. So,
is the door hot?
You
all right?
Door hot?
It looked like you tried to open the door. And the door was hot. So you're trying to get some belongings out.
Yeah, maybe I should back up so it won't. I don't know.
Oh, that had to hurt.
But yeah, we just tried to come get some belongings. We didn't think it was on fire. We thought it was on all gulfed up, but now we see that it's definitely caught fire.
How is your auntie doing? She got out before it got here, you said?
Yeah, they all got out safely, and they went to the shelter, Civic Center.
No.
How long did she live here? Do you know?
They owned this house for a long time. Aaron, how long on the house, man? 23 years. 23 years.
You guys.
And obviously, and I heard the firefighters. What were they telling you? I heard
that it's completely engulfed in the back. It's like they're trying to help save the houses or whatever, but the ones that are already like engulfed up or too much flame or whatever, he said it's completely in flames inside. I'm just going through it right now. I got so much going through my head. My family above this lost their homes.
In Altadena or
on Highview in Altadena. I just and above that, it's like my whole family is living in Altadena. Like my whole family. And my grandmother,
just
my grandparents,
devastating.
They've been married for like 57 years.
Like he's going to try to go, or maybe just get video for your auntie, maybe.
Yeah, it's just we need to really just pray for the whole city of Pasadena, Altadena. We start this GoFundMe for Altadena and Pasadena. Everybody, we need your help.
Yeah.
This is real. This is people's lives and stuff. So we out here really. This is I never seen Pasadena, Altadena this bad ever in my life. I'm 37 years old. I've been living here. I'm born and raised here. I've never seen the city like this ever.
Yeah, we're really, as one of my colleagues was saying, we're in Pasadena proper. Would you expect the fire to reach this area?
Right. I didn't think that it would come down below Altadena Drive, like let alone Woodbury. Gas stations into the the neighborhood. The mountains, houses, and stuff, they kind of expected to do that, but you know, being in the city, we don't expect the fires to reach down here at all.
Is it your cousin?
That is so sad. 23 years?
We're a little bit more able to just kind of, float above those surface level winds, and they're not affecting us as much at this very high altitude. But that's definitely a consideration for the fire crews as they work at a much lower altitude. Now, I want to point out the two other fires that we've been talking about. There's been the Woodley fire and the Hearst fire in the San Fernando Valley. From our perspective here at 8,000 feet, the Woodley fire appears to be completely out. There's no smoke I see coming from that fire at this time. I know fire crews are still on scene there. They're making sure hot spots don't spread, as it is a little bit windy across the valley floor. So they're going to stay on scene there, but there's absolutely no smoke that I see from that fire at this time. Looking over to Sylmar, as I'm looking directly at Sylmar from our vantage point here. I'm going to have Josh, our photographer, stay trained on the Palisades fire, but look on the upper slopes of the hills above Sylmar, but that looks very, very good at this time. So I'm really impressed with the work they're doing on the Sylmar fire, the Hearst fire, as it's being called, and the Woodley fire near Van Nuys Airport in the Sepulveda dam area. So those two fires look to be in a lot better shape. The big fires right now are the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. I still see an incredible amount of smoke coming from the Eaton fire right now over in the Pasadena and Altadena area, and still an incredible amount of smoke and an incredible amount of structures still burning, even some brush still burning in the Santa Monica Mountains and the Pacific Palisades area. Still an active firefight that crews are going to be working on for days here, days to come.
Well
Dave,
said,
it is
Sarah.
unbelievable to process what we are seeing, the devastation, the extent of the devastation. It looks like a war zone. Yesterday, Dallas Rains said this windstorm was the equivalent of a hurricane for us. And I don't believe that was an exaggeration.
Well,
I mean, coming back from this.
Well, yeah, what you're saying, it goes hand in hand with what Gabe was saying, because if you've ever seen a tornado, if you've ever seen the damage left by a tornado, it's this, where, there is no rhyme nor reason to it, how one home can be perfectly fine and immediately next to it is total devastation. We are now hearing that Governor Newsom is ready to speak, and so he is walking in with President Biden, who is also there. And again, we also wanted to point out a note that we were just getting from the White House. The president is directing the Department of Defense to provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. We're just getting that word. They will probably make a more formal announcement now. Apparently also 2 modular air firefighting system units are being deployed from each of the California and Nevada National Guards, and then 10 Navy helicopters with water buckets that are en route from San Diego. So the firefight clearly not over, but that information that I just read to you is now coming from X, or what was formerly known as Twitter.
Right.
And we're looking at the 2 that are about to speak.
Right. And we heard that Governor Gavin Newsom was also deploying the National Guard to this area to help in the firefight. I believe we should listen in now.
About a significant wind event that was going to hit Southern California. This is not something that's a surprise to us in Southern California, and it was something that we were well prepared for. Based on those predictive conditions of wind gusts up to 100 miles an hour east pushing offshore, we began increasing our staffing, local, state, and federal agencies. Hundreds of firefighters began moving on Sunday afternoon from Northern California into Southern California. My local partners began upstaffing their own fire stations, helicopters, fire engines, hand crews, to be prepared for an incident like this that occurred. Those resources were pre-positioned in counties throughout Southern California for an event just like this. And on Tuesday morning, the Palisades fire began. I'd now like to introduce you to Chief Crowley, who can touch on the Palisades fire. Chief.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I'm here just to provide you a brief on 3 significant fires that have occurred within the city of Los Angeles. Thanks for everything. Morning, President Biden. Thank you for
on behalf of the fire service. Last week, we began receiving reports from the National Weather Service about
It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Mr. President, it's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fires driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour. Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control, and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here, in my case under the leadership of Mayor Bass, but all of our elected officials, is unlike I think anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level, but I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years with the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So thank you for this opportunity, sir.
Next up.
Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the County Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney.
Tony Maloney.
Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton fire, which is east. The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line in Ventura all the way up to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades Fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton Fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton Fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton Fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Folks, the fact is that American DOD, Department of Defense, will rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel and capabilities. Also, the California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems units, and 2 more are being ready for the National Guard and the Nevada National Guard. And 4 more are coming from Northern Command. 10 Navy helicopters, water fluid, are coming down. what triggers anything and everything that we want to take. Taking fire and help you construct. Make sure that it's back on home. It helps a long way.
Mr. President, just
Can't hear him.
First of all, that major disaster declaration be approved. Next level of appreciation. As the chief said, we have repositioned assets this weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity of multiple fires, the likelihood of these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days. Impacts of over 1,000 structures already destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder.
Oh, crap. His eyes look a little
publicly, because I think this is important. The president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we receive from the White House in this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, and not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. The president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we received from the White House in this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, but not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident, when there was a 10-acre fire less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
It's astounding what's happening. There's only one piece of good news. My son lives out here and his wife. They got a notification yesterday their home was probably burned down. Today, it appears that it may be still standing. We're not sure. But the good news is I'm a great-grandfather as of today. I was a granddaughter, 10-pound, 4-ounce baby girl, a baby boy. So I can remember this day for a lot of wrong reasons. Anyway.
You've been listening to President Biden making remarks in California saying it will take a long time to recover from these wildfires.
Yeah, you also heard him talk personally about his son's home and saying it may still be standing, just a reflection of how widespread the fires are right now. We will continue to bring you more on the fires.
So stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily. Time to recover from these wildfires.
Yeah, you also heard him talk personally about his son's home and saying it may still be standing, just a reflection of how widespread the fires are right now. We will continue to bring you more on the fires.
So stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Survived the fire here. It seems to be a total loss. This is so reminiscent of 2008 when we were at the Oak Ridge Mobile Home Park. Mario Ramirez has been there covering that. We were there when 497 mobile homes burnt to the ground. This park is smaller, but I don't see a single mobile home that has survived this fire. The devastation is absolutely overwhelming, and truly our heart breaks for the folks who call this place here on Pacific Coast Highway an amazing view directly across the street from the beach home. And I want to show you, with photographer Tony Butita, that dark plume of smoke. You can see how high the winds are continuing to blow here at the Palisades Fire. This is one of two, possibly even three black plumes of smoke as the fire continues to burn in neighborhoods. According to our map, that is a residential area.
So yeah, it seems like they're reporting on both of them separately. One's talking about 2 fatalities, and when they talk about the other area, they're like, nothing happening here. It's just, oh lordy, there's absolutely no way they know how many didn't survive. I agree with you 1000%.
Traffic. I don't know how many homes are going to be lost, what the total number will be, but we have seen dozens and dozens, at least 50 homes, if not more, that have been lost in the Palisades fire. And of course, there are the injuries. We had a firefighter with a head injury. There was a man found on Pacific Coast Highway with severe burns to almost his entire body. He was taken to the hospital in extremely critical condition. We're going to be hearing about all of those losses, about the devastation here. This fire, very much active, very much out of control. And actually, I'm going to ask Tony, if you could turn around, Tony, I just want to show you this American flag. It's emotional. It's burnt. It's tattered. It has holes in it, but it still stands proudly over this mobile home park here.
Isn't that something?
Over the devastation, the American flag. I'm going to leave you with that shot, and it also serves to show you how high the winds are still here on Pacific Coast Highway right now.
It definitely is symbolic looking at this, Gigi, and listening to all your coverage and the devastating video that
from those fire officials to just give us an update on the acreage, the containment. We believe that all these fires are 0% contained right now, but we do, as we approach the 8 o'clock hour, await for fire officials there. And we've been doing this coverage for, I believe, since 11 o'clock, continuing coverage yesterday morning. Once there's no more terrifying word when you're talking about Santa Ana winds that are coming at you this fast than the word fire. And we had a sense that something like this would happen.
Maria were talking about it yesterday.
Right, we hoped it wouldn't, but
crews down from up north just in case.
Right. But here we are, and it is remarkable to note. And again, you know, we are just we're in the thick of it right now, but we haven't heard any reports of any deaths.
I think you're probably
as a
right,
result of these fires. I know that the firefighters are dealing with a lot right now. We are hearing of several notable injuries. One firefighter, we're told, suffered a severe head injury while working the fire last night. He's 25 years old. Officials got
So yeah, I'm very surprised we haven't heard from Trump. Do you guys think we will? Is he gonna? I can't see him not. What do you guys think?
Palisades, and his clothes were essentially burned off. He is in extremely critical condition, we're told, being intubated at the hospital with burns on the majority of his body, and as workers try to save his life. But in the meantime, let's get to this press conference right now that's happening. As we said, it's 8 o'clock. You were watching Good Day LA. Let's listen in.
Our first speaker is Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
What do you mean it's 8 o'clock? Did we watch?
Thank you. I'm going to make my comments short because I know you want to hear from our fire chief and the people that are really have the information in real time. But let me just say, this is a dynamic situation. We've got fires throughout the entire county, which are spreading our resources very short. One of the things people ask me is, what do you want to convey to the public? And that is, heed the advice of first responders. When they ask you to evacuate, evacuate. This is not a drill. This is in real time. So I want to thank the city of Pasadena, who's opened up the Pasadena Convention.
There's a 5K run. People set up their chairs along the sidewalk. Everybody knows each other. It's really kind of a tight-knit place, which is unique for Los Angeles. And it has really suffered as a result of this catastrophe.
You're right, Eric. And, you know, it's interesting in talking about the Palisades, and you bring up a very interesting point of the tight-knit community. And I can't help but think about Sam Rubin, because he loved this community so much. And he talked about it in just that way, how it really feels like you're kind of living in this small enclave in a really big metropolitan city. And for people maybe that aren't familiar with Pacific Palisades and this street that Eric is showing from this video here, I mean, gorgeous, stunningly beautiful homes that run along Sunset Boulevard here in a neighborhood that is, you know, many people want to live in the
look
Pacific
back there. It goes beyond Sunset back into the neighborhood. It's not just Sunset Boulevard. But to your point, Jess, you and I were talking earlier.
No, it's not. To the north.
Go ahead.
Definitely to the north of Sunset Boulevard is some of the worst damage, but it's also to the south along Chautauqua, Sunset Chautauqua, Pampas Ricas, which is a beautiful street, Ocampo, just incredible amounts of damage in there. And those are some of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the city of Los Angeles. Really, really gorgeous, and shocking to see what this fire has done. It's
Eric,
going
I
to
know
be
that
so difficult for people, and they're not going to believe it.
I know it's difficult to navigate, obviously, in these sorts of situations. We're grateful that you were able to get the pictures you were able to get. Do we have any idea the fate of all those beautiful homes in
Put your mask on,
Palisades
Betty.
Highlands?
Just, it doesn't matter. Just put it on.
Boy, I don't know. I mean, honestly, we didn't even try to get up there. That's one of those places, only one way in and one way out.
Yeah.
That's where the fire started, Palisades Drive area above there. And we just couldn't. I got to tell you another problem. There's no electricity in Pacific Palisades this morning. There's no cell service at all. I mean, we had to come down here to get a cell signal. That's why we weren't able to broadcast before, because there's nothing. All the cell sites were damaged by the fire, and they need power in order to work. So they don't have power because the power is out. So you don't have cell service up there.
Yeah.
So that's been that will continue to be a very big challenge for people.
Absolutely.
And for emergency crews as well.
Well, here's the thing too, I'm wondering, and it's hard to tell where you are and probably even where firefighters in the middle of it. This is a very densely populated area.
Yeah.
It's burned through a good bit of Pacific Palisades. 0% containment, Eric. 5,000 acres are burned, and we are still in the midst of this unprecedented wind event for the next possibly day or so. So do we know if there's any other communities that really need to be thinking about where is this fire headed, and do we need to be ready, concerned? What are you hearing in regards to that?
Be concerned.
You know, it's hard to get like a macro point of view on what this particular fire is doing. I mean, we saw yesterday around 10:30 when
I
it
love
broke
my
out.
home. It's not big and fancy.
And it has moved towards the west.
I love my home. It's not big and fancy. But I tell you what, something like this was headed my way. I am loading up my pets and getting the hell out of here. I mean, it's how I would react. And I'm not someone who fears a lot of this. Like, how do you put it? A high fear level? The goggles, it's so the smoke isn't burning his eyes. I know, like, it's just get the hell out of there. I mean, I understand you love your home, but you're the most important thing. You and your fur babies, your kids, your family. Just get the hell out of there.
Frustrated too.
Yeah, I want to tell our viewers, Eric, that what we're looking at, we're seeing you in one box, and the one to the right is a view from LAX looking live toward the Palisades, and you can see the smoke wafting to the west, north, essentially into, and you can still see fire burning deep into the hills there. It is still burning. It is not out. And this wind is not helping things. Typically, we would have more aerial pictures, as would the firefighters. The firefighters would be up doing what they could to map with airplanes and helicopters.
I don't know what they're called.
They have been limited in their ability to do that because of the winds and the difficulty in that.
I'd be digging
also,
my
the president is in town, and that has put an air flight restriction, at least on news media. We're about to get up into the air so we can start giving you some of those pictures. We should tell people that the president is planning to visit a fire station in Santa Monica at some point.
Well, he was.
We will have pictures of that.
He's
going to get a briefing from Cal Fire
there. He didn't
there.
talk.
On PCH itself, I want to ask you, Eric, as we look to your right, going up, as you, if you will, north is how most people would describe it. What is the scene along PCH now? We see the mobile home community that has been completely destroyed. Can you even see beyond that?
No, I mean, honestly, visibility is so poor here. I want to say it's only like a half a mile or so that we can even see up Pacific Coast Highway. It's just covered with this black smoke, a giant cloud. And at some points it becomes so thick, it almost feels like it's nighttime here.
Yeah, we've seen that.
We haven't gone up that way. And I don't think I would want to try at this point.
A Scott pack is oxygen tanks, and if you go under air, so you've got the whole thing under. How do I explain that? You see them when they go into fires, and they've got the air tanks on the back, and they've got the shield over their faces, and they breathe oxygen through those tanks on the back. We call those Scott packs. So I have my own just from previous jobs that I've had in my life. But yeah, it's an oxygen supply and very similar to what you would use to go diving. That kind of setup.
Up here, and it was so smoky he couldn't go up there. But then when the smoke cleared for a second, he saw that there was nothing left. He turned around and walked back to Santa Monica.
Mhm.
He'd seen what he'd come to see, and he figured there wasn't anything left here, and so there was no point. But for all these people who've lost their homes, it now is, or the next few days, there's a reckoning. What is going to happen? Where am I going to live for the foreseeable future, perhaps for several years if I decide to rebuild? Trying to get the information together to make an insurance claim, and dealing with the insurance company. It is such a process. We've seen it so many times, and this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning of what they're going to have to go through.
Yeah. You know what, Eric? You mentioned that there was a phone number
it's going to be a real challenge.
There was a phone number that was given out at the press conference for people thinking about just that. What do we do going forward? So this number was given, 800-927-4357. And for folks in that situation that you just described, that's a number they say you can call to maybe get some guidance.
Eric, we hope that you and I believe you said you were with Ed will take care of your own health. We know it's very difficult. Thank you for your work.
He needs to
Meredith today.
Okay, Meredith. Well, thanks to Meredith for her hard work. We're going to switch over to Annie Rose Ramos on the.
Once this is done, we're going to leave it to professionals, get out of here, get some well-needed rest, and probably see a doctor to check out our lungs.
Yes, I was going to recommend that to you, to see a doctor. And your car is packed. You're prepared to go.
We've already packed it. It's already all at my sister's. We took an empty car back over here. Didn't want to risk losing anything important.
All right, James, thanks for speaking to us. I hope you're okay and your family's okay. I'm glad that you're going to go to a doctor. I'm going to leave this with you, though I know you said the wet rag is much better. Thank you. I'm so glad you're safe. We've been watching you throughout the morning, so we're glad to know you're safe. And, you can see that part of his team, I guess you could say, friends, are still on the roof. They've been trying to use a hose to douse the home next door to their home with water, because this house has been engulfed in flames for hours now. It's been burning, but a part of it is still standing. This is 2079 El Molino, and James is walking right back into his home. They're probably going to get right back on the roof and get back to it. But like he said, there's so much smoke in the area that you really have to be careful about that, especially if you don't have a lot of the protective gear. And he's been out here since 5 o'clock this morning with his water hose. Yeah. And like he said, he just didn't want to leave everything behind that he worked so hard for. But it has been tough, as I've been speaking with people who did not want to leave this neighborhood. But it is so important, because not only the fire is a risk, but of course, all of this thick black smoke in this neighborhood is also not very good for your health. And we do know that this fire continues to spread. It is now at 10,000 acres. That's the Eden fire that we're on the ground for here in Altadena. And again, 2 people have already died, and we know several more are injured. You can see another fire truck coming through. That says Long Beach Fire Department. So a number of agencies, multiple agencies, that's Sheriff's Department right here, coming through to give as much aid as they can to this very rapid and developing situation. As we continue to walk here, it looks like Long Beach Fire has decided to park here. They're kind of scoping out the area to see what they can do, who they can save, what properties they can save. But we do know that at least 100 structures have been burned so far here in the Eaton fire. You can see the power lines that are also coming down, which is also a dangerous situation as well. So the majority of people have evacuated this area, but you do have some people like James who are still behind.
Certainly, you want to leave that kind of work to the professionals. I understand it's tough to leave your life behind like that, but you're not going to have those memories if you don't have your life. You have to make way for fire crews to be able to get in there and protect people in that neighborhood. Thank you, Coco, for those images. Want to tell you some evacuation numbers now for the Eaton fire. This is reported by the Angeles National Forest just before 4 o'clock this morning. Over 52,000 residents and nearly 21,000 structures are now under those evacuation orders. As far as evacuation warnings go, over 46,000 residents and 18,051 structures are now under those warnings. So the Angeles National Forest also put out this update just after 3 o'clock this morning that residents north of Woodbury to the 210 freeway and east of JPL Laboratories are under evacuation orders. Evacuation warnings are now in effect for residents north of the 210 freeway and east of Angeles Crest to the JPL. They note an evacuation center at the Pasadena Convention Center there. And finally, there's new road closures for the Eaton fire. This was announced just after 6:30 this morning. So Angeles Crest Highway 2 is now closed from La Cañada Flint Ridge to Angeles Forest Highway. Also, Angeles Forest Highway is closed at Big Tahunga Road.
We're going to bounce over here, guys.
2 things that remained from the home that went up in flames overnight. He said he tried to stay for as long as he could. He took the 2 portraits. He watched his home of over 40 years burn to the ground in front of him. And then he walked down the street and walked away. There was nothing else for him to do. There was nothing else for him to say. He said, you know, at least myself, my family, we're okay. We have our lives. That's all I can really ask for up to this point. You know, to give you a little perspective of where we're standing, Altadena, sort of above Pasadena, but we are nowhere near the mountains. They're a couple blocks up. And so everyone that we spoke to in this community who has lost their home said, I never thought it would come this far down. I never thought the fire would spread this far. And as we walk, finally make it to the end of the block here. You can see, okay, the rest of the block. That's a garage that's somewhat still standing. Look at that tree, Dan, to your left. To your left, that tree completely engulfed, and that's been the problem. Is you get a big gust, that tree goes up in flames, sending embers straight down the street. I've been getting messages on social media asking me, you know, can you tell me if closer to Fair Oaks, if anything is still standing? Is Harriet Street still standing? Well, we've walked to the end of the block now, all the way from Lincoln Avenue, and not one single home is standing. I'm going to try and actually physically walk to the end of the block. I'm going to walk underneath these power lines. These power lines are not active. Goodness. But it is... It is no longer here. I don't want to get separated from Dan here because there's nothing left. And so I think for us, we had been staying with this fire engine here with LA County as they tried to keep this fire contained. For us to walk out to the end of the block and see a very similar situation and multiple blocks down from us, every single one of them looking like that, was just breathtaking. Take a look at this tree right here. That's just going up in flames. And again, You know that the house itself that it's standing next to is not, there's no saving it. It's gone. It's gone up in flames. But the biggest threat that that tree poses to this community are the embers that it can send down the block. It is pitch black. And I can honestly say, you know, we've been out here for a couple hours now here in Altadena. And I haven't touched anything, but my hands, my face are just dark and black with all of this soot, just by sheer nature of being out here. Dan, look over here.
Like
you can see this power pole right here.
Wearing a good mask.
Look at this power pole right here. That is on fire. And then right here, that singed truck. And this is why we say this whole neighborhood looks like this, because when you walk, we're going to walk up this street here. This is Olive and Harriet Street, sorry, excuse me. So we walk, and I'm going to stand a little bit away from that power pole just in case it does decide to go down. But Olive Avenue and Harriet
this
Street.
Is daytime. This is
and if you
live.
look up Olive Avenue, the same story. If you look down Olive and to every single direction, it's the same site. Everywhere we look, you can turn all the way around and everything has been destroyed by this Eaton fire. It is just incredible to see. There's nothing that has been untouched. There's nothing that's not engulfed in flames. I'm going to walk over here because I see a man just sort of taking this all in. He's walking over there, so I don't know if he lives here, but I'm going to try and go see what he is up to. Maybe he is a resident here. You know, every once in a while we can look up and see an opening in the smoke and see the blue clouds above us, and you're reminded that it's actually daytime, because at some point you forget, and it's hard to remember when you were just covered. Sir, are you okay? I'll be right back. Okay, I just saw someone running by us. He says he's going to be right back. I mean, this is the first I'm walking. This is the farthest I'm walking down here, and it is breathtaking. It's in the sense that it keeps going, and all of these houses are gone. Not on Grand Avenue. I see sirens in my direction. I don't know where they're coming from. This is one of the first homes that looks like it's still standing, which is the other homes around us are completely gone. Dan, come on over here. I'm just telling my photographer, Dan, to get a little bit closer to us because I know, ma'am, can I just ask you, do you live over here?
I live in Altadena.
And are you evacuating right now, or what's going on?
I had to go make sure that the house wasn't on fire. Luckily, our house is on fire, but everybody else's house is on fire, unfortunately.
What was it like driving through there?
It's scary. It's like basically how you see in a movie, like where everybody's trying to get out, and it's just like there's fire everywhere. Like you see it just burning and just coming down, and the police are up there just telling everybody evacuate and get out now. So I'm leaving. I'm about to go to LA so I can get up out of here as quick as I can.
Did you stay the night?
Fortunately, no, but I had to make sure that my family was okay because they live up there and they have a house up there. So
How are they doing?
They're doing okay. They evacuated. They're in Orange County right now. So I was just making sure that their house is not on fire, and I'm leaving too.
Incredibly, the house is still standing.
Yes, thankful. But you guys be safe, please. Like, please.
It's treacherous getting out there. The news. What's that? Okay, look, this. Sir, you okay? So there.
We can save those.
What's that? There's 4 homes here still standing.
Yeah, these 4 homes are still standing. Actually 5 homes.
Yeah, these are the first. You live here, sir?
It's my father's house. I grew up here.
This is your father's house?
Yes.
And have you seen any first responders here?
No. I've been here for an hour and a half putting out fires. There was fires all around his house, but I put them out. But it's still, that fire's going to take them if they don't get out here.
Careful.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, if they don't get out here,
So there's a fire. We should say there's a fire also coming in the other side. So we just walk through one on the other side, and then Dan, take a look right there. There's a fire.
These 5 homes, all these 5 homes, they're out on Lincoln Ave, you know, trying to save a home that's already burned to the ground. They could be
I
out
have to
here
say
actually-
there are a few homes that are still standing over there on the other side that they're trying to work on.
Understood.
But to your point, sir, the resources are so
these can be saved.
thin. This is your father's home here.
This is my father's
You grew
home.
up here.
Yes.
I mean, what is it like to see, as someone who's lived here for so long, what's it like to see Altadena like this?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about trying to save the place. And, you know, if you can get through to the fire department.
We'll let them know. We'll let them know. We'll let them know. Stay safe, sir. You know, folks who are staying behind, trying to figure out whether or not the homes are still standing, whether or not they can do anything in terms of, we've seen folks up on their rooftops, hosing down their roofs, hosing down their front lawns, cutting back their brush, taking out their horses. We've seen it all this morning in Alhambra. People just trying to do whatever they can to save a shred of their home, knowing that the firefighters are doing incredible work, tirelessly been working these fires, but the resources are only so much, and they're spread at this point so thin when you have this many fires in our region. All right, we've got some explosions here. I don't know what this is, but we're coming to the end of Harriet, another block on Harriet Street, I should say, and Glen Avenue. And I know I keep saying this, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but again, another block, but a similar site of homes completely destroyed. And because we actually cannot see past this block on Harriet Street, as it is so dark, we're gonna stop here and head back because we don't really want to walk through. If you can see right over there, you just can't see. So we're gonna stop here and send it back to you guys in the studio.
Annie Rose, we so appreciate you giving us a look. That's Harriet Street and Olive. And like you said, the majority of those homes, sadly, on Harriet Street are lost. And you can understand the frustration of that one homeowner. His dad lives there. Why he doesn't see firefighters there. But to your point, you said it many times, and we've been told that today by authorities. 4 major fires burning in the Los Angeles area, and they just don't have enough resources. So we appreciate a look there. Annie Rose, want to get out to Megan Tellis as well, also covering the Eaton fire this morning. Megan.
Jess, good morning to you. You know, I'm here with Jerry and Rita, and they're talking to neighbors right now, it sounds like, asking the question, do you know about the houses to your left and to your right? And Jerry, this has been just the most devastating morning for you. We met, I don't know, let's say an hour ago when you were just coming up, and for the first time seeing what did you feel? What is continuing to go through your mind?
I mean, I first of all couldn't believe my eyes. Something happened like that within less than 7 hours. I left yesterday at 9 o'clock, and today I came in around 8, and then this is what happened.
Yeah.
It's I can't even believe it. A house that I remodeled it for 4 years and redone it from every detail and lived in it in the last 2 years, and bam, it's gone.
It's just gone. And last night the winds were whipping up here. This is actually, yes. Michelinda separates Sierra Madre and Pasadena. And so you're right here on the line. We can see the flames still going over here to the left. This is your Porsche right here. Right before you left, you tell me you grabbed the keys to your Porsche because you thought, well, I'm going to be back and all my things are going to be here.
Yep.
And here the keys are. And here's your license plate. That's all that's left of it. I mean,
this is my license plate and this is the keys. I took it with me thinking that I'm going to come back and drive it. And this is what's left from the license plate. Nova Auto. Nova is my company and Auto is Auto. And this is what's left. 22 years. I owned that convertible Porsche 911 and it's gone in a jiffy. All I have is the keys left.
You look at your washer and dryer. Your wife is starting to remember the things that you guys now no longer have. She mentioned the Bible that your father owned, you know, very personal items. in that moment, because none of us can know what goes through our minds and our heart and our soul in that moment when they say evacuate and you have to take a couple of things. What did you grab?
I grabbed family pictures. We had albums. I took them, and our medication, because after all, we're senior citizens. We use medication, and that's all. I didn't even think to take anything. No clothing, nothing.
This is what you left in this outfit.
That's what I left with, and then that's it. Now I have to go start all over again. I don't know where to go from, starting from where.
You were telling me when you were feeling very numb about an hour ago, you said, I don't know if I have the energy to do this again. You bought this property in 2018, Jerry.
Yes.
It took 4 years through the pandemic to build it. And anyone who's done any kind of build, remodel, anything, the decisions after the decisions and the heart that goes into it.
All the small details.
The details. You talked about the roofing. What about the roof? You said it was fireproof. So do you question what happened?
That's our question. How did it happen? Because the roof was tiled, unless the fire came from the sides.
Well, you look to the left of your home, that house completely gone.
Gone.
To the right of your home,
That's
I talked to your neighbor to the just north of you, across right here. His daughter came this morning.
Terrifying for everyone because of the fact that the aerial assets you see right here with that amazing water drop, they were unable to fly overnight with those severe windy gusts of wind, and obviously the visibility so poor. So it was just, it was a free-for-all in terms of the fire just spreading, and there's nothing that could be done about it. It was just, they're out of control.
Big problem where Gigi was too in the Palisades when you're talking about not having that air relief,
Did you guys see
and then
that
also
flames
not
off
having any
all of
access
the
to fire
fire
hydrants
retardant?
and running out of not one, not two, but 3 huge water tanks before 4 o'clock this morning. That's how much water they had to be bringing in. If we can, let's go out to Gigi right now. She is on the ground. Gigi, I believe you were just speaking to a gentleman who lost his home.
That's right. We're in the Mobile Estate Park here on the 16,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway, and we are just being buffeted by these wind gusts, literally pushing us around. I'm joined live by Andy Rock. I don't want to embarrass you, but when you see the devastation, I mean, I don't think there's one home standing in this mobile home park. When you see it, it was enough to make you cry, to bring tears to your eyes. And the tears are not only because you and your wife lost a home here, but for your neighbors.
Absolutely. We lost our home. I think there's 187 homes in this park that have been lost. And as we were talking about a little bit earlier, we have each other, we have our family, we have our dog, we're healthy, but the devastation and what I'm looking at today is a scar on the memories of so many amazing times I've had here with my family. And we had to come by one last time and just really see for ourselves how horrendous this is.
And you and I were talking about, you luckily have insurance. A lot of folks that you know here in this park do not have insurance.
Yes.
And you and I were also talking about a great misconception that everybody who lives in the Palisades area, I mean, you have to be rich. You have to be a millionaire to live in front of the beach.
That's not true. Yeah, that's not true. And, we're fortunate enough to have another house, but I've been fortunate enough to make so many wonderful friends here that could barely afford their payment, let alone to pay for insurance. So I don't know what's going to happen to them. And I'm saddened because this was my little neighborhood of real people. These were my local friends that didn't have much, but they had their little mobile home park, and we had each other, and it was a lovely community. And, I wish I could afford to
rebuild it for them,
for everybody. But
and you and I were also talking about something that I've been talking about on our air, because I've seen this happen so many times. And houses can be rebuilt. You can buy another mobile home and put it right there on the same spot if you're lucky enough to have insurance or the money to do so. But it's the little pieces of people's lives, the mementos that can't be really replaced. And you brought that up to me, and I always talk about that because I've spoken to folks like you who've lost their homes, and they always talk about the most most innocuous little thing, a teacup, a spoon, an umbrella.
Yeah. I mean, you know, our little thing, Gigi, that we were talking about earlier is we travel, and from every place we travel, we bring a little tchotchke back. So whether we were in Africa or wherever we walk around our house, and not anymore, but I look at this little piece and I say, honey, you remember that trip that we did? Well, now my memory will be up here. And, you know, that's the sad part of it. And I still feel fortunate that I'm here. I feel fortunate that my family's doing well, but it breaks my heart that the Palisades is not just the wealthy. It's the people, the everyday people like this. My neighbor fixed surfboards. That's what he did. He was a surfboard fixer. He was, you know, and they live day to day, paycheck.
They live modestly, and there are a lot of senior citizens that call this mobile home park home.
Correct. Yes, senior citizens, just a lot of good people, just good American people, just what do they call the salt of the earth? I just love them.
Andy Rocker, thank you for talking to us. And you mentioned good American people, resilient people. One more time, and you were mentioning it, your wife was pointing at the flag, the American flag. So many people have just stopped and looked at that just for a moment because it's so symbolic of how resilient the folks in Southern California are. You were looking at that flag.
It's a testament to who we are, no doubt about it. And I'm so proud to be American. I'm proud to be an Angelino, and I just hope we get the support and everything we need to rebuild one day. And I know that's down the road, but for right now, I just think positive thoughts.
Andy Rocker, thank you very much. Please give our best to your neighbors. We know their heartache. We know the devastation that they're feeling and that they will feel when their homes, when they return here and see that they've lost their homes. We've seen this, sadly, just all too often. I'm going to leave you once again with that shot. The American flag, it is darkened, it is battered, it is bruised, it is blackened by the Palisades Fire, but it continues to burn strong. Probably the only thing that survived here, along with a lime tree, I'm told. The only two things that survived in this mobile home park here on Pacific Coast Highway.
Gigi, if you have Andy Rocker with you still, could you ask him about the evacuation process? Obviously, Andy? It was hard for a lot of people to get out, and then how he got back in.
Yeah. It is so emotional.
Andy, so our anchors are asking, were you here when the fire broke out? Did you actually have to evacuate, or were you somewhere else?
We were not here. No, we were somewhere else. Our kids were in the neighborhood, like I said, nearby. But
did they evacuate? Because there was a mandatory evacuation. They chose to stay behind. And what was their reasoning?
Their reasoning was,
this is Mrs. Andy Rocker. Is it Suzanne?
Rosanna.
Rosanna.
What happened was we all follow each other on a WhatsApp, this whole community, the Pacific Palisades Bowl, and we heard about the fire at about 11:30. We were all on it. And then management did a great job. Around 1 o'clock, they said, we need to evacuate. And through the WhatsApp, that's how we've been staying in communication through this whole entire process. People coming in, taking photos, letting us know what they're seeing, what we're all hearing.
And as far as you know, Rosanna, everyone got out safely.
Yes, that is correct. There's a few people in here that do not have cars. But again, the community came together, picked them up, helped their children come in and get them, anything that we could do. It really is truly a great community where people really this is when true nature comes through, and you just see people really bond together.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful. And
it is. It is. Let's check this out, guys. Oh, no.
About 100 structures have been destroyed, and 28,000 more are being threatened as of this morning.
The Palisades Fire in the Pacific Palisades has grown in size, now burning more than 5,000 acres. No containment there. More than 1,000 structures have been destroyed. LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney says there are a, quote, high number of significant injuries to residents who did not evacuate. Some first responders were also injured. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in effect. An evacuation shelter has been set up at the Westwood Recreation Center and the Los Angeles Equestrian Center for large animals. Pacific Coast Highway is closed from McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica to Topanga Canyon. The cause of this fire is still unknown. In Sylmar, more than 44,000 people remain under evacuation orders due to the Hearst fire. All neighborhoods north of the 210 freeway from Roxford to the 5 and 14 freeway split under an evacuation order.
505.
An evacuation warning has been issued for the area of the 5 freeway to Woodley and Balboa to LaHaye Street to Zelza Avenue. The flames have consumed a little more than 500 acres with no containment.
No containment anywhere.
And we've been anxiously waiting to get Sky 5 in the air this morning due to the winds, also the fact that President Biden is in town. There has been difficulty getting helicopters up in the sky. But Rich Prickett now over the Eaton fire with a look at things. Rich, good morning.
Jessica and Frank, good morning. Yes, we are finally able to give you an overhead perspective of one of the 4 fires currently burning in Los Angeles County. We are currently over the Eaton fire, which is in the La Cañada, Flint Ridge area, as well as Altadena, where that fire had started last night at about 6:23. Now, we are seeing these live pictures from the air for the first time here in Sky 5 HD, and we'll pan down here, we'll bring up the map, and we'll look at it together and see what has been left from the fire here that's burned overnight over the past 15 hours or so. You can see lots of homes that are packed together here, densely populated area. We're looking at the northern, I would say this would be the northwestern portion of La Cañada, Flint Ridge. We'll push in here. You can see some of these streets that are in the area and some of the homes that are currently burning as we speak.
It's just
firefighters are here. They're trying to do provide some structure protection here, and but you can see some of these homes are on fire. The neighbors' homes are basically virtually untouched. So really just a matter of those flying embers that have pushed down from the hillside and through the communities, and just kind of hopscotching through these homes. There's many homes here that are lost in this La Cañada, Flint Ridge area, as well as Altadena area here. Lots of large homes here, a good cluster of homes on this street here that are lost. Now we'll try and pick through the smoke here and find, kind of just give you a sense of how many homes have been affected here, how widespread the destruction is as far as structures. We know that there's 2 fights that are going on right now for firefighters. You have the urban fight, the fight that's going on down here in the homes, trying to provide any sort of structure protection to make sure that everybody was able to make it out safely. Then you have the wildfire that's burning up in the hills and the mountains here. We'll tilt up here. You can see that Mount Wilson is right here on top of the ridge. So that gives you an idea of where it's burning. There's Mount Wilson at the top of the ridge line. And as we pan towards the south here and into the Altadena, La Cañada, Flint Ridge area and towards the 210 freeway, that's all the active involvement of the Eaton fire. As far as we can tell, the 210 freeway was shut down for anybody that's trying to make access from the San Fernando Valley into the Pasadena area. We'll push in again on some of these other homes here. The map is saying Altadena. This could, in fact, be the Altadena area. I know there was some evacuation orders for all of La Cañada, Flint Ridge as well, and this is burning in very close proximity. Some of this involvement that we're seeing could be in the La Cañada, Flint Ridge area, but this home still burning. It looked like it caught fire somewhat recently when you look at the 2 homes that are right next to it that have been completely destroyed. And this home inevitably will be destroyed as well. Hopefully firefighters will have some luck in protecting, the home that's possibly next door to it, but they are stretched as far out as they can. They're certainly, stretched thin when you consider the amount of fires that are happening here in Los Angeles County. So they're going to do everything they can to protect as many homes as they can. So as we are flying through the airspace here, as we all know, there was a temporary flight restriction, which is actually still in effect here for the VIPs in town, that being President Biden.
Rich, we just lost your picture and your sound for a second. We'll reestablish, but just to give folks some perspective, Rich is just to the east of La Cañada Flint Ridge Country Club, so just to the north of Altadena, or the north side of Altadena.
Okay.
Just to the south of his location is what we're looking at. The live picture of homes burning, which is the location where Annie Rose Ramos is located, which is roughly
It's
near
just
Station
deadly.
12 in the area of North Olive Avenue and West Harriet Street. And to the
Not quite sure
left
what that
side,
means.
is that a live picture?
Yeah.
Is live Pasadena pictures, and it looks dark. It looks like it's night, and that's
It
why I was asking.
does.
But some of these
It
scenes where you
does.
have the fire burning actively, it is obscuring the sun and making it completely dark, and it
Mhm.
appears if it's nighttime. But
And I mean,
you are
these poor
seeing live
firefighters, they're
pictures
not
here
going to
on
be
the
able to
ground, both
save any of these
locations,
structures.
homes, and memories.
I mean, they're
burning
working their
before
tails
our eyes.
off.
That picture on the left, the Pasadena picture, producer just said that's Glen Avenue near Montana. To give folks an idea of what we're looking at there. And it was interesting for the first time to see the Eaton fire from the sky.
Yeah.
It is such a different experience when we were just seeing these pictures now and talking to Annie Rose moments ago. When you're in it and the sky is black and things are on fire all around you.
Yeah.
And they are still
Terrifying.
very much in the middle of a very intense firefight, still dealing with these incredibly
be exhausted.
strong winds. And you can only imagine that when we see those gusts,
Those
that
hoses
these
are not
embers
light.
end up who knows where.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what they're trying to determine.
And we've talked about this before, the blowtorch effect of these fires. And you see the firefighter on the left side in Pasadena attempting to put this fire out, two of them going at it in the trees, because these are particularly dangerous situations. These
They are
embers
too.
fly
That they
up in the
are
air. You
so
can see
fast.
them right there.
Look at that.
And they go from a tree to a structure to another structure, and then you have entire neighborhoods that are threatened by this. So they are doing their best to get at
Chop
this,
them
because these are
down.
the
Just
kinds of
chop
embers
them down.
that move along. Kai Goldberg is with us right now. Kai, the
Just
wind
chop
conditions,
them down.
you don't have to be a meteorologist to see, but you can tell us, what are they experiencing right now in terms of winds in that area?
Well, I can tell you firsthand. This is my neighborhood. I just left about a half an hour ago, and the devastation is just mind blowing.
You live here.
I live in the Northeast Village, so I live on Washington Boulevard between Hill and Sierra Madre Boulevard, and luckily we were evacuated late last night, and I got back to the house this morning at around 3:30, 4 a.m. and the winds were still up. There were some gusts that were 70, 75 miles per hour easily. But the strangest thing, I was out on the balcony, and at 6 a.m. on the nose, the winds shut down completely. There wasn't even a breeze, but the winds began to shift. So it went from the northeasterly section of Pasadena over towards the Rose Bowl. So the winds began to shift towards La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and those particular areas. And that is what we're looking at on the right-hand side of your screen. And you can see JPL is a little bit off to the right there. Fortunately, no damage there to JPL, but down into some of those gullies, some of those fiddles, there's a lot of horse property in there too. So unfortunately, we've got a lot of animals that are in that area. And I know we've been showing folks trying to get some of their horses out, and they've even let some of their livestock go just to save them. But the wind conditions in these particular...
I'm not sure which fire was close to it, but they had mentioned a zoo.
In this particular area of Altadena, we'll start to see the winds beginning to relax just a little bit, but that does not by any means mean that this wind event is over. And the same goes for the Pacific Palisades area. They should once again 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon also see the winds begin to relax just a little bit. But the winds are now starting to shift towards Orange County, Riverside, San Bernardino County. So even though we are seeing a little bit of a break in the action a little bit later on, that does not by any means, by any stretch of the imagination, Jess and Frank, mean that this wind event is over. We're going to see these winds sort of ebb and flow. You can see what's going on right now, a lot of dark smoke, and we're watching, unfortunately, more structures becoming involved. And we, during Annie Ramos's shot and many other of our live reporter shots, you can hear explosions. And I heard that in my neighborhood. Propane tanks are exploding everywhere. Also, transformers are blowing up in the Altadena communities. So it is very dangerous, and it is quite ominous looking because the sky is black.
These are, again, live pictures from Rich Prickett, and Rich is showing us this Altadena area, but is going to be moving momentarily over to the Palisades to show us the aerial view there. Kai, the foothill communities experienced exactly what was predicted.
Yes.
The mountain wave effect of winds.
Look at how, like, when they were just showing us that this house would be on fire, none of the other ones, and across the street, another one totally separate. And oh, what is in those tanks, guys? What are in those tanks? Oh,
Four corner states. That cold air mass that is entrenched in that area of low pressure, it makes its way up over the mountains, valleys, passes, and canyons. The air is compressed, it speeds up, and unfortunately, it dries the air out tremendously. That's our big problem for the rest of the day. Even if you get a bit of a break in the winds, it is bone dry out there. Relative humidity values 2, 3, 5% at the very most. And obviously you can see what the result is. The trees, the brush, everything just ignites so rapidly, and it just explodes. And that's what we're witnessing this morning, unfortunately. And again, we have the red flag warning. It's in place. We knew, as you just mentioned, Frank, I was forecasting ever since last Friday, that this event would be here. And interestingly enough, once we did make our way from Saturday to Sunday, the National Weather Service, everybody got together and decided to up the level, if you will, of this particular event from just sort of a normal Santa Ana wind event to critical. And Henry and I, we've spoken about this, Vera as well. We have not in our lifetimes, this is a once in a generation event, what we're witnessing right now.
I
This
mean,
does not
I'm
happen very
57. I've never seen anything
and
like
what
this.
you're seeing right now is heartbreaking.
Yeah, sadly,
Sure
it lived up to what was
Joining in the
predicted.
crime den,
Unfortunately, so
guys.
Rich Prickett, as we said,
For
is
new
leaving the
channel.
Eaton Fire. He's going to head over to the Pacific Palisades to give us a look there. But you just saw all of those properties that were burned up and are still burning. And Annie Rose was down in there. We lost her shot. We'll try to get back to her. She was on Harriet Street and Olive. And that was a community that was saying to her, we were far enough away from the mountains to think we're in an okay zone. They felt comfortable about where they were at. And that was indeed not the case.
You have to be ready to go at a moment's notice. And I live in a neighborhood, it's concrete everywhere. And last night at 7:45, I stood up on the second floor on the balcony, and there was a area of flame that was roaring towards our neighborhood. And I've talked to our audience many times, many years in a row before about, get ready to go, be careful. But I can tell you, the emotion, the anxiety, the stress is through the roof. It's really scary. It's really scary. And if I can give our audience any bit of information,
I'm gonna jump over here again. Let's listen to this. Let's listen to this. What did I just do?
Changes to the insurance market in California, because a lot of people are not insured. I was able to ask that question to State Senator Ben Allen, who represents the region that's affected by this. Here's some of what he had to say.
I think we have to figure out a hybrid plan that's going to, take into account fire risk.
Biden
It's going to take into
even
account
talk?
not just
I mean, I've
historical
been
data, but
looking.
also, projections.
Did he just
Because
stand
climate
there?
change is so
Or did
real.
he-
I mean, I was just talking to the fire chief
This is
about
the
this. He says
weirdest thing.
this is nothing like they've ever seen before. The wind, the combination of dryness. There are changing conditions that we're going to have to take into account when we let people figure out insurance plans. But in return, we're going to have to ask more from the insurance industry. So I think it's going to have to involve some changes to the framework of Prop 103, while also ensuring that consumers are at the heart of whatever changes we make.
So that's going to be something going forward. I also talked with Supervisor Lindsay Horvath about the fact that some of the fire hydrants didn't have water in them in Pacific Palisades. She said that's something they're very concerned about, that they need to do a new water plan to make sure something like that doesn't happen again. A question that we had earlier was about the National Guard. I did get some clarity off camera from the governor's team that the governor has now called in the National Guard to help with the efforts here, to help with some of the logistics. I'm trying
now?
to get more specifics from him
What?
about exactly what they're going to do, but that call coming in this morning, so you should start to see
Oh, no.
members of the National Guard in the west side of Los Angeles in the days to come. Right now,
Oh,
the
brutal.
governor, the senator, and
Brutal.
others moved to check out some of the damage for
I don't even know what
themselves.
to say.
Some of the officials that I talked to off camera, though, said they expect hundreds, perhaps more than 1,000 structures burned, calling this the worst fire that they've seen in their
Look
career.
at that wind.
Sandra, Roxia?
Yeah, it certainly was remarkable, the update and the briefing that the president got, and just the scope of this catastrophic situation that we're dealing with
said
as we
nothing.
continue to look at live pictures of the fire, homes just up in flames. Alex was saying, you know, thousands of structures possibly after all this is surveyed and the damage is looked at. So clearly this is going to take days to assess and figure out in terms of total cost and devastation.
Alex, thank you. We appreciate you being there this morning and into this afternoon at this point. We're going to go back out to Gigi Graciette live in Pacific Palisades. This shot you're looking at is in the Eden Fire, burned 10,600 acres, and plus that car, it looks like possibly a civilian moving out of the way. And what you're looking at is not a home, actually. That is a church in Altadena that Coco has been providing information on throughout the morning. All right, so let's go to Gigi from Altadena to Pacific Palisades. There she is. Hi, Gigi.
Look at the devastation.
Roxy, you were talking about getting the toll of the structures lost and damage assessment teams. That's what they're usually referred to as. They physically walk the different neighborhoods and assess the damage. This is a damaged home. This was a damaged outbuilding. This is a total loss. This was somebody's home. Those damage assessment teams haven't even begun their work. That's because so many houses continue to burn today. Now, we're the mobile estate park here on Pacific Coast Highway. We believe, and we say believe because it's hard to tell, that this was the office of the Pacific Palisades Mobile Estates. And we believe that because there are rows of filing cabinets right there. You can see paper sorters, different office supply items, and just look at the damage done. And we were talking to a resident here. He told us there were about 187 mobile homes here, and they all appear to be, excuse me, the air is thick with smoke and ash. They all appear to be a total loss here. I'm going to have photographer Tony Butita just pan around. I'll try to get out of the way here. It's just overwhelming. And, you know, the folks that live here, they basically pay a rental fee. Andy Rocker, who has a house here, was telling us that it's under rent control and they pay a fee. Not everyone has insurance. A lot of these folks were senior citizens. A lot of the folks just working class people. There is a misconception that if you live by the beach or you live in Pacific Palisades, then you're automatically extremely wealthy, as if that would change the pain of losing your home and all of your belongings, and a lot of those belongings that cannot be replaced. So these folks hit extremely hard. This mobile home park has been here for decades, we believe. It's just part of the fixture right across the street from the beach, from Pacific Coast Highway. The damage here is extensive, and this is just one area. You're talking about possibly, we heard thousands of structures. We have no idea. We've seen, I don't know, 50, well, there's 187 here, plus the 50 to 75 that we've seen in the Palisades area, just block after block of total devastation. We were speaking to the Catholic Archdiocese. The damage done to the Corpus Christi Catholic Church in the Palisades, a staple there for the Catholic community of the Palisades, is extensive. They were trying to get confirmation that the fire did spread into the sanctuary. We know they lost at least one building. The Ralph's Supermarket on Sunset Boulevard, a total loss. We've never seen an entire supermarket where basically just the walls were standing. There was nothing in between the walls. We have never seen such devastation, and we've covered horrible fires. The Sayer fire that had so much loss, the Woolsey fire where so many homes were also lost. But today we're just seeing home after home, block after block hit extremely hard, including relatives' homes of folks that work at Fox 11. We've been listening to Maria Quiban talk about her brother-in-law's home. We went to it, a complete loss, just one of so many. And you've also heard that 2 people lost their lives in the Eaton fire. Coco McAvoy doing a wonderful job covering that fire. So there is going to be a human toll to this because a lot of folks here have been hospitalized, including a firefighter with a serious head injury. You are looking live at a car that was left in a driveway. Well, what's left of a car. The wheels just melted right off, just melted into the ground there. And nothing, absolutely nothing left of people's homes. Earlier, we did see 2 ladies, and they were sifting through the dirt. And we see this a lot. People come back, they try to identify where the room was, where maybe they had something that meant a lot to them that may not have been burned, that may have been caught in some kind of an air pocket. And they sift through the dirt. They bring in sifters to look for any valuables, maybe. We interviewed a couple at one huge fire. I think it was the Woolsey fire. They were able to find their wedding ring. She wasn't wearing her wedding rings when she had to evacuate. And the wedding ring was a family heirloom that had been passed down, and it meant the world to her. And she was actually sifting through the dirt, and she found those wedding rings. So we're going to see a lot of those stories in the following weeks as folks begin to return home. And Maria Cuban has been talking about the wind, and we were interviewing a gentleman earlier, and we were just buffeted by wind gusts that continue here. It's usually windy at the beach, windier than maybe on the flatland, but the wind gusts, and that continues to fan these flames of the Palisades fire. So no estimate on how many homes, structures, businesses, a lot of businesses lost. We saw cleaners that was on fire. So that toll is going to continue to grow. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that wind we see you getting tossed around, and Star is joining us here as well right now to talk about the winds and the situation. And it really depends where, right? What part of town we're talking about. Where Gigi's in Pacific Palisades, and then we're going to take the shot where Coco is in the Eaton fire in Altadena.
Yeah, we have not just
here for a second, guys. It doesn't seem to be any
you know, and we've been hearing stories similar to Brad's all morning long. You know, you see what you see in front of us, Frank and Jessica, and you think, oh my goodness, this is so scary. And it is, but it's also just incredibly unbelievable. And I think people feel like they want to come back or they want to stay to the very end because they just are having a tough time processing what's happened here in their neighborhood, to their home, to their neighborhood, to their neighbors.
Do you guys think it's going to get
and
into
it's
the
gonna,
heart
like he
of,
said, like Brad said, it's
LA?
going to take a while to really.
Do you think it'll burn out
to
before
really
then, or do you think that it's actually going to get
this
into LA?
and then move on? But for right now, it's time to get out, and that's what he's doing, and that's what everybody else has done.
Absolutely.
And let the firefighters continue their fight of what is.
So we've also got this over here.
A lot of work to do. Can you share any stories that you've seen, or rescues, or just something you've come across that has just been, that we haven't been able to witness?
So last
So
night,
do
I
I,
mean,
Dandy.
from the
And it's a
initial
very
the get-go,
real
once it broke out,
possibility.
we had immediate structure defense issues, immediate
I'm gonna
evacuation
have to
issues,
eat.
and the amount
6.5
of
hours I've been
effort that came
sitting
from
here.
sheriff,
Thanks
fire,
for joining me,
everybody to
guys.
come together and try and
Thank
get
you
these
so
people
much.
out of their homes. It was very, very touching, and we were scrambling to get people out of their homes to make sure we saved as many people as possible.
So going in physically lifting up, I mean, some elderly.
Yes, very much.
Ton of elderly
We had
people.
convalescent homes that had to be evacuated because some
Oh
people are non-ambulatory. So we had a lot of work. So.
Battalion Chief Brenda Simonian, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Best of luck to you, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to make my way down to John Shriver. He has been right up close to these
safe.
flames just to show you. I mean, again, they're putting water on this, but this looks like, I mean, it just looks like a fruitless effort, right? You have a tree
It does.
exploding
Well said.
in fire right now because, they just can't put water on it. And I can definitely tell the pressure is down. I mean, you can only put so much water, and then you heard it from the battalion chief. They have to go haul it from a different fire hydrant just to get back up here. And she's now talking to some of her other firefighters here, trying to form another game plan on how to keep this from spreading. Although the winds are blowing west, but try to keep it from the Altadena Library and then from catching all of these other homes here on Mariposa. So I'm right at Mariposa Street, St. James Place. A home behind me is now up in flames here. But wow,
I
the
can't get
challenges,
over what we're
Amy and
watching.
Christine, that these firefighters have faced.
I just cannot
Unprecedented
get over what we're
resources, water, evacuations, traffic jams, and the wind.
And Jasmine, what's so hard is
yeah,
that you
this is
see
really
the
going up.
similar images on so many of these streets, and it's hard to imagine so many structures on fire all at the same time.
In so many different
And I mean,
parts
anybody
of
that's
our,
got
Southern
anything,
California, in the county,
asthma,
you know, you've
anything.
got the San Fernando Valley
Get
impact.
the hell away from this
Somar, you have
mess.
the San Gabriel Valley, then you have Palisades. And by the way,
I'm
we now
so
know that the
worried
Palisades
about
fire is the worst
sick people,
fire
elderly,
in LA county
kids,
history.
animals.
Says
Oh my Lord.
Terrible fires here, and we just keep watching these structures go up.
I
And
just
you know,
can't.
a lot of residents have been left with a lot of uncertainty as they rush to evacuate and wondering what they should take with them, what can be left behind.
KCAL's Ross Palumbo is at the Red Cross evacuation
Valuables
shelter
are,
in
I mean,
Pasadena, where
personal
evacuees
things.
are
It's
reliving
just,
those tense moments. And Ross, what are people telling
I
you?
was wondering about that.
Well, you know, these are the tense moments specifically from the Eaton fire. And what a horrible situation. We already know at least 2 people have lost their lives in that fire, more than 2,200 acres burned, and hundreds upon hundreds of people evacuated. We're at the Pasadena Convention Center right now, and I just wanted to show you what it looks like just around the street. People keep walking in and arriving by the busload. Sometimes people bringing these U-Haul trucks to bring down donations. Some people actually in trucks when they arrive because they managed to pack up some of their belongings. But look at how many people are still streaming in here at this hour. So far, since they've been open these last 12 hours, it looks like there are some 1,200 people on the inside. And there are food donations coming in and out like this woman is just bringing. We're going to go in right now and show you exactly what's going on. You're going to see here in the hallway of the convention center a lot of people in wheelchairs in this section here, some in gurneys. This is because several assisted living facilities had to be evacuated. You know, the entire area along the foothills, a large section of the city already evacuated, and these people have been brought here. They are receiving medical attention, and there are care workers on scene here to help them. You'll see in the distance too, there are plenty of animals here, and this is such a wonderful thing. At this shelter, they are allowed to bring animals. Their Humane Society is on scene to help them. You can see here on this pallet in front
I
of us,
sure
in
wouldn't be
fact,
leaving my
that
beats.
there is cat litter and food being brought in to take care of these animals. Back over here, the first exhibit hall A, right here is the only one that has been opened so far, but the other 2 are about to be opened. And out of respect for these people's privacy, we're not going to go inside there, but that's primarily where all these cots are. You know, we have spoken to a few people since arriving here just a little while ago, and take a listen to this woman's horrible story. Her name is Marina Solis, and she was here at the shelter last night. She did the right thing evacuating with her family. She lives on a property with 2 homes, her family and her sister's family. She left the shelter this morning to go see what happened to her house, both houses. Take a listen.
Towards Malibu.
I work over here at the local ice cream shop, and I rushed out about 7:30. By the time just going up the hill up to our house, it was just traffic you've never really seen before. There was just a lot of smoke, a lot of dust, and it kind of seemed further away at the time. And I know our family was really lucky and got more time than a lot of other families did, but it kind of felt like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything was just like dark and smoky, and the air was just bad. And we just kind of went in and grabbed what we could, situated our dogs, and then from there. But it kind of felt like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything was just like dark and smoky, and the air was just bad.
What were you able to take with you?
Just like comfortable clothes, a pair of shoes you could grab, like keepsakes from like family members that have passed on before, because I think honestly we were kind of underestimating it.
It's such a horrible story, and that is one of more than 1,200 stories here in just this one facility. And you guys, these are just the people in this facility. There are countless others that have gone to families' homes or left the area to shelter in other ways until the immediate danger passes. Here, they are about to serve lunch. The Red Cross is helping out and providing food, and that's what's about to happen here. They're providing meals, clothing, blankets, cots to people. They say, come. Anyone that needs to come can come, and you can bring your animals. Right now, briefly, we just want to talk to this woman.
Yeah.
Taisha, how are you doing?
I'm okay.
I'm so sorry to hear. I understand that you went back to your home and
My grandma's home was burnt to the ground. I'm just looking for my aunt right now, and I can't currently find her. So if anyone knows her, we're looking for her.
what's her name and how old is she?
Her name is Carolyn Burns.
Mhm.
She's 57.
Okay, and she evacuated on her own, and you're just trying to be reunited with her at
Yes,
this
to
point.
see if she's okay.
Okay, I'm so sorry you lost your home. Did you see the fire come, or did you just see the
No,
aftermath?
I just see the aftermath.
But everyone got out of the
So
home,
far.
and your pets and everyone.
We didn't have any pets,
Okay.
but so far they did. We're just looking for my aunt right now, as of right now.
Okay, and one more time, what's her name?
Carolyn Burns.
Okay, and she can come here, meet you here.
Yes, if anyone knows anything, because their house is burned to the ground. Yes.
Yeah, I'm so sorry what happened, but the good thing is that you're okay, and hopefully
Yes.
she's okay too.
Yes.
Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
talking to us. So you guys, it's really unbearable, the stories. All of these people living it and just thinking about it as they're waiting to find out what happened to their home. She unfortunately knows what happened. Many other people just trying to meet up with family members. This is the place to be. This is where authorities are. This is where help is. This is where food is, where cops are, where you can bring your animals. So please, if you need any help, come down here. This is the place to be. And maybe this woman will see if we can reunite her with her relatives. For now, though, that's the very latest live in Pasadena. Let me send it back to you.
All right, Ross, thank you for that. And we're so glad that the American Red Cross is there for so many people. Now, the intense and powerful winds have really turned sparks into infernos. The speed that these fires have escalated is seen as alarming. Governor Newsom says fire season has become year-round in our state, despite this not traditionally being wildfire season, but it is now.
Yeah, so to help us understand the impact of this extreme weather and its effect on the ecosystem is Dr. Helen Homeland from Pepperdine University.
And down power lines all along the way. So very, very dicey situation just to get here, which is, I mean, this is the parking lot at Gladstone's. This is not usually a dangerous area. We're not up in the hills, but it was very frightening. And it continues to be just an active fire even 24 hours later. You know, usually by now we have some containment lines. We're talking about mop up. It's still out of control, but this is truly out of control, not any containment at all. And overnight, no chopper drops because the wind is so strong, it becomes more dangerous and less effective because the water evaporates and dissipates before it can even hit the ground. Oh, the Altadena fire to the east, the San Gabriel Mountains, is so intense and has been so horrific. This morning, just heartbreaking scenes of row after row after row of homes burned in that area. Overnight, we also saw nursing home residents being evacuated in wheelchairs and walkers, just getting out. And it breaks your heart thinking that these are people, in their golden years who are going to have to figure something out. You know, they thought they had it all figured out. They were all settled, and now this is happening. And it's just a lot of upheaval happening to a lot of people who just really didn't expect it. They're not living out in the wilderness. They're not living in the mountains. They're not living in canyons. They're just living in the city, and this is happening. So very frightening time to be a resident of Los Angeles the next couple of days.
Oh, it's so scary, you guys. I mean, it's terrifying. Jesus. She must be waiting. I don't know. It's kind of hard to. Let's go over here, guys.
Information out on our screen, and you can give people the address.
Oh, yes, definitely.
So we have 11911 Voss Street, North Hollywood. The phone number listed right there. And then you have the 4111 San Fernando Road in Glendale.
Correct, yes.
Okay, perfect. Get more information, of course, if you visit the website resortfordogs.com. You can go on our website as well, foxla.com. You can download the Fox Local app as well. Tons of resources out there. Annie, thank you so much. We really appreciate you taking the time and connecting with us.
Nice. Absolutely.
They brought the truck over and hooked it to this one, and it does look like there is water coming out of that hydrant, and they're probably taking it down to that house. Like I said, these aren't the only houses.Maybe we can walk, if we can, Andre. We'll go around the corner here. You know, this is one street. This is Glen Avenue. Over here is Montana. And again, there's a resident in front of their home here in Montana watering down the property, the front of their property. But over here to the right on Montana, this is where that house was that I was talking about. I was trying to come down this way over here. I was trying to get through this street, but this house right over here, you can see it's still burning. The flames were so high, and at the time the wind was blowing some of the flames and the smoke over the street. So it was impossible to pass, and plus obviously the fire trucks were here. Oh, and there it goes, look there. Oh, the water, you could just see the water go through the hose there. So that hose definitely working there. But anyway, so now the funny thing is, we heard about the shifting wind, not funny thing, but look at if you could, Andre, see the smoke where it's going now? It looks like it's actually blowing a different direction than it was when I got here. When I got here, it was
going left, right.
As I got here, it was blowing over the street. Now it seems to be blowing the opposite direction. And if we come a little farther, Andre.
This is the Palisade again.
We were looking at maybe about an hour ago. Those homes
And
at
this
the
is
bottom
from
of
the
the
air
frame
again.
look and still remain to be in good shape, but you know that's no indication of what might happen in the coming hours. But those homes kind of one level up from there, one level if you go higher in the frame, that's a little further to the south. We saw only one structure up in flames earlier, and now, as you said, it appears that 3 structures are now going up in smoke right now. So we're still seeing active flames, active fire behavior. The winds are still at a pretty intense level right there down on the surface because the smoke is laying down to the ground. It's not pluming up like we've seen in past fires where the winds aren't as intense. We're still seeing this fire to be continually driven by the winds, and that is why these flames are still continuing to jump from home to home, and that's definitely what we're going to continue to see and what we're going to continue to watch as the day goes on.
All right, Gabe Santos reporting from Air 7. Thank you so much for that update. And we have Josh Haskell in Palisades on the ground with LA District Attorney Nathan Hochman. Josh?
That's right. I'm here with DA Nathan Hochman. We are right on the border of Pacific Palisades and Brentwood. I know, Nathan, you were able to make your way earlier today into Pacific Palisades. What did you see? What is your take on all this?
I mean, it was apocalyptic. I've lived here my whole life. I have never seen that type of devastation where literally block after block after block of houses that were there, 48 hours ago aren't there anymore. My sister actually lives in that area. We went by her house, and her house unfortunately burnt to the ground. It truly is a situation that I have not seen in 60 years.
And you and I were just talking about this, places that you didn't think fire could reach, a wildfire could reach, places that would burn. The heart of Pacific Palisades gone, decimated.
Absolutely. I mean, it's these are friends, this is family that have lived here for decades and no longer have their houses. I would imagine that the devastation is in the billions of dollars. I mean, there'll be thousands of houses that have been destroyed. But what's also unfortunately going to happen in these situations is that people are going to try and take criminal advantage of what's going on. 2 looters have already been arrested. And I have a message for the criminal element out there. If you think for a moment that you can take advantage of this right now, or over the next weeks, months, or even years, you are wrong. If you go ahead and you want to loot, if you want to steal, if you want to engage in scams on vulnerable people who've just lost their houses and their businesses, we're going to arrest you, we're going to prosecute you, and you will absolutely be punished.
What can you tell us about what happened in the Eden Canyon, Pasadena, Altadena area with that fire? And what is your message to those two individuals who've been arrested?
Well, again, they've already arrested, the Sheriff's Department has already arrested 2 individuals for looting. They will be fully prosecuted by the District Attorney's Office. And again, the thought that they would want to take advantage of people in their most vulnerable situation when they've just lost a house or a business, when they're literally evacuating for their lives, is despicable. And we will make sure that they understand that not only have they been arrested, but they will be prosecuted and they will be punished.
In District Attorney Hochman, we've also heard some reports of scam phone calls, scammers calling people. Obviously, we know that sadly, when people lose it all, in addition to looters, there's some insurance fraud that takes place. What are you hearing about these phone calls? Anything?
Again, the phone calls have started and they're going to continue. And people who have suffered these tragedies need to be aware that there are people out there who are going to take advantage of them. Please, if you don't fall susceptible to these scams, refer them over to law enforcement and let us do our job and go after them.
Having been around the footprint of this fire, there is an extremely large presence from the Los Angeles Police Department, from the Sheriff's Department, from law enforcement. We're at a roadblock right now here at Sunset and Allenford. They are not letting people through. This is a mandatory evacuation area. Are you happy with what you're seeing in terms of the law enforcement presence to make sure that people that are coming in here to do harm don't get in?
You know, the first responder response to this has been amazing. The fire department folks that not just from the city, not just from the county, but from literally all the surrounding counties, surrounding states that are coming here right now and have come here, they're amazing. They deserve our respect. Law enforcement has not only tapped resources here throughout the 88 cities and the 125 unincorporated areas in the Sheriff's Department, but I'm hearing about literally law enforcement personnel on their own time will be coming here into LA County to walk the streets, to make sure that there is a law enforcement presence so that any criminals who think that they can get away with it will know better.
And have you had to evacuate?
Yes, I was part of the voluntary evacuation area. I spent last night at my mom's house with my 2 sisters, and my brother was there. I mean, it is tragic. I remember back in the 90s, over 30 years ago, when we had the fires and the floods and the earthquakes and the riots. Have we had an experience in LA that's even remotely similar to this? The one thing I can tell you, having lived through these tragedies, is that LA is resilient. We will rebuild. We will be better than we ever have been. And the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to make sure that anybody who wants to take advantage of this criminally is going to be arrested, prosecuted, and punished to the full extent of the law.
ABC 7's Josh Haskell here, live with you with our District Attorney Nathan Hochman. We are on the border of Pacific Palisades and Brentwood at Sunset and Allenford. I believe we still have our anchors with us. If you're listening, do you guys have any questions for the District Attorney before we let him go?
I actually had one, and it's
kind of
maybe a simple question, but people have not frequently been victimized before, and they are going to be. What do they do? Simply call 911. Do they call his office? Where do you go if you feel you've been victimized in these next months and years?
Right?
Yeah, District Attorney, a question from our anchor, Philip Palmer. People that have not been in this situation before, been not victimized in this way, and who do they call? Where can they go? Do they go to your office? Do they call 911 if they think that they're involved in some sort of scam?
If there's an emergency, clearly call 911. If it's a scam that you've been part of, make sure you actually contact the police department. You can do it online. You can do it through the phone. You can walk into a police department, any of the police department stations out there, and report that crime. Again, the important thing for people who have suffered this tragedy is I will guarantee you the scammers are out there. They're looking to take advantage of you. Don't let them take advantage of you.
Absolutely.
Report that crime. You have any suspicion about it. Don't go ahead and give your personal information away.
Nope.
Go ahead and report those people immediately, and then let us do our job to go after them.
And I also just want to highlight that everyone that we have met covering this fire, whether you're here, whether you live far away, so many people have a connection to this. So, you said you were evacuated, your sister lost her home, so many people impacted by this terrible tragedy, and we appreciate your time and your message. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Philip and Giovanna.
All right, Josh Haskell, thank you, and DA District Attorney Nathan Hochman, thank you as well for joining us today. Sophie Flay is in covering the Eaton fire. You were at Lake in New York at when we last heard from you. Are you still there? Did you move?
I'm going to move over here. Look at this, guys.
This is the worst thing you could wish in someone's life aside from death.
You're here now. When do you leave? He's here. Her mother's here.
Wow.
Let me tell you, the majority of the homes in this community are still standing.
I had to order some food. 7 hours I've been sitting here with just look at how that, oh my God, man. Like, are they gonna get control of this before it wipes out LA, all those little towns or whatever you call them, subdivisions? I don't know. The wind needs to piss off. This is just too much. It's like banging your head against the wall. I'm like, oh, Lordy. I agree, Sarah. It is. It's kicking a person right in the gut. No, there's no stopping this time. I agree with you. I just ordered so much food, you guys. Oh my God. Snow. I can't get over what we're seeing. And I wish it wasn't true, but do you think this is going to go into the city, guys? Is that what's going to happen? Is this going to go right into the heart of Los Angeles? I sure as the hell hope not, but I've got that fear in me. If you want to support the channel, guys, click the thing up in the right-hand corner, whatever it's called. The little coffee cup. It's true. It's true. I'm frightened of it happening. I have to say, like, if this wind does not settle down, it is not good. Look at this.
Glendale, Arcadia, and Sierra Madre are all under mandatory evacuation orders this morning.
QR code, thank you.
The fires are being fanned by the strong winds. 1,400 firefighters are battling the flames on the ground.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, the use of aircraft was halted shortly before 8 o'clock last night due to the high winds. One firefighter has been injured and multiple people have been burned in the Palisades Fire. An estimated 200,000 homes and buildings are now without power across LA County. We're going to get right back to Chip Yost covering that Eaton fire in Altadena, where they saw that house up in flames.
Yeah, hey there, guys. We're walking back down around the corner to show you some more of the damage here. We're on Montana. Look at walk your step there, Andre. There's some hoses.
The QR code.
There's some of the work they've done here. We're showing you they're chopping some of the trees down since we just walked past here like 3 or 4 minutes ago. That's how much they've gotten out of there trying to protect this home. But if we come over here, we can see what's going on Glen Avenue and why they're doing that.
So
just behind this home, you're just looking at an attached or possibly a detached garage,
but I really
fully engulfed, look like a complete loss. And just to the side of those, as we go around here to Glen Avenue, you can see that just is still in here. We'll show you this again, see what kind of progress they've made. This home here, you're on Montana near Glen.
Like, look at this. You can click on it. I think you use your phone. your camera and then zoom in on it. I think that's how it works. Oh, no. That's what I think you do, Ruthie. Oh. Oh my God. No problem, Ruthie. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Much appreciated. Thank you. They sure are. I appreciate that, Candy. There. Thank you so much. Mm. I'm going to see if I can find one that's showing us.
And there was a fire in the backyard of one of these homes over here. At the time, it hadn't reached the home, but I can't say if that's the case now. It looks like if it hasn't reached it, it's still very close. But unfortunately, you know, this is one of the homes that has been lost here on Glen Avenue. Another home right next to it. And look at this. We got to be careful here. This is some of the power line issues. Look at this. The power line's completely gone here. Let's go over and see what's going on over here. If these folks live here, they're trying to get stuff out of their house. I'm not sure. And this home thank you. This home they had some fire in the backyard, and like I said, I don't know if it has reached the home yet or not.
Oh, remember these guys from earlier? I do.
Oh, so is this your home? Oh, okay. Right there.
Yeah.
I mean, fight all night, all
This is
morning.
my cousin's home, Aaron.
And up it goes.
Taylor, I'm really sorry for what you guys are going through. Tell me kind of what, how was your auntie here when this started? What happened?
Nah, we got everybody out. We was just leaving the area to make sure everything was good. And, you know, just thinking that it was going to clear up. But for sure, we didn't think this was going to happen down here. We seen it.
Right, Dandy.
Started miles away.
Were you here when it started?
Not here. At this location, I was actually trying to track the fire and stuff. So,
is the door hot? Did you try to?
Oh, that's the same. This
looked like you tried to open the
earlier.
door.
I remember
The door
this
was
guy
hot. So you're trying to get some belongings out.
Yeah.
This is not evening. This is going on right now. Oh, that's me. Myself over here again.
Firehawk now on the western end fighting that fire. So we're seeing a tremendous amount of resources here. And there is certainly a fire also, Hawk in the Altadena area that's working off.
They own this house for a long time. Aaron.
Aerial superiority in these fires continue, and it is hopefully going to give those fire crews on the ground some hope as those firefighters that are at the Palisades Fire, now more than 26 hours they've been fighting this one.
Yeah.
And they're exhausted. That is the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Mark, I want to ask you a question while you still have that map up, because I'm seeing on the Watch Duty app, it says that there is now a small fire 1 mile north of Mulholland Highway off PCH. They're calling it the Freddy Fire. And it says that two super 2 super scoopers and 2 helicopters are en route to that area. Are you able to see that from your map?
Look at that, guys. Look at that. Active. It's a little bit difficult to sometimes find them with everything that's going on. This one is a tracking aircraft. I don't actually see the super scoopers. They could be on the ground refueling. They have been fighting the fire all morning. I don't see them on my radar, but I will look for them, and I'll try and get some more information about the fire that you're talking about.
Oh, hell yeah.
It's right on the border of LA and Ventura counties. So, you know, again, this could just be an extension of the Palisades fire. We know those embers can go, you know, miles at a time. But this really speaks to the fact that our resources are so stretched thin with so many different fires going on. And Mark, thank you so much for continuing to show us this view from the air. I think this gives people some peace of mind when they realize that even though we don't have enough boots on the ground, there cannot be enough firefighters to handle all of these fires. We do have a lot of aerial support, and that is some good news.
Very much so.
For our community. And so we're all very concerned, trying to take a deep breath and, you know, appreciate that we're all together and we're all safe.
I can imagine how devastating that is for you guys to just leave and not know what's happening to your home.
It's very challenging.
Corey, buddy, you were telling me that you saw the fire.
Yeah, I saw the fire, and it was really cool.
It was really cool. Have you ever seen a fire like that before?
No. The only fire I saw before was a campfire.
Were you scared at all?
No.
You're handling this like a champ. Very brave of you. And we hope that you guys, you know, are able to get home safely, that your home is okay. We thank you guys so much for talking to us. And how long do you think you're going to be here today?
We'll be here today. We'll be here tonight. We have no idea how long we'll be, but we're here. And so we've seen a lot of people from our church, a lot of people from our community. So it's comforting to know that we're not the only ones in this situation.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it, Paula. We appreciate it. And then we're going to walk over here, guys. Like I said, I want to give you kind of an idea of what we're seeing out here. You folks approached me a second ago telling me that you guys are waiting for meals because you're going to be helping out. Carlos.
Yes, my name is Carlos. I'm with AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Food for Health Programs, and we are here to make a commitment to bring hot meals to those people that are affected by the wildfires.
How many meals would you say you guys are bringing?
Today we're bringing 500 meals, and this is going to be an ongoing thing for 3 meals a day.
Yeah, we're doing 2 shifts of 500 today here at this location. We work with Save Us Here. They are doing 500 meals for the VA in West LA as well.
We thank you guys so much, and I'm sure so many people are thankful for you to bring hot meals. Appreciate it and appreciate your time. Before we say goodbye, I just want to give you guys a look inside because this is where I said people are being stationed and taking shelter in the Pasadena Convention Center. We've seen so many people. So officials with the city of Pasadena tell me that there are 1,200 people here, including some of those seniors from elderly health care facilities that we saw last night having to be evacuated.
Oh, that was
go inside.
Just heartbreaking.
And so you've got dozens of
fire.
We pan to the right, you can see this house is still untouched, and firefighters are hoping to keep it that way. But what you're seeing here really underscores the issue. The house that is burning has a stucco exterior and a tile roof. Nonetheless, it is burning, and that is because when you get those big sand and you get those embers, they get in the eaves and they get into the attic of homes. And once that happens, there is no saving that home. We have seen that time and time again. We've seen firefighters try, but struggle to put out flames when they're already in the attic or the eaves. And what is also very curious where we are is if we pan this way, you can see there are people milling about, and we're seeing quite a bit of traffic. So it appears a lot of people have not evacuated. And if we push in further, the roadblock directing traffic away is not that far from where we're standing. So this area is off limits supposedly to the public, but still people are coming in. We've seen some people driving by with their cell phones taking video, but this is a very fluid situation. You can see something just hit something and the flames just got a whole lot larger. Wow.
Whoa.
See, that's what happens with the winds. You get one gust and it does that, and then the fire just spreads, and it can spread very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And those embers, as we've seen time and time again, can fly 1 to 2 miles away, get under the eaves of another home or in the attic, and then you have another fire. So firefighters stretch very thin, fighting multiple fires, and also the conditions that you are witnessing, very tense situation and also a very dangerous one. And that is the latest from Altadena. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah.
From all the residents that you guys have been talking to, frustration and then numbness, one person said, and just utter shock. And then sadness, of course, for losing all of this. But you see the difference in the terrain in Altadena and Pasadena. You're looking at a lot of mature trees. It's a very bucolic area. And look at these trees that go up in flames once so you get that big spark of flame. And obviously that then poses a big threat to the surrounding structures, right? Because of those flying embers, as Christy's showing us right now, but clearly very different from the Palisades. And just every community, every fire is very different in terms of characteristics. So let's go out to Coco.
It's also fascinating when you see the image of one home completely engulfed in flames and then literally right next door, a home completely
Untouched.
Okay for the time being.
Right.
You never know what can happen, but it is very jarring to see that contrast. All right, Coco, that church behind you has been burning for quite a while now.
Check this out, guys. Check this out.
Across Los Angeles County.
And, you know, not a good thing to share with you guys, but apparently now there is a new fire. Rich Prickett is up in Sky 5. Where is this new fire?
No.
Lou and Glenn, we saw some smoke off in the distance, and we came over here, and this is a separate fire that's burning. It's about 2-3 acres at this point. It's right near Leo Carrillo. Let me bring up the map here. We'll show you. There's a Pacific Coast Highway, and here comes a fire helicopter about ready to drop some water on what is remaining of this fire. But you can see it's kind of making a push uphill in that light to medium brush there. And so this is Leo Carrillo State Beach right here. So that's the areas where you'd set up the RVs and you'd head out to the beach for Leo Carrillo. And we'll head a little further up PCH, so we'll call it northwest. That's where this fire has broken out. It's been burning for, I don't know, about 25 minutes or so at this point, and it looks like we already have some hand crews that are here starting to stomp out some of the fire. That looks like they've made some progress already, as you can see from the burn area, but it's still making a push uphill. They have at least one helicopter here that's starting to lay water down as well. You know, the one good news I can say about this is it's not immediately threatening any structures. The vegetation is not very thick, and it's in the lower elevations, and they already have some hand crews on it. So I would hope that they'll have this stomped out here shortly. Just, you know, more evidence of just how dangerous it is out here with these winds, the dry weather, and you know, just use some extra caution when you're in the Santa Monica Mountains today over the next 24 hours. I'll send it back to you.
Well, fortunately, the source of water to drop on there is right across the street.
Yeah, that's great news.
All right, let's get to Aaron Myers back in Altadena.
We're gonna move over here for a minute.
He's been out here battling this fire as well. And also it could be the possibility that he's being called to another area to respond to, because there are several homes in this neighborhood that are engulfed in flames. Some people who decided to stay behind and not evacuate, just trying to save their home.
So I've seen that live and in person, where hubby was evacuated out of an area a few years ago because the whole place, the city was on fire. Literally, the city was on fire. So he was evacuated for some time until they got it under control. And then what happened is the rain started, and there was nothing to hold that rain back. So then he got sent home because the whole area flooded. So this is very, very true. I've seen it live and in person.
I'll send it back to you.
Oh, wow. Tough to see all of this. That's for sure, Coco. Thank you for being there, and stay as safe as you can. A live look, Altadena right there, Eaton Fire, 10,600 plus acres burning.
And there you see the towers on Mount Wilson, I believe. Is that Mount Wilson? We do know that Mount Wilson did send out a message saying that the area is safe for now. They are on a skeletal crew as they let a lot of employees and workers leave the area, obviously because of the danger, but it is safe for now. Obviously, a lot of the community.
Yeah, until this hits. Right? Until this hits. Let's check this out here, guys.
So Al Jazeera is hitting at 10 after.
Okay, so Al Jazeera is not looking at the right camera, but what's it?
Oh.
Well.
Oh? Does he speak?
Folks,
okay. I didn't realize he comes back or whatever. Let's take a look.
Again, please heed the warning of the officials.
Listen.
Yeah, I believe
there's people. There's people that have decided to stay. I understand people get disaster fatigue, and this is the one time they really do need to listen to what the officials say. When they say get out, they mean it. Get out. Sadly, there's been 2 fatalities already, and I pray there's no more.
Well, Bob, it was certainly amazing that really after the sun went down, and especially when the winds kicked up, I mean, it went from the Palisades into Malibu very fast. I mean, everything, PCH, all those businesses and homes destroyed.
Yeah, I was up very late and I went to bed, and when I was actually up at 3 a.m. doing something for Fox in New York. And when I turned on the TV and saw what was going on in Malibu, I was just stunned. For me, I recognized every single picture I saw because the 10 years I spent in Malibu was at Station 70, which encompasses that jurisdictional area. So every house, every street, every landmark is basically burned into my mind. And seeing those things gone the next morning just was stunning and shocking to me.
Yeah. Bob, we're going to ask if you can stay on the line with us. President Biden is in town. He's in Santa Monica. He is being briefed by officials right now, and we're going to tune into that for a second, but we'll check back in with you in a few minutes.
We knew there was a potential for a significant threat to our constituents due to the weather event. High winds. I've never seen the winds in my 25-year career. So we leaned forward as much as possible and pre-deployed. With that, we had a significant amount of fire that occurred. We had an aggressive fire attack. The fire has grown from originally 10 acres to 10,802 acres.
10 acres to this.
It's an active firefight with our firefighters, and they're doing their very best to protect our people within this area. Interesting enough, because of the winds and the low humidity, we had a second fire also break out, and that was the Hearst fire, which is just north of that area. Again, this was close to 11,000 acres. This is close to 500 acres that also broke out. The information that I want to share with you is also the significance of multiple fires in the area within the city, but also the county. That's the second fire that actually came out, and we're actively engaged in that firefight. The third fire then broke out this morning at 4 o'clock in the morning, in which we have an active firefight there as well. We're working with our local jurisdictions, our state, regional, as well as federal. So we're doing everything we can to protect life first and property next. We'll go ahead and then pass this off to Police Chief McDonald. Thank you.
Chief.
Okay, we watched this earlier.
It's an honor to be able to be here and be part of this and represent the men and women of LAPD and policing to support our partners in the fire service. What we saw here in the last 24 hours is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like this. Fire is driven by the type of winds that we saw, up to 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Our role out there is strictly support, to be there for evacuations, to get people out of the affected area, to be able to provide for traffic control and then crime suppression as the fire is fought. And some may come in and try and take the opportunity to go into these homes and steal from them. So we're going to be on top of that. I just want to say the relationship we enjoy here,
in a lot of
my case, and the
places,
leadership
they
of
need
Mayor
to
Bass,
go
but all of our
down.
elected officials, is unlike, I think, anywhere else in the country. We are blessed to have the relationship between police and fire that we do here. Unfortunately, we do this kind of thing frequently, never to this level. But I can't say enough about how important that is. And as we go into the next 5 years,
so glad
the Super Bowl and the World Cup and the Olympics coming up, it's critical that we maintain those partnerships. So
You're
thank you for
such
this
a
opportunity,
love.
sir. Oh, sorry. Let me introduce my partner from the
Thank
County
you.
Fire Department, Chief Tony Maloney. Yeah. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to be giving you an update on our Eaton Fire, which is east.
So sweet.
The county starts all the way up in Lancaster and goes all the way down to the Long Beach border. We go from the county line at Ventura all the way out to Pomona, 4,300 acres. So we have a fire east of the Palisades Fire that began last night. It's called the Eaton Fire. It's currently 10,600 acres, 0% containment. We have over 750 firefighters on the line. Unfortunately, 2 people have lost their lives. Residents have lost their lives at the Eaton Fire. It's impacting tens of thousands of homes, not only in the city of Pasadena, but also the county area of Altadena. And we're doing our very best. We just had our out-of-state resources arrive from Arizona at the Eaton Fire to assist us. Last night, as the Region 1 coordinator, I contacted the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. We requested 250 additional engines into LA County with 1,000 personnel. We also are using our compacts with other states like Arizona, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington. Firefighters from those regions are on their way down to Los Angeles County right now to assist us. So thank you for your interest. Thank you for your attention.
Support me on the crime den. I agree with that. He's talking. Is he talking?
Folks, the fact is that the DOD, Department of Defense, will rapidly provide additional firefighting personnel.
Can't hear us.
Also, California National Guard is adding 2 modular air firefighting systems. 2 more are being ready to the National Guard.
He's reading it off of paper.
4 more coming from the Northern Command.
Maybe that's why they
Navy helicopters.
can't hear words.
Coming down. If there's anything and everything one would take to change these fires and help reconstruct, make sure that we're back to normal.
Not a clue what he's saying. Come on, old guy. It's so true.
Mr. President, just first of all, that major disaster declaration is approved. Next level of appreciation on behalf of all the residents.
So, oh, look at that. That's what's scary right there. All those embers.
This weekend in anticipation of these weather events. The complexity
of
fires, the likelihood of these weather events, this wind event will continue over the course of the next many days. Impacts of over 1,000 structures already that have been destroyed, 100,000+ people that have been evacuated, lives lost, traditions, lifestyles, places torn asunder. This means the world to us, and just publicly, because I think it's important. The president happened to be in the region, in town. It's impossible for me to express the level of appreciation and cooperation we received from the White House and this administration. So on behalf of all of us, Mr. President, thank you for being here, not just being here today. Thank you for being here since the minute of this incident. A 10-acre fire, less than 24 or so hours ago. Deep gratitude.
astounding what's happening. Only one people get rid of my son was out here and his wife. We got notification yesterday they're home.
Yeah, I'm trying to hear what he was saying.
The good news is, I'm a great grandfather as of today. I was granddaughter. That's not a baby girl, baby boy.
No, Mike.
Press.
What's the president seeing us up close? What is it?
Listen to them.
All right, we've been watching a briefing in Santa Monica for President Biden by state and local officials. Omar Lewis is there. Let's check in with Omar. Omar?
What's going on, Omar?
Yeah, we are just outside of fire station number 5 here in Santa Monica. You can see this crowd of people gathered outside of the fire station where we just saw the president's motorcade arrive about 20 to 30 minutes ago. In that news conference, we learned some new information about the Palisades fire, that right now that fire has grown to more than 11,000 acres at this point. And we were in Pacific Palisades this morning where we could see the devastation all along PCH with people up and down that road there, left completely devastated with nothing left there, mobile home parks as well. And so we were just moved here to this location, as you heard from the president. Want to pan our camera off. This is the Santa Monica airport, right where we're located as well, where you can see the president's Osprey right over here as well. We know that the president was in town here to declare 2 national monuments over in Joshua Tree, over in the Coachella Valley, actually, on Tuesday. That was supposed to happen. That event was canceled. And then with this fire and the winds,
we couldn't hear a thing.
But as you can see, that's relatively small compared to the big fire that fire crews are taking a look at now, the Palisades Fire. As we're kind of doing laps up and down the north side of this fire, we're not quite allowed to traverse on the south side, on the beach side, but occasionally we'll be able to poke through the smoke and see PCH, and we see a lot of destruction. More homes are burned down than not right along PCH, and that's kind of something that we heard, and that's something that we knew. We've had crews on the ground along PCH, and that confirms what they were seeing there. And this is our first view that we're being able to see from the air of PCH. Now, looking from the firefight as a whole right now, it does appear that there's almost more smoke now than there was a little bit earlier. And I think the reason for that is because they're kind of letting the fire burn into these brush, more heavily areas with a lot of heavy brush, because they're focusing the efforts on structure protection and that sort of thing. So the areas with a lot of heavy brush, they might just burn in these isolated canyons. So if you do see a lot more smoke, that's probably the reason for that. But on the other hand, we do have those air tankers coming in, and that's where those air tankers will really focus their efforts in these like wide open areas where they can drop long lines of fire retardant and really put a line down around this fire. And then that's where the containment number comes from. We can really start getting that containment number up from 0 to 5% to 10%. When you hear these containment numbers, we're going to get to a point eventually, a few days out from this fire, where the containment may only be 20, 30%, but the active flames will be put out. That containment number is more about a line that they physically have drawn around the fire to physically contain it. It's not really a determination of whether the fire is, still burning actively or not. So you'll see a little bit of a discrepancy with that. But when those air tankers do start, really putting down lines of fire retardant all the way around this fire, then you'll start seeing that containment number change from 0 and moving on up from there. But it is still, we're still shocked by the pictures that we're seeing up here. Josh, if I could have you turn on SkyMap 7 again, those street lines there, so we can get what exactly that intersection is. That looks
there
to be
you go.
Chastain Parkway
That's
and
very
Calle
helpful.
Debra. So on that intersection, there appears to be a lot of destruction there. And via La Costa, That is the street there on the middle of your screen. Via Pacifica, it looks like homes there may be safe, so that's some good news there. Safe is the wrong word because this is still an active firefight, but on that particular road, via Pacifica, we do see homes still standing, so that's some good news there. Philip and Javon.
Gabe Santos, thank you for that update. It's really disheartening and so upsetting. It's going to be a long road to recovery and healing from this disaster. We want to check in with Shayla Gerard, and she's standing by, and she's been following these winds. And you've been telling us, Shayla, that they would start to die down about 12 noon, and we did see some evidence of that, but they are still blowing.
Yes, they are still blowing. And we talk about how an event like this is becoming almost historic, and it is, but not for the reasons you might think. Santa Ana winds are actually very common around this time of year. We see the most, the strongest Santa Ana winds into December and even into January. Now, what's so unusual about this event is normally when we're dealing with Santa Anas, they are not nearly this powerful. They are colder. They are wetter. What's so unusual right now is, first of all, just how widespread this event is and how dry it is. We have seen almost no moisture this water year, and unfortunately, it's just such a terrible combination for these fires that are breaking out. I want to show you a live look. This is out toward the Eaton fire. You can see all that smoke. I mean, the visibility as soon as you start to move into Burbank, Glendale, Pasadena, just full of smoke. And look at these wind speeds right now, coming in 23 miles per hour. So the winds, they're moving in the right direction. It's just not quite what those fire crews need just yet. I want to show you this afternoon, though. This is looking ahead for the Eaton fire out toward Altadena.
Forces out here from all across the state, from other states as well. And I want to kind of walk this way. We've been talking to Leon earlier. We're going to see if our signal will hold real quick to try to get over to Leon. He's been hosing down homes all morning. He told us that one of the homes they were able to save. Some they're still trying. You can see here fire burning back this way, but they're trying to keep it from spreading to this home here.
Well, it sounds like they've got a pretty good grasp on Eaton.
He's going to walk up to us so we don't go on pretty.
All right. I think we're having some technical difficulties, obviously, with Erin's signal there. We'll check back in with her in a little bit. We're going to switch over to the Palisades Fire, where the acreage burned is up to 11,000 acres now. Erin Myers, hi. Where are you in the Palisades right now? Hi, Kimberly. Where are you?
Hi, Lou. Okay, so to give you kind of an idea of how we got up here, we were on San Vicente Boulevard. We headed up north around the Riviera Country Club, made our way onto Sunset, which is where we are now. And the cross street here is Rustic Creek Lane. Now, it is very quiet up here, as you can imagine. A lot of people have evacuated. I did just run into Ben and Nick. They live near the Riviera Country Club. They evacuated yesterday, but came back to grab some additional possessions that they weren't able to get when you left, I'm sure, in a hurry. Describe to us what it was like when you left yesterday.
It was frantic. It was chaos. People were driving recklessly down the streets, and we could see the smoke getting thicker and thicker. And so we just grabbed what we thought was valuable for our family and our just family heirlooms, and left most of it out. And today, as we saw some opening, we figured we would come back and grab a few of the things we left behind. But it was definitely some chaos yesterday.
Yeah, people always talk about being ready to go, but when you're in that moment, talk to us about how frantic you were to grab what you could.
Well, we're fortunate. My dad is holding us under control. He was very calm about the situation, so we did well. And we got out early yesterday, and I work in Santa Monica, and I watched the fire start from my office building, and as soon as we saw the flames, we busted down here and loaded up everything. So we had plenty of time before it got anywhere near us. So we took our time and did what's right, and now we're just kind of grabbing what's left.
Yeah, they were telling me earlier they came back up to grab their bikes, and they have been riding around the neighborhood checking on properties and homes for their friends and neighbors. Tell me what it's been looking like for you since you've been riding around this neighborhood here.
It's pretty crazy. A lot of obstacles in the street, a lot of smoke everywhere. You can feel the heat from the flames in certain areas when you're biking through. That makes total sense, Wendy. It's just devastating to see all these houses burn down.
For your friends and neighbors that you were checking on their properties, are they still standing?
Some, not, I mean, yeah, the ones we saw today are good.
Yeah, the ones we've seen are still standing. It's crazy seeing all this opening. You can see into these neighborhoods where you've once never been able to see into, and it just looks different. And I've lived here my whole life. It's just a shame to see it look like this.
And your home is okay?
So far, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
What's next for you? What are you going to do
We're
now?
gonna head out. We're gonna bike up and go down towards the beach and head towards Santa Monica.
Okay, be safe. Be
Yeah.
safe. Very careful, guys. Thanks for talking with us. They have their backpacks on. They were just telling me that they forgot to grab family photos. That was very important. So when they came up here, they went back to their place, filled up their backpacks with family photos.
You the devastation. We are actually on Moringa Avenue. We're directly across from the cemetery, but multiple homes on this street have burned, and even the house that's burning now that is currently being doused, firefighters know that it is a total loss, so they are trying to put out those flames to spare other homes down the street from a similar fate. But it's just sadly one house after the other that is completely leveled. And it is a very surreal feeling being here because there's evidence all around of just how much and how powerful those winds were. We're seeing branches. I saw multiple trees that were toppled as I was coming in here. And even now there's palm fronds all over the roadway. And now it's very still. We're not seeing that wind. We're not feeling that wind. But we hear a lot about containment, and people have come up to us and asked us what the containment is. But when you have the Santa Ana winds, the containment is really meaningless, because what that means is that they've built fire lines, fire breaks around the fire. But when you have Santa Ana wind conditions, and I've witnessed this personally, I've seen a fire jump a 16-lane highway. There's no stopping it. So firefighters try to put their resources into saving lives. And now they're also trying to save properties on this street. And if we pan over there, it looks like there might be other homes that also were leveled on a street over from us. So very devastating sight that we're seeing here. These are older, very charming homes. They have stucco exteriors and tile roofs. And so you would expect that that would give it some measure of protection. But what we see time and time again also is that when you get flying embers and they get under the eaves, into the eaves of homes and into the attic, there's no stopping it. And I've watched firefighters, even with very specialized equipment, having to rip off rooftops or rip down beams and so forth to try to get to the root of the fire, and they struggle. So we hear people who want to protect their homes with the garden hose. If that's when those conditions, it's not likely to be
right there. And of course, emotions are high, frustrations high.
Absolutely.
Who knows where the anger should be directed, because it does look like fire officials are trying to do the right thing, but the infrastructure may not be there. Those are questions and conversations that are going to be had later on after this is all done with. But clearly there is a problem when the resources aren't available. So certainly big questions to be answered much later. Let's check in with Christy Fajardo there on the scene as well. Christy, what is happening at your location?
Well, unlike where Bobby is, instead of neighbors fighting the fire, we actually have firefighters. There were 3 fire engines. Now we're down to 2. I did want to ask the battalion chief about the water situation. They're using a truck right now. That is what is fueling that hose. And when you came out to me the last time, this house was fully engulfed. Since then, we heard a lot of loud booms and then the buckling.
Can you imagine everything that goes
with those
boom?
tiles
I mean,
coming
especially
down.
if the
You also
gas
saw that tree that was on fire. And walk with me because I want to show you the devastation. We are actually on Moringa Avenue. We're directly across from the cemetery, but multiple homes on this street have burned. And even the house that's burning now that is currently being doused, firefighters know that it is a total loss. So they are trying to put out those flames to spare other homes down the street from a similar fate. But it's just sadly one house after the other that is completely leveled. And it is a very surreal feeling being here because there's evidence all around of just how much and how powerful those winds were. We're seeing branches. I saw multiple trees that were toppled as I was coming in here. And
my voice is getting
even now there's palm fronds all over the roadway. And now it's very still. We're not seeing that wind. We're not feeling that wind. But we hear a lot about containment, and people have come up to us and asked us what the containment is. But when you have the Santa Ana winds, the containment is really meaningless, because what that means is that they've built fire lines, fire breaks around the fire. But when you have Santa Ana wind conditions, and I've witnessed this personally, I've seen a fire jump a 16-lane highway. There's no stopping it.
Absolutely.
So firefighters try to put their resources into saving lives. And now they're also trying to save properties on this street. And if we pan over there, it looks like there might be other homes that also were leveled on a street over from us.
Brutal.
So
We're gonna
very
pop over here now. Look
devastating
at
sight that we're
from here.
You know, still burning, even though the winds have died down. Is there a point when you guys will get out of this area if it gets too bad, obviously?
I mean, we're at the end of the day, we're just civilians, so we're at the kind of at the mercy of what these gentlemen tell us what to do, however we can help them. We don't want to step on their toes and get in their way because they're the professionals here. But we're just trying to do as much as we can, check on whatever homes we know are in danger from family members and friends, and kind of just see what we can do to help them and protect them and get them safe.
How much of this area have you seen? We do see a fire engine, a fire truck coming up, it looks like right now here in this area. Have you seen a lot of crews out there? I know that they're spread thin because there's so many homes.
It looks like it's burning right behind that structure, like all up the side. I'm sorry, buddy, but I don't think you're going to save it. I don't think you're going to save it.
None of the homes adjacent to them kind of caught. Some of them had some mild fire damage, but fortunately those fires died down. It's scary to say, but there's so much rubble that's still on fire, and unfortunately that's the least of everyone's worries when a house is ablaze like this. But it's just scary to think that even something small like that, let alone can cause something like this to happen again anywhere else. All it takes is one ember.
That's all it takes.
And I know the embers were all over the place this morning. I saw that the smoke was very heavy. We're not seeing as many embers as before, but we are still seeing just pockets of fire just spread out. Is your family okay though? When you guys left, everyone okay?
Unfortunately, we have a family member's home in South Pasadena, so we were able to evacuate to their home. But it wasn't long until they also got an evacuation notice. So everyone was in a worry. Everyone was checking online for the evacuation zones. And even though some areas would show that, mild warning, be prepared to leave, your neighbor's house can be on fire while you're being told that. So it's really an urgent situation. You have to be very aware and just be on top of everything.
Thank you for talking to us, Sean. And I know I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're safe. And I know you're trying to help out here, but be safe as well while you're out here.
Exactly.
That we have been seeing this all around this area. There have been so many people trying to put out the flames around their homes, because many of these homes that are burning, they still have these hot spots in them as well. And we talked to one gentleman who doesn't live very far from here, maybe about a quarter of a mile, and the house on his one side of him had burned, the house on the other side had. He and his son, they evacuated earlier. They came back this morning and they said they were just waiting, keeping an eye on everything. He was one of the gentlemen that I talked to that had been here for about 50 years. His back garage where he kept all of his tools burned, but he said that's nothing compared to what his neighbors are going through right now. So a lot of emotions out here. One family we also spoke to, a gentleman named Leon, he came out, his parents just bought a house out here. They've actually never lived in it. And they're out here too, trying to keep their home safe. You can see what firefighters dealing with, even though the winds have died down quite a bit, still a very intense situation. And unfortunately, we know 2 people have died, several others have been injured, and they still have
She's over here.
Street right in between Allen and Sinaloa. And this house has been burning out. The water time ago with a helicopter. They do have water now. That was an issue a short time ago. They weren't able to put water.
Yeah, they keep cutting out.
That brown house, but a lot of smoke. The white smoke. And you can see they have brought in other crews as well. We have County Fire here now, also Bishop Fire. And that's what we've been hearing about a lot this morning. That
check this
died down. And
unfortunately, this house, it looks like now the house next to it is on fire as well. You see this house in the center here. We were here earlier talking to a gentleman whose auntie lives in that house. They showed up trying to see first how the house was, if it was okay. Obviously it was not. The house had already caught on fire at that point.
Yeah.
He went up to the door, thought he could maybe get in and get some stuff out, but there's a metal door up front. It was hot. He pulled his hand back. And unfortunately, that's what it looks like right now. And it looks like, if I'm seeing it right, that some of the flames are now on the house just next to it as well. Yeah, you can see actually smoke coming out of that house as well. And unfortunately, it is not the only house here on Glen Avenue. Let's show you some of the other things here on Glen Avenue. Right across the street over here, a couple of homes are burned completely to the ground already. We've kind of had to sit here and watch it happen. There have been firefighters here. They've been kind of doing what they can with the resources they have, but some of the houses were too far gone. That said, they were still putting some of the houses that looked like they were already a lost cause to try to prevent the fires from spreading to other houses. Right now, I don't have a hand count on how many houses there are.
Obviously, you see a lot of horses here. There are 300 horses at the LA Equestrian Center that I was told that have been brought here from different places. They're coming from not only places like the Eaton Fire over in Altadena, but up in Silmar, they're coming from the Palisades. And in addition to them, we have some tape that we shot earlier. There are other large animals there that you can see. We had a couple of donkeys. There are a few sheep as well, and a pig. They are also here. So a lot of things happening. And I think, one of the things that you've noticed, or at least that I've noticed from talking to everybody, is
wallaby, kangaroos.
People have been up all night. It has been absolutely chaotic. We showed you some tape there from the Eaton Fire earlier where horses were just running around like crazy. We talked just a bit ago to someone who did evacuate from the Eaton Dam area and shared her story of how she ended up here. Tell me about how that was last night.
It was pretty crazy. We couldn't actually get up to the barn. We were circling for a few hours. And then we decided to go back down south. And we were sitting at a stoplight, and I see my horse walking across the street with two other horses and one of our barn members.
They had just saved him, pulled him out.
Yeah, and that was like 3 miles south of where the barn is.
Wow!
So for 3 miles, walked. You just happened. Three horses, 3 miles.
By herself.
And just happened kismet run into them.
Yeah.
And then you put them in the truck? Or?
No, I was in my car, so I just pulled over and ditched my car and locked up and just got out and started walking with them.
I do the same thing.
You were telling me a lot of people were texting you because they saw your horse on TV, and that it was really part of the coverage of the rescue here. And I think what's really amazing is that now here we are in Burbank at the Equestrian Center, and there's at least an end to the story for right now.
Yeah.
That everybody's safe.
Yeah, we're safe. We did lose our barn though, so it's going to be a while before we can rebuild and see what's going on. But yeah, I mean, the most important thing is that we were able to get everyone out and that we're safe.
It's true.
Did you ever think anything like this would happen?
No. No, I was like,
I don't think any of
we
us
hear about it all the time in other places, but you never think it'll happen to you.
What now for you guys? I mean, obviously just trying to stay sane in all the chaos and insanity, but is there a plan?
Yeah, we're just going to have to, most of the horses will be able to eventually go back to the barn. But like this guy and this guy lost their home. So we're going to, I don't know, just see what happens.
And do you think they're doing okay? I mean, obviously they're not in the threat of fire, but like emotionally and psychologically, what kind of impact does this have on them?
I mean, horses are prey animals. They're like, think of them as like mice in large bodies. So they're definitely stressed. They're definitely scared. But I mean, it does matter having us here.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So Danielle was telling me that there are a couple of other points that she wanted to get across. They had a horse from that Eaton Dam stable area there named Claire, who's a gypsy horse, who's black and white. She thinks she has braided hair, which they don't know what happened to her. They said maybe somebody picked her up and put her in a trailer. Maybe she's out wandered. And they said if you do see her, gypsy horse is a black and white horse. They're very easy to identify and would have been over there in the Eaton area where the Eaton Canyon is, Eaton Dam area. So if you do find this horse, you're asked just to contact the Eaton Dam stables. But I think one of the wild things about this, obviously, is that it is chaotic, right? No one expected this to happen, but there are so many stories of hope, and there's so many people who we've seen who've just seen it on the news, where they knew, they had experience with horses, and they said, okay, well, I'm going to come down and I'm just going to do what I can to help as much as possible. And they are here and they are helping, and they're going to continue to do that. Like I said, there are around 300 horses that have been evacuated here to Burbank.
Wow.
Like I said, they're coming not just from Eaton, but they're also coming from Sylmar. They're coming from the west side, from the Palisades area and Malibu as well. And they said that as long as they have room, which they do right now, they are still taking horses. And we are still seeing a couple come up here every now and then. There's a trailer that shows up with some horses. And I think the main thing is that they are pretty unhappy. They're very stressed. This is very unusual for them.
Absolutely.
And, the good news is that they have help here. If they have somewhere that's safe, it's away from the fire, somewhere that will be away from smoke. A lot of people who are obviously doing
now. But we're kind of now, what's the cross street here now? We're still on Glen Avenue at Lawn Street, Laun Street, just up from Montana, where a number of more houses are on fire. You have one over here, this one you're looking at here, another one down the street. And so it's just, there's only so many firefighters to go around, and we've seen them moving around. As you heard just a moment there, they were on that one house and they ran out of water. So, and it's talking about the water issue. One thing to note, if you're listening to the news conference earlier, these fire hydrants that they've been using for the water, they're not made to fight these kind of fires, to be on for hours and hours and hours all through the county. When they have these wildfires, they typically have a big air response and rely on that air response to do a lot of the work. But because of the winds, they haven't been able to get that air response up there. At least yesterday, going into this morning, they've been limited on their air response. So they've been relying more than they ever have on the waters coming from fire hydrants and that system. And it's just not made, it's not designed to provide that much water for this many fires in the region. Talking a little earlier, the director of public works for LA County was asking people, if you're evacuating your homes, not only turn off your gas, turn off your water, so that they can have all the water available to them in the area to fight these fires and get it from the hydrants in the system here, so they can try to get some of these fires out. But like I said, it's just a kind of we've said it a lot over the last couple of days, but it really is a game of whack-a-mole. They're trying to get the fires out they can.
Whack-a-mole.
When they get one out, they've got to move right onto another, because there's too many fires and not enough firefighters to put them all out right now. And again, we're in Pasadena on Glen Avenue right now, near the corner of Lawn Street, Laun Street. And also we were on Montana a little earlier, some homes on Montana engulfed as well. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Chip. Well, as you can imagine, it's not just people that need to be evacuated. There's also animals. And where these fires are taking place,
here we go.
A lot of people have horses, and Andy Reesmeyer is standing by in Burbank. I assume you're at the Equestrian Center, correct, Andy?
Yeah, that is correct. Yes, that's right, Glenn. We are just off Riverside Drive here in the eastern part of Burbank, and you can see behind me, looking towards the east, behind all of these stables, that massive smoke plume that is reaching way up into the sky. That, of course, is from the Eaton Fire, which is in Altadena, some miles there behind us towards the east. And the good news is a lot of that smoke and a lot of the particulate matter there for the people in the eastern part of the San Fernando Valley is sort of going to the south and to the west. And because I think of those Verdugo Mountains, it's not impacting this area as much. But as you said, people bringing their animals here, especially their horses, here to the Equestrian Center. This place been open for all night, essentially, accepting horses. They told me they still have some space available here. So if people have not yet evacuated, or if they are in the process of evacuating and looking for a place for their horses, this is a place that you can come.
On a quarter horse at one point.
It's a little bit, to be completely honest with you, it's difficult because there's so much chaos. We've seen so much chaos in the county for the past 24 plus hours. And even the people who are here, who are arriving, many of them don't want to speak. Many of the people who are organizing this don't want to speak because they're just trying to get their animals to safety. It's also not super clear who's in charge at the moment, but they did say, yes, if you have horses that you can bring them here, and they're not turning anybody away, but there is still a limited amount of space here. They say that there are horses here from the Palisades Fire, horses here from the Eaton Fire, horses from up in Silmar, and as of course you can see behind me, a lot of these stables full. One of the things I guess that I'll tell you is that I've been here many times. I'm not sure if these are evacuated horses or if these are horses who also happen to live here. I was speaking with the trainer a little bit earlier who said she brought her horses here. They're usually here, and she's just been seeing a steady stream of people coming in nonstop for the past 24 hours or so. And as you see, let's take a walk, Paul. We'll just see if we can see some action of what's happening.
I mean, they're
here. Like I said, this is at the Los Angeles Equestrian Center. If you're familiar with the area, this is Burbank. This is the eastern end of Burbank. This is not run by the city of Burbank.
I feel so bad for them. They are such smart animals. And people that are horse people, I mean, they mean the world to them. They mean the world to them.
It's just this place, and you call the number, and the number won't be answered because they don't actually have power in the office. So I think a lot of people are just saying, look, I'm just loading up my horse and bringing it here. And I think for a lot of people, it obviously is working out. Let's see if we can talk to somebody here for a second. Excuse me. Did you evacuate?
I did not.
Did you? Are you here helping just oversee all the things, or what brings you here today?
Yeah. I just live a couple towns over because I knew there was going to be a crazy amount of horses.
What do you think of everything that you've seen so far?
It's crazy. It's awful.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
It's so insane that we have wildfires in January. But
what did you want to do as far as helping?
I just came. I have horse experience, so I figured there was going to be 400 head here, and so I figured I'd come and just help people move and give water and
don't forget to hit that thumb for me.
And so, what do you think that these horses need the most right now?
Just water and shavings and housing. I think they're building more stalls down the way.
So like temporary ones.
Yeah.
Because I know there was some concern about maybe if they run out of space or if they're going to have enough space for everybody. But you think for right now, if somebody's watching and they have a horse and they're in the area, it's okay for them to bring them here?
Yeah, there's space. Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
How long are you going to be here?
Probably all day. We'll see. Yeah.
Did you I'm assuming since you have some horse experience, you've been here before.
I've not been to LA Equestrian.
Got it.
More familiar with San Diego.
And how do the horses deal with this kind of thing? Are they obviously they don't really understand what it is?
Yeah, they're a bit stressed out. There's a lot from Altadena that are like scruffy little furry ponies that you can tell are like little like therapy ponies and stuff. And they're kind of cute and they're hanging out. There's a lot of show horses that are a bit stressed out. There's a lot of young horses. There's a lot of stallions. Like that's what we're doing right now is moving stallions to a place where they can be safe and not mess with any of the other mares. And they're kind of like shaken up. There are others like from Palisades that are really like animals. When I got here this morning, there was a tiny little filly that had never been in a trailer before, and her owner was here. The first time she got into a trailer was last night. The LAPD, there were like 4 mounted patrol officers that like drug her out of her stall. Like I saw the video, it was insane. It was like the stall was on fire and she was like the last in the barn. They had to leave her because they were practically like, they figured she could never make it,
Well, I'm so, what's your name again?
Aaron,
Andy, good to meet you. Thank you so much for what you're doing, and thank you for being here. I'll let you get back to it. So I know we got to wrap there, so I'm going to send it back to you. But I think the main thing to know here is that if you do have a horse or a large animal that you need to put somewhere and you're in the area, then bring them here. They're accepting animals right now. No one will tell us that officially or talk to us. That's very frustrating.
Yeah, I had an uncle that owned thoroughbreds, and he would race them. I remember he loved his horses. He literally, when he had them until they passed, they were old, and I have no idea how much they spent, but they literally cremated their horses. It's like, wow.
Animals, and you need additional information, you can go to ktla.com for all of the evacuation centers for pets.
Pierce College, also a big one in Woodland Hills. All right, let's get to Kimberly Chang. She, of course, covering the Palisades Fire. Are you on Sunset Boulevard?
I like quarter horses.
Glenn, yes, we're on Sunset Boulevard, and if you take a look here, this is the cross street of Rivas Canyon Road, and you can see this house. This is what I was trying to show you earlier before we lost connection. But this home, when we arrived maybe about an hour ago, there was a column of flames. It was up in smoke, fire, and it has burned down, as you can see. If you take a look here on Sunset Boulevard, you can see other homes destroyed right next to it. But there are homes that have been saved. Let's try to take a walk down here if we can and move out of the way of the firefighters here. I can tell you there have been a lot of resources that we've seen in this neighborhood, a lot of fire crews from all over the state. We have seen them here putting out hot spots. Again, like I said, that house was up in flames and we could hear explosions, at least 4 or 5 loud booms. And now that has, they've put that out and now they are just going around the neighborhood. We could see here some of the residents. We actually spoke with this resident, Jamie Siminoff, earlier. He evacuated, or he wasn't here in town. His family evacuated, and then he came back in. He walked in from Santa Monica because he wanted to see how his house was looking, and he told me that it's a mix of emotions because he can see that his house is okay. Part of the fence, as you can see, has collapsed and has burned. A lot of his neighbors' homes, though, have been destroyed. But again, his property is still standing. Now, it is very quiet up here, though we have seen some people walk up to the neighborhood to take a look. Some people have rode their bikes up here. We talked to a couple of people earlier who rode their bikes up here to take a look at how their neighborhood is doing. We do have an interview with Jamie, but he's still here. So we're going to walk up and talk to him again live here. This is Jamie Siminoff. You might recognize his name. He's actually the founder and inventor of Bring. Jamie, thanks again for talking with us. You're putting out some hot spots here. Talk to me about what it was like when you came back to your neighborhood and saw that your house is still standing.
You know, I was happy that my house was standing, but literally just across the street, I mean, I have neighbors and I've known them. I've been here for, well over 10 years. And, it's just hard. It's literally heartbreaking. We came back, there were still flames coming out of this fence. So my house is right behind it. And, the firemen have been around and helping, and it's amazing that it's still standing. But I think the devastation here is just catastrophic, and
it is
without words.
Catastrophic is a good damn
much
word.
Different from what we saw yesterday. Are you feeling more comfortable?
I am feeling more comfortable. It feels like it just keeps going down. I have been trying to watch and make sure that we're not boxing ourselves in and have some escape routes here. I suggest anyone else do this, but we're trying to just kind of keep this down and hopefully that it doesn't catch more homes on fire. We can stop the line here.
Fire officials said that this fire has grown to some 11,000 acres. At least 1,000 structures and homes have been destroyed. You were on your golf cart earlier. You took a look around. What are you seeing?
It's just, it's amazing. I mean, it's just devastation. I mean, there's these houses it looks like they were just wiped off just wiped away. I mean, they're just gone. And so it was such a beautiful community. It still will be a beautiful community, but it's hard to see how much impact this has had here.
You said your family had to evacuate while you were out of town yesterday. Yeah. What was it like for them getting out of here?
They got out early, and I think that was a smart thing. We thought we were fine. We just wanted to be safe and also out of the way of all the emergency services. Yeah. We actually walked back in, so we didn't bring a car back in. They got out, they were safe. That was good. I knew that. And then today when I got back, I decided to come here, and I felt like it was safe enough that if the house was still here, that we could kind of help, the firemen and try to help keep things from catching back up. Because I know once it starts going, it's like then there's just nothing to do to stop it.
Not planning on staying though, right?
If it stays like this, I'll stay here. I'll definitely stay here and just keep putting embers down and everything else. I think there's also some looting going on and stuff. So I think it's, we got to protect this place.
Jamie was telling me earlier that overnight he was watching on his Ring cameras, of course, trying to see if his house was still standing. What could you see through your camera?
So we could see flames and stuff, but it's hard to tell like the perspective of where that is. I mean, fire always looks closer. So I don't know if it was close or far. I mean, now we might have been seeing some of the flames from the neighbors' houses. I then used the Ring alarm, which actually is battery backup and cellular. I kept turning it on and off, and so all the sensors, when they were on, I felt like maybe the house was still there. And so I kind of had a feeling the house was still here, but I really didn't know until we got here and saw it. And, you know, it's luckily it is just things. We're safe, and I hope everyone stays safe. I mean, I think that's what matters.
Earlier, the firefighters are heroes.
These heroes are I mean, it's unbelievable. These people are, you know, they're here. These aren't their houses. And they're out here protecting themselves. You can even just feel the heat coming off of this right now when it blows this way. I mean, it's I can't even imagine what it was like with them out here.
Look at that.
This is my friend over here. Parker's helping us. He's sending a photo to my wife, but this is my buddy. He's out here and he's willing to come out here and try to save the house. Also, you can see, I mean, it's still smoking and catching up as we're sitting here. I mean, it's just like any of the little wood pieces are kind of hot stones. So.
Well, thanks, Jamie, for talking with us. Back work, using the hose to put out hot.
I just can't even flip and imagine, guys.
Understands what's happening in the neighborhood and where it is, and I know, like, I wanted information, so thanks for being out here and risking it to do it. So thank you.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm happy for you that your house is still standing. So you can see we've heard from another neighbor just down the street was telling me that he did not evacuate. His house is okay. But then you look around and you just see home after home destroyed in this neighborhood. We've walked up a little bit. Again, we're on Sunset Boulevard here. Now the cross street is Brooktree Road. And you can just see, again, still a lot of hot spots. And there are a lot of resources that are out here right now. We've seen firefighters just moving through, putting out those hot spots and moving to another location. And just back over that way by Brooktree Road, when we turn back around, you'll see that there's still a lot of smoke coming from that area. Earlier, it was just thick black smoke in that area. And you can see just the fire crews that are still there now. Now the smoke is kind of dissipated a little bit. It looks a little white. The winds obviously not as bad as they were yesterday, but at any moment we'll get these strong wind gusts again. And of course, the concern is that another fire will pop up. For now, reporting live
it's
here
scary and very
Palisades.
possible.
I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. I'm getting somebody sent me a message coming from one of the official alerts that the Palisades Fire is now advancing toward Old Topanga, so the people there need to prepare to evacuate. Not necessarily leave right now, but they need to get ready to.
And I'm sure some probably have already evacuated because that area, like it's way too close. But that's unfortunate to hear that.
Yeah, and the other end of Old Topanga Road is in Calabasas, right near the high school.
Yeah. All right, let's. We have Corrine Winter. She's covering the Palisades Fire as well. She's at the command post. Is that correct? And where is that exactly, Corrine? Hi.
Hi there, Lou and Glenn. Yes, we are at the command post here along PCH, Zuma Beach, just miles from the Pacific Palisades Fire. But, you know, we heard Kim talk about just how strong the winds are in her report. We're feeling them out here. In fact, I want to show you, and because we may capture this during our hit, if we could just pan over, the sky's pretty clear right now, but just a short time ago, an unbelievable shot. The skies were actually full of black plumes of smoke. A captain here says it's coming from the Pacific Palisades Fire, and it just shows how strong those winds are pushing it in our direction. But take a look at the aerial shots that we've all been watching as we monitor the situation. Those fires, not just on the ground, but from the air. We're awaiting the next update from officials. The big concern right now, the strong winds out here, we're feeling it. They're expected to remain extreme all day, all throughout the day, and residents in those impacted areas are being asked to, of course, follow all evacuation orders. If you are not in the evacuation area, well, officials are saying if you are near it, you still have to prepare, have a go bag handy, have an evacuation plan. You don't want to wait until the last minute. Now, the current situation out here, it was 5,000 just a short time ago. Those acres burned have increased to over 11,000 acres, about 1,000 structures destroyed. The cause of this fire, of course, still being investigated. And firefighters and officials from various agencies locally and really all across the state.
Wouldn't that make a
assisting in these efforts, but they need more resources given the expansive
losers
area of
out
these
there
fires that
doing
we've been
this
showing
shit.
you. Thousands of people have been forced from their homes. No containment as yet, a huge concern. Fire incident commanders emphasize that the main priority, though, is to, of course, protect lives rather than those structures. So many homes affected by the fires were just allowed to burn. People were wondering, how could that happen? Well, that's really the rationale that they've been given for that. So much devastation. Again, the shortage of resources making this firefight even more challenging.
Well, it's amazing to see the blue skies there, considering what we have been seeing, you know?
Yeah, it shows the diversity of what we've been dealing with. A couple of updates we did find out. Oh, Karine, are you going to do a live interview here?
Karine, let's go back to you.
Yes, apologies. We have a captain here with CAL FIRE. He's been out here assisting, and thank you so much. We know how busy you are. We've been seeing teams and teams of fire trucks coming back and forth all morning long. And you said these are actually guys who've been on the front lines, not just working 24-hour shifts. Some have been out here for 36 hours. What's it like for those trying to battle these blazes?
Yeah, incredible firefighting effort since the moment this fire started.
Absolutely.
All hands on deck, hundreds of firefighters out here. Some of these folks are finally getting a break after over 24 hours out there. We're hoping to rest them up so we can get them back out on the line for another 24-hour shift tomorrow morning. Some guys aren't getting a rest. Some guys and gals are out there for what's called double shifting, where they're working twice as hard.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work to be done. We're doing everything we can, but we've got to keep people safe, and that's what we're out here to do.
Captain Schutz, before we went on air, we spoke a short time ago, acreage at 5,000, and you said, Karine, wait a minute, I have an update for you, over 11,000. That's how quickly it's spreading. How much a concern is that, given the fact that even though we're miles away from the Pacific Palisades Fire, we feel it out here, the winds are strong, it's impacting those efforts on the ground?
Yeah, it's a huge concern. We know these areas are very populated. A lot of folks living in these homes and in these communities, and a lot of fuel. All that brush and grass has spent all summer long drying out. It's ready to burn. These winds are absolutely pushing and driving that fire behavior, and they're not letting up. We know that these weather conditions are going to continue for the next couple of days. We're not going to get a break in the weather, which means this fire isn't going to let up either. Erratic winds all over this fire perimeter, and we know that acreage is unfortunately going to continue to grow.
Here in Malibu, we've been keeping our eyes on the hillsides. We've been seeing workers out, people looking at their property. We saw the concerning shot, right? The black plume of smoke coming in this area. Should we be concerned at all? Or is it too hard to tell given the probability of the wind?
I think folks should absolutely be ready. Make sure that you know if you're in evacuation warning or order area, and know that a new start can happen anywhere and completely change the game, pulling resources away. So even if you're not in the affected area right now, you got to be ready to go. This is a long-term weather event that we're experiencing, and this is just the beginning.
Lives are, of course, a priority, but it's so hard to watch. We've been receiving the emails, the concern, the community all over when you watch these structures burn, right? And you want to make sure that you're protecting the individuals, but there aren't enough resources. So that's what officials have had to do in some cases, in some areas, let those properties burn.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. I mean, any given day, these firefighters would be having a career fire with a structure. We would have engines, trucks, everybody would be showing up at one structure just to put it out. When you have dozens of structures on fire from these winds and this fire front that just won't stop, it's pretty disheartening. It's what we like to do is help people and save lives and save property, and it makes it really hard to do. We focus on evacuation with our law enforcement partners. We got to focus on saving lives.
God, that aerial shot.
Captain Thomas Schutz with CAL FIRE, thank you so much for your time. Tremendous effort out here. All of the guys on the front lines will continue, of course, monitoring the situation. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Karine, and thank you for your work as well. We do want to do one update here. The California National Guard has been deployed in our area, so that's some good news. We're just finding that out into our newsroom.
Didn't take that long.
One of the problems,
are you kidding me?
That we've had is actually, believe it or not, during these fires, people's homes have actually been looted.
Oh.
And of course, with everything going on, there's no way that the police can respond to that. So deploying the California National Guard will certainly help with that, along with
roadblocks,
traffic, and things like that. And here you see the scope of this
We
fire.
don't need those shitheads around. What are they doing looting?
We haven't been able to fly for quite a while. And Kai, you could probably speak to that. The gusts are so incredibly strong. Technically in the past, we couldn't put the helicopter up, but gosh, you think the Palisades Fire would be out by now? It is super huge and active right in the middle of neighborhoods.
Well, this is a different event than any of us have ever witnessed or experienced before. This is a windstorm, and last night was just treacherous throughout all of Southern California, and we're still seeing remnants of these Santa Ana winds. As you can see now, This is it clearly throughout much of the Santa Monica mountain range right now. And unfortunately, we're looking at more structures that are now being damaged or threatened. And that you can see there is the Saddle Peak Road area. As we make our way, you can see Tuna Canyon at the top of your screen. So it has crossed the Topanga Canyon community, and it is up in the Topanga Canyon Park area as well. In terms of the center of Topanga Canyon, near the Fernwood area, I don't think we've had any reports yet that it has threatened that particular community, but nonetheless, the wind's still up right now. We're looking at gusts of up to 30, 35, 40 miles per hour. And of course, this fire does create its own weather sometimes. So you've got this fire burning, and you've got winds that are now being generated by the fire itself. So it's really difficult. And now it's making its way through the Santa Monica Mountains. And there's a lot of communities here that are up in the Santa Monica Mountains that are really difficult for firefighters to get to. And that's a problem that we are taking a look at right now. That's a problem that they are experiencing. And again, Glenn and Lou, I cannot stress enough, it is so dry here in Southern California. This is really one of the biggest issues, not only the Santa Ana winds, but the dry conditions, relative humidity values, single digits, 10, 15% at the very most. So the brush, the trees, everything that we're looking at in the Santa Monica Mountains, in Altadena, in the Sylmar area is going up so rapidly. The fire spread is super quick. The ember spray, that's become a huge problem, especially in that Altadena area where the embers are getting into some of the eaves, and that's why those houses are unfortunately being jeopardized.
And it seems silly to say, but everybody out there, please evacuate. You know, this can happen so quickly in your neighborhood. And the foliage is just incredibly thick. I mean, it's a beautiful thing about California and Southern California,
underground and just
you can see right there just how fast those that smoke is moving because of the winds.
Yeah.
All right, let's change gears to get an update on the Eden fire. We're going to go back to Erin Myers. She's in the San Gabriel Valley. Erin, where are you now?
We're gonna check out this here.
So yeah, everybody lost everything.
It's really hard for anyone to understand the magnitude of
it's
what
hard
you're
for me to understand. You understand? I mean, right now you don't even even know where to start, because number one, we felt this because we left. But at the end of the day, we didn't think that this is all we would have. After it was all over, it's just what we have on. This is all we got until we get to some type of store and get something, you know? It's crazy.
It's definitely devastating. My daughter's in Arizona, so she's calling home crying. You know, we left home with what we had on our back. So I was like, yeah, I'm going to work tomorrow. No, I'm not. So definitely our prayers are with Altadena. We lost our home. Our whole entire block is gone. My grandmother probably lost her home. My in-laws have definitely lost their home. My father potentially lost his home. It's post-apocalyptic up there. It's pretty bad.
It is. Yeah. That's the word.
And it's still burning. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And it's
That's the word.
Jamaica, you went back up there at some point. The video that some of our viewers have been seeing on screen is that your neighborhood, and what are we seeing in that? That's last night, right?
Yeah, that was this morning at 8:07. That's my husband's car in front. That's our house, Teresa's house, the neighbor's house just south of ours, and then the neighbor house just north of Teresa's house. And then also we ended up there's like a 100-year-old oak tree behind our house. It's still standing. Well, it was at 8:07. I don't know what it is doing now, but it was standing at 8:07. Yeah.
I mean, that gives people a sense of just how much this fire was consuming in that moment, because it was so early in the morning, but that video almost looks like it's in the evening because of all that smoke.
Annabelle, I am so sorry.
Ladies,
Annabelle,
again,
can you hear
I hate
us?
to meet you under these circumstances. We're going to send it back to the studio for now, but we appreciate you just being able to share what you've experienced and let people know the magnitude of the damage.
We're going to have to pull off of Annabelle right now, and we have on the phone with LAPD Chief Jim McDonald. Jim, Chief, thank you so much for joining us today. And we know you've been so busy, but first of all, what is your most important message to our viewers right now?
Thank you to everyone who has been involved in this in any way, for your patience, for your working with us to try and make this as safe as we can for everybody. I would ask that people remain very alert and vigilant as to the winds of the current threat. This with the embers flying as far as they do, this could happen anywhere. So keep an eye out. Let's catch it small and prevent what we've seen happen in some of these areas.
Said.
Chief McDonald, we heard District Attorney Hockman talking earlier today about prosecuting. There were a couple people arrested in the Altadena area for looting. What message do you have to these people who are taking advantage, perhaps, of people who are in a vulnerable situation?
Thanks, Ellen. Yeah, you know, when you think about people who've lost almost everything in their life and you have people going into their homes taking whatever they have left, it just doesn't get much worse than that. So our posture will be very strong on that. We'll be looking very hard for anybody who's taken advantage of others in this way. And we will arrest them and present their case for prosecution to the DA. And so I would strongly encourage anyone so inclined, do not do that. Please do not do that.
Yeah, and the press conference yesterday, even when we're trying to assist folks who are in these burn areas to evacuate but leave their doors unlocked just in case the firefighter personnel can get in there and help them out. But that's also a sign that looters could take advantage of the situation. We don't want to over-exaggerate the problem. Jesus. What have you seen when it comes to the number of reports of looting, et cetera?
Yeah, so far it's been it's very low. I mean, we have the two people who were arrested. That was an observation by officers. We haven't had any kind of large numbers of people reporting that, but we really wouldn't at this point because people aren't able to go back into their homes in many of these areas to be able to see that something is in fact missing. So that would be something that once they regain access to their residence, then they'll be able to judge whether that occurred or not. You know, good neighbors are everything.
Yes. Chief, we know that there's such a vast area that is under.
So, yeah, taking advantage.
Right.
Call us. We'll get somebody out there.
Good. Well, Chief, we know there's such a vast area that's under duress now and that you have resources are spread thinly. How is the manpower for you? Okay, our signal is breaking up just a little bit. Chief, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Just wondering how your resources are and how thinly spread is your personnel.
No, he's gone.
Okay, we may have lost Police Chief Jim McDonald, but we really appreciate the fact that.
So we were right there where the fires were happening, a couple blocks down. The buildings were on fire from my house. Thankfully, we went back, looked at the property. Everything's okay. We don't have any ambers or any smoldering fires. So thankfully, we're okay in our parts.
Good. Thank you, Mary, for talking to us and helping out with this in the neighborhood. Please be safe. And we are seeing a lot of people once again here in this neighborhood choosing to stay. At least right now, they did leave. The majority of them that we have talked to, they did leave last night or early this morning and to come back to look at things. And this is not the only street that's been affected right around here. We've seen so many other streets, Altadena, one of them where there's just home after home, or then you'll see a break. Because you just don't know when the winds were so strong like they were last night, what is going to happen when those embers pick up. But fortunately right now, winds a little less, but we're still seeing dealing with this right now. They've been out here for a little bit and still quite a bit of smoke, putting water on it. You can see that one neighbor, one resident there also a little bit behind the bush, also has a hose. And that's exactly what's happening here right now. And you can see one of the
I have seen some very large fires, but nothing.
All right. We have some technical difficulties with Erin's shot there. We'll check back in with her in a little bit.
And then, you know, putting extra cars on the road when not necessary. I think, you know, we're still very much in the fight on these fires, and we're going to be looking for additional resources coming in from, in some cases, outside the state. So as much as we can keep access open to emergency vehicles, that's still very much a critical priority for us. So I would ask people to be judicious. If you have to do something, do it. But if you can avoid it, I would highly recommend that and appreciate it.
And it seems people are doing that because the roads are relatively empty.
Open. Yeah, Chief Jim McDonald, thank you so much. We know you're so busy. We really appreciate your open line of communication. You've been a huge help.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Gabe Santo. He is over the Palisades Fire. It is nice to see from the air the pictures that we couldn't see yesterday, but it's also devastating to see how that widespread damage is just all under that smoke.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, Ellen,
no.
we're still, shocked by the amount of devastation that we're seeing.
No.
Whole neighborhoods,
Look at
whole
it.
communities just completely flattened, as if a hurricane or a tornado came through the area. And
Mother
that to me
Nature.
is still the most shocking thing that we've
She
been
can
able to
be
see here as we
vicious.
Josh, our photographer, pans from west to east and now back to the east,
Oh,
and
look at
just
that.
kind of giving you an idea
Looks like a
of
level
the
on
very
World of
large
Warcraft,
footprint
man.
that this fire is taking up right now. And we're still seeing, this is still a very
There's another
active
spot fire.
fight. We're seeing a lot of active flames. We're seeing still homes continue to catch on fire that are within the fire area.
Look at that.
As you can see right there, there's one of them. If we turn on Sky Map and turn on the street names, we might be able to see what street that home in particular is on. But we're still seeing a lot of homes just continue to catch. That looks like it's going to be Fir Ridge Drive, so a home at the end of Fir Ridge Drive. So we're seeing homes in Pacific Palisades proper, and then homes further west as you get into Topanga, Tuna Canyon Road, homes more towards the Malibu area, homes along PCH. We've seen all of that, continue to be a total and complete loss. But on the other hand, we are seeing now, as winds die down a little bit on the surface level, we've seen tankers from different agencies across California come in. They've been able to make fire retardant drops. We've seen helicopters from LA County Fire, LA City Fire, Ventura County Fire has sent a Firehawk helicopter to help. I'm told Orange County Fire has sent a fire helicopter to help as well. And, there's also crews on the ground doing structural protection, trying to protect at least some of these homes
Look at that
from blowing up.
house.
And it is kind of odd how you see some homes be completely unscathed. And that home right there, we were watching that home earlier on Pompano Street, maybe about 2 hours ago. It was fully intact. And then we saw part of it catch on fire, and now it looks like that home is going to be a total loss. And I'm not sure if we'll be able to see it from our angle here. We might get the skids in the shot, but I want to come full wide and really show you guys what we're able to see from 7,500 feet. And you can see there on the right side of your screen, that's the Palisades Fire.
Oh my
and
God.
on the left side of your screen, that is the Eaton Fire. We haven't been able to get too close to that fire yet because of the topography of the hills. That creates a little bit too much turbulence for us, but we're going to see if we can get eyes on that fire a little later on. And then further, if Josh can pan a little further to the left, you'll be able to see the fire burning in Acton. That is another fire that has started burning 50 acres. Chris Christie and our other Air 7 is heading to that fire. We'll be able to get an update on what the scene is there in Acton very shortly. But as we come down to the Palisades Fire again, it is definitely a very somber scene, a very destructive scene. Whole neighborhoods are a complete loss right here, and we're still kind of, taking it in and trying to make sense of it all right now. The homes in the middle of your screen there, that's going to be Saddle Peak Road, Tuna Canyon Road, all still being impacted here. A very somber sight that we're seeing here from Air 7. Ellen and David, back to you.
I agree, Sarah. Nothing will be
Real
left.
quick question, and then we're going to move over to Rob McMillan. How many homes do you estimate that you have seen go up in flames today alone?
It's in the hundreds, David.
It's
something that I've never seen before. And one of the points that I was making earlier was that you see these homes that are very close together. A lot of these neighborhoods that are very close together in more of a suburban setting.
All those really
homes that,
expensive homes.
When you have fire situations like this, you don't think whole communities like that can go up. But when you see blocks of homes that have 30 homes on a block, and every one of those homes is completely flattened, that's definitely just a very shocking scene to take in. And we've been continuing to see dozens more structures go up today alone,
under all those,
not counting the destruction that we're just seeing the aftermath of from the previous night.
Right, just devastating. Gabe Santos, thank you for that live report from Air 7. And we're also going to go right now to Rob McMillan. He's in Altadena at the Eaton Fire. And Rob, that is my neighborhood, and it is a devastating sight.
Oh my God.
That's right. We're on Calaveras Street, and a bit of a different situation than you were just hearing from what they're seeing on the helicopter. This is a street where, yes, this home, as you can see, it appears to be a total loss. Flames still ripping through the home. The only thing that's left, really, what appears, is the chimney and the other brickwork in front of the house. The fire department is here.
So you got the news broadcaster that is watching her neighborhood go up in smoke. I can't even freaking imagine.
Their home on this street is just fine. And one of the things that we have here, we have some, are you guys high school kids?
Yeah.
Tell me where you're from.
I'm from Pasadena. I go to Maranatha High School.
And what are you doing here?
My friend Dylan, he lives right down the street at the end of this block. So his house was on fire. He was in Newport over the night because he evacuated. So me and this kid and everyone else, we came in and we tried putting his house out so it doesn't catch on fire.
Show up to help. What do you make of what you see all around town?
It was just straight smoke, dark smoke everywhere, and fires just everywhere. It looked like a war zone.
Yeah, thanks for what you're doing, you guys. Really appreciate it. And then one other thing that I want to point out, not only obviously this house is a loss here. You heard about these people coming from Pasadena and other parts, but look at where we're starting to see firefighters come from.
Yeah.
This water tender here from Bishop, way up by the Eastern Sierras. One of the other things we've noticed as we walk down the street here, all of the wind damage. And yes, we talk about all the homes lost in these fires, but over here, Dave, look at that Wrangler there.
Water trucks, vac trucks, they haul all sorts of really bad stuff, and like caustic and literally jet fuel. And it's fine. So I can't see why they cannot fill up those trucks with salt water. I can't see where it would be a problem. But what the hell do I know, right? I don't know.
Department or sheriff's department volunteers set up for roadblocks. Well, here you have so many streets that are being manned by security guards, and then some of the streets that are manned by sheriff's deputies and sworn law enforcement personnel, they've actually put up crime tape to block the street because they're having such a problem with people refusing to heed the evacuation order.
Really?
We were in Sierra Madre just about half an hour ago, and I was mentioning to my photographer, Dave, that driving around, most everyone had left. It was like a ghost town. We get in here to Altadena, and it's almost like a typical Wednesday afternoon. There are a lot of people here, and that's one of the big problems that the fire department is having. Is getting people out so they can maneuver. You see how many people are just down the street here, and these guys are trying to help get this, Corvette that doesn't work out. You've got neighbors all over the place, and the fire department is just having a real time doing their job. But and now we see another large plume of smoke going up down the street there. So I imagine that's some other structure fire that's taking place. So we'll continue to survey the scene here in Altadena.
When is this going to just get a little control on
Thank you, Rob, for that report. We're going to check back with Rob and as things progress in that neighborhood. Let's go to West Tremonto, where in Palisades, where Ashley Mackey is standing by right now. And how's the progress out there, Ashley?
Yeah, there's no stopping
David, they literally just saved a home here on Tremonto Drive. And just moments later, another one completely engulfed in flames. These flames are huge and very large plumes of smoke, dark black smoke. We don't want to get too close. You could see fire crews down there trying to fight it. The crews that were down here near Quadro Batillo are gearing up to move, make their way down to that major fire now. And it's just a really sad scene to see. Some homeowners are actually still here. They were loading up their cars. You can see the one car still outside of the home, and I think they've made their way down closer towards the fire to, I guess, inspect or maybe even try to offer some assistance. But still, just an amazing scene that we're seeing here. Spot fires everywhere, and it's just a testament to how quickly this wind can shift a situation. Just moments ago, huge gusts of wind were blowing. And my guess is that is exactly how this grew to be so huge. We were just sitting in front of the truck, noticed big smoke, black smoke rising into the air. And now it's large flames
Takes no
high
time
in
at
the
all.
sky.
This
We
is a
see some
monster, guys.
fire
This
crews
is
down
a
there
monster.
working on it. We're seeing flames in the brush. We're seeing a tree catch fire. We saw the fire make its way up to the branches, and it's just amazing how quickly situations like this can change. Residents are also still out here watching some of this unfold, and unfortunately, there are a few homes still standing, but many homes have been lost so far today, and fire crews are obviously working hard to save as many as they can. But with all the elements, the wind, they're fighting is a challenge. One fire personnel told me water pressure up here is also not good. So we saw them tinkering with the fire hydrant, trying to get more pressure. But they're putting it all out on the line, trying to save as much property as possible. But it's not easy up here.
No, you need
Ashley, it is incredible, Ashley, how these fires can hopscotch, and you can see a completely intact home next to a devastated home, and it's just very sad to see. But this home that we're watching right now is really going down, and you know that all the embers that are going to be flying from these flames, and it just looks like a complete loss there. And hopefully they can keep those flames at bay and protect the homes around it. But it's almost like playing a whack-a-mole game.
I like that.
It is. Absolutely, I agree. Yeah, like I said, they were just down the street. I mean, it has to be 100 or so feet away. Right, I'm looking at fire engines right now that just put out, saved the home, and just down the street. We're still on Tremonto Drive, just down the street. This home is completely engulfed in flames as residents watch it burn.
I'm curious where you are, if you've seen people coming back looky-loos to want to check on their homes. Have you seen any of that?
Not too many. We haven't seen too many, but yes, we have seen some. You can see a couple of people standing right here at the corner of Bellino Drive and Tremonto Drive. We just saw them approach. If you can see, there's a man in a bright green long sleeve shirt. He is the father of another homeowner. He was helping his son load up a couple cars actually. They've been back and forth down the hill moving their vehicles and loading up. They've been throwing in their expensive, valuable arts into the car, trying to save as much as they can, because when they look around, they see their neighbors' homes completely just leveled by the fire.
Yeah, that's the thing.
And so, they're just doing what they can. And now we're seeing the tree catch fire. So I think, like you mentioned, the home is probably a loss here, but now, like you said, the goal is to try and keep it from spreading, but the wind is making that very difficult.
Sure is.
Ashley, this is David Ono. I'm here at the touch map right now, and I think I've located where you are. This is where the fire started, and it spread throughout this community. So, Michael, my director, I'm going to expand this area right here. So you see Los Leones Drive. That's really close to where Ashley is. And then this is Tremonto Drive right here. It kind of winds around. So I'm going to pull it over here. Ashley, the question to you is, when you mentioned Bellino Drive, is that to your right or to your left?
So if I'm facing the fire, Bellino Drive is to my right.
Okay, so this is exactly where Ashley is right here. Bellino Drive is to her right. She's facing this direction. So the homes we're talking about are right in this area right here. This is now the new danger zone for this particular community. These homes are now being threatened, and some of them are going up in flames. I don't know the specific home that she's looking at, but you can see from the overhead, she's on Tremonto Drive, Bellino Drive, and she's looking in this direction. These are the homes now being threatened by this fire right now. And Ashley, from what you can see, I know you're a distance away. Is it one home that's on fire? Or is it multiple homes that are on fire?
I am a distance away.
Look at this.
Follow me. This house, it's just a pile of rubble now. And the same could be said for so many houses here. You can see the house right in front of it, the same situation.
Oh,
the house down there, the same situation. And it goes on and on and on. And it's it's devastating. I mean, this is Malibu. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. People dream and save and work their whole lives to buy a property here, to own a piece of this. And it's now just, it's a devastation. I'm going to show you up there as well. There's another active fire burning. We're going to turn over this way to go on the other side of the truck. This is a pretty narrow street here, so you can imagine the difficulty engines have going through this area. Thankfully, everyone followed evacuation orders last night, and they left, giving fire crews a fair chance to be able to tackle this fire the best they can. But the wind now, as you can see, it's pretty calm, not really an issue. But last night, it was ripping through here, and that's what created the situation for this fire to spread so quickly. Eddie, can we go down this way? All right, we've got a cord that's tangled, so as soon as we untangle it, we can go down the street here. Okay. So, again, this is Las Flores Canyon, and if we go around the corner here, you can get an idea of what happened here since last night. Home after home, burned to rubble. If we continue to walk over this way, just following the black smoke, you can see there's another active fire.
Oh my God.
Just up that way, where that American flag is.
And look at the size of some of these houses. Look at this one.
So some of the flare-ups out here. I mean, the good news is, the only good news is that the wind seems to be calming down. We're not seeing it pick up. So that's always a good sign that the situation is at least calming down. We haven't heard as far as containment goes. We don't believe there's any containment out here. We're just looking at the damage, and you know, there are no words to explain what happened here.
No.
This entire community is gone. This entire community is gone. And unfortunately, people who live here in Malibu, live here in Pacific Palisades, they went through this a few years ago, and now it's just happening again. And it makes you wonder, when is this going to end? You know, looking at the topography of Southern California and the nature out here with the Santa Ana winds and what happens. I mean, this particular wind event, we haven't seen anything like this. I've never experienced anything like this, being an LA native my entire life. And it's hard to imagine them being able to save these communities, considering the wind and what we went through in the last 24 hours. And this is the result of it. Utter devastation. So many people have lost their homes. Where do you pick up from here?
0%.
How do you rebuild? You know, you have to, it's a battle now with the insurance companies to try and figure it out. But that aside, it's a matter of coming to terms with what's been lost and picking up the pieces, you know, people trying to understand and wrap their head around how are they going to carry on with their lives. Let's walk over back this way just to give you another peek at the house here that's fully engulfed. This seems to be one of the last active fires in this area. So we do have one engine out here, a couple engines down on PCH. And as I mentioned earlier, more than 100 homes along.
Such an institution in that town completely on fire. We'll try and feed in some of that video later, but I just had to find a spot where we had a signal and share. And I know we have teams that have been there.
Look what he's wearing
on the way. It makes me think of Lahaina. It makes me think of Northern California, Napa, those fires where you literally had lots of homes next to each other, blocks. There's a neighborhood behind Fire Station 69 in the heart of the Palisades called the Alphabet Streets. That's the name of the neighborhood. I actually grew up in a home there and lived there till about 6th grade. That neighborhood is the amount of homes. There's a few homes standing, but next to it are rows and rows and blocks of empty lots. It was so chaotic driving through there. I know we've been reporting on some of the water issues that firefighters are having. There was actually, it almost appeared to be some sort of a water main break at Chautauqua and Sunset. We had to drive through pretty deep water. We were able to get through, but down power lines everywhere. And
why there's so much smoke in the environment right now. I'm looking at some gusts of 36, 37, 38, 40 miles per hour. And again, that's closer to the 405, closer to the Getty Center area where we're looking at this live shot. Again, that's a little bit to the southwest as you make your way towards Topanga Canyon. And they're still seeing sporadic gusts here as well. And you can see that with the smoke at the top of your screen. It's moving back and forth. But not only, of course, are we concerned with the winds here in the Malibu area, but also in Orange County right now. I'm picking up some gusts of up to 35, 40, 45 miles per hour as well in cities like Santa Ana. They've got some very strong wind gusts. Corona, picking up some 28 mile per hour sustained wind speeds. And also San Bernardino right now. If you're in the...
tells you what we are encountering, whether it's from our community or all of our employees that are fully engaged in this. We are still prioritizing life safety measures, meaning that we are out there and we're making sure that the appropriate evacuations are being done, because we want people to
pay attention,
not get hurt. And as far as we know right now, and I know Josh was talking about the Palisades Fire. Fire. The phone cut out there. But I could tell you that at the Eaton Fire, we've confirmed 5 fatalities. Yeah, you see the destruction of property. It's very upsetting. Those are people's homes.
Yeah.
But now that we're getting back into these areas, we're actually finding people who are deceased, and that's not good for anybody.
Absolutely tragic. And that Eaton Fire, the characteristic of that one, it was so fast. It absolutely exploded. We heard from folks who said they only had minutes to get out. And of course, as we all know, some people decide to stay and try to fight this fire and try to save their homes. What are your thoughts as we go forward? How much has been searched of the devastated community? How are these numbers likely to go up?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I wish I could say that they were not, but unfortunately, I think we're going to see that these numbers probably will go up. Because in a sense, this is still a fluid situation.
That's right.
Our firefighters, who are doing a pretty good job, still have zero containment on either fire. It's still not safe. Not safe for people to return to their homes, but not safe for our first responders either. So once we get through this phase, we are paying attention to the weather. Weather's supposed to last, or the bad wind, I should say, is supposed to last through tomorrow night. It may not be until tomorrow where we start getting a better assessment of life that may have been impacted and the property damage that may have been impacted.
And do you have any information regarding
here on Calaveras and Lake, or rather Lake between Calaveras and Mendocino Street? We're seeing so much devastation, and it's still occurring because
we're asking those questions. It's going to take a little bit of time,
and if
as we get through.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
If anyone's listening, what advice do you give them if they're still happening to be in their homes? They're trying to protect their homes. I know that there will be people out there with hoses and stuff like that. What advice do you give these people?
Get the hell out of your house.
If you are under an evacuation order, please leave right away. Make sure that you have your important paperwork, your medications, those things that you need. And I keep on repeating myself, I know it's your home, but nothing is worth risking your life. And as I've told you, there has already been people who are losing their lives. Not to mention that when you listen to the fire chief, both for LA County and LA City, that they're having water pressure issues because of the amount of water that's needed to fight the significance of these fires. So in a sense, you're reducing that water pressure that's needed to save lives and to save other homes.
Yeah.
So please leave. If you're under an evacuation warning, get everything ready and be ready to go, because those winds start blowing. This is so unpredictable, and we don't want anyone else to get hurt.
Right, and we have been seeing that smoke horizontal still to this moment. So that tells you the fire is continuing to be on the move, and we've seen so many homes on fire just today. How are your resources going when it comes to personnel? Can you cover the issues with the fire and the outlying community?
Yes, but just real quick, this is still a very dangerous situation, and you kind of described it, Dave. So we need to pay attention to that. In regards to our resources with the LA County Sheriff's Department, we're doing well. What we've done is we've brought in additional people. We have, for example, we put all of our detectives in uniform, other jobs, everybody that is not doing this. There are jobs that are going to continue, like our custody operations, patrol operations if you dial 911, but we have hundreds of deputies assigned to both of these fires. And through our mutual aid coordination, we've actually brought in other agencies to assist agencies that are asking for assistance. For example, the Pasadena Police Department that's heavily impacted, or the city of Pasadena, they asked for assistance, and we coordinated mutual aid responses. And we're very grateful to the city of Long Beach, for example, the Orange County Sheriff's Department, who have come in to assist us. Just like you see other resources coming in for fire, we're capable of doing the same thing. And we have a lot of people on standby if we need more resources.
Sheriff, I know you're really busy, so we're going to let you go with one more question, and that is just give us some final words for our viewers that are watching right now with a situation that still is very much fluid.
Safety is number one. There is nothing that's worth your life or the life of a loved one. So please continue to pay attention to however you're receiving your news, whether it's on the radio, television, listening to all of you, social media. Make sure that you are monitoring our websites. If you have access to it, lacounty.gov. Emergency, that'll give you the latest information on evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, and road closures. And if you do not need to be anywhere in these affected areas, please stay away. There's a lot of debris out there, wind is still blowing, and we need our emergency workers to have ingress into the area, access to get to the people who need it the most.
Okay, Robert Luna, thank you so much, Sheriff Luna. We really appreciate your time and everything you're doing for the community. And you stay safe as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Well, we're going to go to a fourth fire, actually. It is called the Lydia Fire in Acton. And we have Chris Christie in Air 7 overhead. And this is a sizable fire, Chris.
Yeah, it is. It's quickly exploded from about 5 acres to upwards of 50 acres and growing. They are getting water on it. The super scoopers are up here. They are tackling with a number of tankers just off of Soledad Canyon Road. But in the last 2 minutes, we've seen at least one house, possibly two major structures there, it looks like, that have completely burned to the ground. We saw the walls close in and collapse just seconds ago before we came to you. But in the meantime, you can see they are dropping water on this fire. There is no containment here. It's going to be a while because the winds are pretty strong through Soledad Canyon here. We're just about 5 to 10 miles south of the 14 freeway. But you can see they have Soledad Canyon Road shut down. This fire now burning for the last 2 hours or so. But for the most part, there are not many structures in the area. There are some, and they are threatened. That includes the Cali Lake RV Park, which is now under an evacuation order. We can't see that from here, but the Cali Lake RV Park is now being evacuated, and other sparse structures, anything along Soledad Canyon Road, essentially is under threat from the Lydia fire. Again, this going on right now near the city of Acton. Reporting live from Air 7, I'm Chris Christie, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Chris, I'm very curious. I know it's a lot of horse property out in Acton. Have you seen that? Is that the case?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Oh, a lot of horse properties in Acton. I wonder if you've seen any of that, any evacuations of wild, big animals, I mean.
Horse properties, yeah, there are a number of ranch-style properties on both sides of Soledad Canyon. In fact, you can see a little bit more further up the road here. I'm not exactly, we just pulled up in the last few minutes, I should say, but as we start to get a better look at the north side of Soledad Canyon, you can see some of those similar properties that are in the area, but in the direction that this fire is going in, I should say most of it is drifting and blowing towards the south. So there are some properties to the south of Soledad Canyon, but for the most part, this is national forest territory that is burning into the mountain. So if anything, a little bit of solace to take there, as there are not as many populated areas on the south side of Soledad Canyon. But you're right, there are some equestrian areas on the north side. Hopefully they can salvage those areas.
Chris, thank you so much. We're going to check back with you. Let's go back to Ashley Mackey, who has been watching a firefight going on in the Pacific Palisades, Chimanto. How's it going now, Ashley?
David, so I did actually take a walk down there. I didn't get too close, but even as far away as I was from the flames, I could feel the heat emanating from these flames down there. They're huge, and the property is definitely still engulfed. And I think at this point it might be too far gone, but firefighters are still working. While I was down there, I did see a couple of smaller fires popping up around the property structure that is engulfed in flames. And I think the concern now is the wind. If the wind carries some of those embers, it could spread to some of these properties that have not yet caught fire. And again, we still have residents down here evacuating, trying to gather belongings, just next door to this property that is in flames. We can see some of the smoke is not as dark, so we know that they're getting water on it, or there's not as much fuel to burn as it was earlier. But actually, you can see a resident, one of the residents I was speaking with earlier. He's coming down. That's his house. He's parking at now. He's just right next door to where the structure is burning. We spoke with some firefighters earlier. Again, like I said, water pressure is an issue. Wind is an issue. Visibility at times when the wind kicks up is also an issue. All of these things that firefighters are having to face along with the actual fires. So it's just really devastating to see and heartbreaking to see all of the loss that's up here.
Certainly did to see that, Ashley. And we heard from Sheriff Robert Luna about these people that try to use their hoses or to water down their yards. It's actually taking away from the firefighting effort, since that's why some of the water pressure has been low. And there's been some complaints about that. So hopefully people will heed those warnings as well.
Sorry, my food got
Yes,
here.
definitely. And I have seen some of those residents trying to hose down some of their property. It definitely, I can see that being a factor in the low water pressure. Everyone's just trying to do what they can. I know a lot of people I've spoken with today feel hopeless. So, whether it's just checking on their neighbors or sending back updates on properties, everyone's just trying to do their role. But like you mentioned, Ellen, it could, in some instances, be doing more harm than good.
All right, Ashley, thank you so much. We have more action going on with Rob McMahon, and I can see the house on fire behind you, Rob. Do you know exactly where you are in Sierra Madre?
Yes, we're on, actually, we've moved to Altadena, and we're on Midwick Drive. We were just on, I believe, Calavera Street when we did our last remote about half an hour ago. We turned around, saw a big plume of black smoke, and drove over here. And this is...
I'm trying to have a bite to eat, guys.
Oh, boy. We've lost his signal.
This house was not on fire.
This is the first time. I think I lost the IFB, the reason I can hear you guys. Okay. This is the first time I've seen this many fire trucks here on Lake Avenue taking a stand. So, and we have more coming. We have a lot responding right now. So, if anything, this is a good sign that they are here
they come.
Ready to
Here
jump
comes
on
the
these
cavalry guys.
on these flames.
Yeah,
Here on Lake. So just so you know, we're right at Lake. I don't know if John, can you see that sign down there? So people know we're at Altadena, but we're south of Altadena Drive, where whole neighborhoods are just gone, and all the way to Lincoln Avenue, gone. North of Woodbury, gone. So much lost here. I don't even know where you even begin to clean up and rebuild. I was in Camarillo, covering the mountain fire there, and I was just there 2 days ago before we knew these winds would hit. I was standing in a neighborhood talking to residents who've lost everything and how slow the cleanup has been, and that's 2 months ago, right? There were still just burned out structures and homes, and you just think about how long of a process this takes, you know, just even, first of all, just to have people get back in here and see what they lost. And then where do they go from there? I think I did lose you guys on my, maybe John can relay any kind of questions you have, but I'll send it back to you for now. And we'll kind of move down the street here.
All right, Jasmine, we're going to let you reconnect so that you can hear our questions there. But so emotional, Amy. You and I here listening to
I'm going to leave
Jasmine
it there.
tell the story, her hugging Lloyd. And I mean, we felt it. I mean, I teared up right away. And these stories are being replayed over and over all over parts of Southern California. So sad. And going back to Lloyd's story, he left his apartment at 50 years with 3 days of clothing.
I'll give updates. I will absolutely give updates. But as it stands now, it's just bad. It's bad all over the place. So thank you so much for joining me. Let's pray for these people, these houses. I am going to keep my eyes on these. But we have been streaming for 9 hours. So I'm going to take a bit of a break and see what else happens. Let's just hope for some sort of gift that will help them slow this stuff down, because oh my God. So don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Hit that bell, because this stuff is very fluid and I do want to keep up with it. So thanks, guys, and I'll see you back at the crime again.